antics on the Grappling Hour and Verbal Tapcast that you do with all the athletes.
I ruined the pre-show.
I've heard about Rafgard.
Yes, Rafgard is known for its offense.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Let's go back to us, guys. All right. Let's go down this list a little bit further. We're going to go to our next. This is a good one. I like this because if you guys missed any of the action, we're going to bring you some of our favorite moments. And we're going to start by asking what your favorite submission of the night is. And Tim, it looks like we're going to go ahead and start with you, sir.
Thanks, Raph. So we have Cameron Hurd against David Evers. They're both in a leg lock shootout with Hurd catching the outside heel hook. David Evers catching the outside heel hook there. His thighs were too much for Cam Hurd to handle. Cam Hurd also had a fight with John Combs, and we could see Combs injured his left groin here, it appears, or his hip. He tried to stay in the fight and protect that, and you could see he was very guarded on his left side. He's wincing. Not very comfortable. He did manage to stay through the match here, but we will not see him today in action. He could come back in the tournament, but it may impact his ability to get up on that leaderboard as we move forward.
All right, thank you for that. Jake, why don't you walk us through some of your favorite submissions from yesterday?
Yeah, I got a couple highlights that I want to share as well. Daniel Sadler gets the exclusive toehold of the PGF regular season over Kevin Sherrill. He's been a firecracker in more ways than one. Just so impressive to watch, so explosive. And speaking of explosiveness, Jed Thompson takes a week off of school to catch that submission over Matt Elkins. My goodness, it's so cool to see a young phenom get to make his name known and shake up the grappling world. And you can see Brandon McCatherin's like, I'm glad I put that guy in the PGF World Season 6. So like impressive.
Nobody was happier than the commish. I have some news. Why don't we go to my clips right over here? And Nathan, man, on a mission. Look at this. He's taking out a raccoon. He doesn't even care. He basically says, give me your neck. If you don't want to give it, I'll take it, and gets the submission right there. Props to him. But it's the celebration afterwards. You could feel him counting out the numbers and telling people, get excited, get motivated, and we carried that a little bit further. Now, please, don't blink or you're going to miss it. You're going to see Canuto coming in for a flying armbar, and that put him on the board for the very first set of points, to the point where even Mike John was like, yo, that was cool. It happened to me. I wish it didn't, but that was very impressive. And I have to tell you guys, the news I have to share with you is that Renato Canuto was awarded the submission of the night yesterday, and I think it's well-deserved.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
Congratulations to him. I believe he is the G-Shock submission of the night, and like I said, man, nothing shocking about that. So let's get now to our next update. So we have a little category here, which is there are some things happening behind the scenes. We're going to try and give you guys the most updates that we can. So we thought we'd just categorize it into this particular area, and I'm going to start with you, Jake. Do you have some information for us?
Yeah, I do. So John Combs suffered, as you described in that clip yesterday, Tim, he did suffer an injury, and that will take him out of day 3 of the PGF World Season 6. And we're unsure as to what the degree of the injury is. We know that he is seeking medical attention and the advice of professionals, but we'll keep you guys posted as to whether or not he will continue in the PGF World Season 6 regular season or if he's out of the tournament. As of right now, he's just out for the day.
So, yes, we will find out more word about that when we have more updates. We will definitely try to bring them to you, but for a current reason, he will not be continuing today, which statistically may put him out. So more to come on that. Please stay tuned, but he does have an alternate filling in for him, so we wish Sam the very best in this. And Tim, we're going to get to you in a second, but I wanted to give you guys a quick little update on my side. So our update from my perspective is this. Yesterday, it was kind of interesting that we had advertised that somebody was going to come on the show, and they weren't able to make it. Now, I understand, things come up. I get it, bro. It's a hectic time. But I was surprised that the person who didn't show up didn't inform me, and I said, okay, that happens. But when we booked another guest in his stead, he was definitely in the comments section, which begs the question, Elijah Carlton, what's up, man? Do you not like us anymore? I just want to know why. And you know what? Here's my invitation to you. How about you come tonight onto the show? There's a nice little chair we can go ahead and pull up for you, and we'll be happy to talk with you about what other commitments you had. Because to me, we made fun of Kevin when he had a spa day, but it looked like you took a spa day off of this broadcast. So hopefully we'll see you a little bit later and catch up. But Tim, I'm going to look over to you because I think right now you have a clip that is not for the faint of heart. So please, everybody, be advised, if you need to look away once you kind of get where we're going, feel free to do so. Tim?
Yeah, we have Kevin Beering here. It looks like his ear is about to give birth to a baby ear. Actually, what that is cauliflower ear. Don't eat it. The Black Rifle coach, Dean Lister, is on drainage duty here, just trying to pull out some of the gunk that is accumulated in Beering's ear. It looks like they did an okay enough job here. It obviously is going to be really painful. Beering managed to put on headgear and get back out to block 3 last night, and he actually was able to get a break on Jamie Carnell. So obviously it's not impacting him too much. It could make it hard to sleep, but it'd be interesting to see how that impacts his performance tonight out on the mats. Yeah, cauliflower ear, no fun, but I think he's hearing okay. So,
well, we want to give a big shout out to Dean Lister for stepping in. He's not even his coach, coming in to help out. And big thanks to our friends over at Spiral Out Media for providing that clip. You know, they're doing such a great job getting a lot of behind the scenes footage that maybe you won't even see yet. It's spicy, and if you weren't paying attention last night, there was a little bit of an altercation, and that footage has been blowing up. So if you haven't seen it yet, go on over to Instagram at Spiral Out Media. Catch out both sides, because they're telling you a story that is happening behind the scenes that sometimes we don't even know. Yesterday during the post show, I was given information that the athletes were telling me as we were live on the air. So I learned that yesterday. All right, let's move on to our next question prompt here, which is, what ideas didn't make it to the PGF? So yeah, we're here. We got a lot of good ideas. You see so many of them in display in the background. But it does beg the question, were there a few ideas that kind of didn't make the cut? I think for this particular juncture, we're going to start on over with you, Jake Watson. Jake, what is a potential area that got cut?
Well, I heard from a little birdie that the cash prize was actually going to be an all-expenses paid trip to Decatur, Alabama, complete with these attractions that I happened to know off the top of my head because they are just that amazing. It includes a free package, a free passage to the Point Mallard Water Park, Wheeler National Wildlife Refuge Center, and the Cook Museum of Natural Science. Now, that is a hefty deal, so they decided, well, we can't afford that, so we're going to give out a $120,000 total cash prize instead.
Wow. Makes you really think at the end, doesn't it?
A little bit.
Glad they made certain calls, certain audibles here at the end. Tim, this was your prompt.
Yeah.
And I'm most intrigued to hear what you have for us.
So I did a little research. I reached out to producer Keelan, and I also reached out to the First Lady, Lindsay McCatherine, to get some info here. And one of the interesting things was they originally planned in season 2 to have a halftime show.
Oh.
Yeah, Brandon was going to roll around on skates and sing I Believe I Can Fly as he played his guitar, a la Usher at the Super Bowl.
Usher.
Usher, yeah. They dropped that idea, but I actually reached out to the commish himself, and I'm going to read this quote, so just pardon me for a second. He said, "Dude, we thought about having the alternates sit around the mat at all times with microphones, and we were going to have them heckle the athletes, and we were going to run it as a separate stream so you could just hear the heckling audio. We were going to call it the Peanut Gallery." Now, I think there's still options for that to happen. I think that that's a viable idea. I would like to see that. I would love to hear what the alternates have to say. These guys are kind of standing around hoping they get into a match, so I think that would give them a little opportunity to blow off some steam and maybe play some head games.
Didn't you pitch yesterday how you think that people should be rounded up who don't advance? Would you mind sharing that? I'll defer my time to that.
You want me to say? Okay,
absolutely. Tell them what you think we should do for the post show.
Once you're mathematically eliminated, and we know you're not going to be in the playoffs, we do want to give you some shine time. We do want to get you in here so you could, get your face out on the post and the pre-show. So what I'm thinking is we could round everybody up at once, bring them in a line, and just set them down. And Raph can just ask questions, and more or less go, hey, raise your hand if you had a good time. Raise your hand if you think you want to come back. Raise your hand if you're going to go eat Chipotle after. I think that would be a great idea. Probably not going to go through. Probably won't be able to get the athletes on board, but I think that could be a key piece of content that we're missing. Hit me up. I'd love to do it.
There was a part of me that thought, raise your hand if you've been abused. Specifically by Andy Varela. You may be entitled to financial compensation.
All the couches. We'll have to line all the couches up here then.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go to our next segment here. And this is an important one because a lot of people have just been talking about ex-Marshall teams. But if you notice the point differentiation between even my fantasy team and the other gentleman here, it's that everything is catch-upable. Like, everything is within the realm of still being different than what we know. So a lot of people are saying ex-Marshall is going to walk away with it. I thought this is a perfect opportunity for us to give advice to those non-ex-Marshall teams. I'm going to start with you. Tim, what do you have for us?
Well, the thing about ex-Marshall that I realized that the other teams don't have is ex-Marshall's got that dog in them. And when I say dog, I mean a very, very small, under 10 pounds dog. So if you really want to make a name, I think you got to hit the Las Vegas SPCA, try to find a Pomeranian, maybe a little Chihuahua, get them up on your couch, get them protected, and that'll get you the win. But real talk, today's the day. Your team's got to make a push. If you don't do it today, everything changes tomorrow because you're irrelevant. You won't be here in the sense that you can get into the playoffs. So that's my team advice. Get that dog in you and get it fast, baby. Woof, woof.
Jake, what do you have for us?
I would agree with the second half of that.
The woof woof part?
No, the second half.
Oh,
the
okay.
woof woof is on top. I do agree with that as well. Because really, you have to bring out the dog. You got to let it all hang out. The other teams, the team in second place is First Form, if I'm not mistaken, and they're already kind of nipping at the heels of the first place leader, ex-Marshall, but the other teams, you have to pull out all the stops. We have some people who are seated very high who might be knocked out of the top 8 if they don't make something happen today. And if the teams want to be continually in contention for that that $100,000 cash prize, my apologies, then they got to bring it all out. They got to bring out all the stops and just really go for the kill.
Just sort of got into your almost Al Pacino, give me all you got! Give me all you got! So that's what I'm hoping we get to today. That's my advice to you other teams. Give me all you got with less overacting. So I will tell you this, that leads nicely into our next topic, which is we're going to get into some predictions. Listen, today's a big day. Today we're going to kind of figure out who statistically is still in the race. And we want to hope for all of our friends to make it, but realistically, there's only going to be 8 individuals who make it to the playoffs. I'd like to know now from both of these gentlemen who they think those 8 people could be. Now, you don't have to list all of them, but give me your greatest hits of the people that you think will make it, as well as maybe somebody you don't necessarily have on a list that you think may come around and make a comeback. I'm going to start with you, Jake Watson.
So I'm going to actually just very quickly list who's in the top 8 because that's part of my prediction. Davis Asari, Jet Thompson, Daniel Sadler, David Evers, Andy Varela, Ben Eddy, Elijah Carlton, and Nathan Haddad. I'm going to make a bold prediction and say that it's not going to change. I think that that's going to be our top 8. I think that they've had a great run, and if I'm looking at the path to victory for the people who are outside of that top 8, it is tough. And like we have said multiple times on this pre-show, it could change. Today is the most important day of the tournament so far. So that's a bold prediction, but it's my prediction. And if I'm wrong, then it will be like the other times in the bullpen where I was wrong, and I'm just going to have to eat it, and Raph will make fun of me online.
We're going to make fun of you anyway.
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't need permission to make fun of you or a reason. Tim, talk to me about yours.
Well, I think there's a few locks at the top. Asare, Varela, Thompson, I think those guys are getting in. I think Carlton has a real good chance to get in just based on his experience. He's a pretty savvy PGF competitor. We've already kind of seen that on display in his coaching style, even though he's not a coach right now. There's some guys that are on the bubble, and I think 2 of them have a good, strong chance to get in there.
Bubble.
And I'm joined by Coach Edgy
bubbles,
Bravo right now. Yeah.
Listen, ignore me.
Yeah. So we got
easy.
Canuto, Barch, and Hansen that that I believe are on the bubble. I think we're going to see a big push from Canuto and Barch to kind of move up into that playoff spot. I think they have a real good chance. I'm not sure Hansen's going to be able to wiggle in there. He might. Guys that are kind of in danger, I think, are potentially Haddad, unless he can really keep going, doing what he's doing. He may have a chance to keep on it. And then Ben Eddy, I think, is one guy that's going to have to fight real hard to keep his spot in that top 8. So those are my locks. A few guys on the bottom, but I think Canuto and Barch got a strong chance to get in there.
My prediction is I think your head just got pregnant.
Yeah.
You're going to be carrying Eddie Bravo's baby in your head.
You think I could just like grow some hair back? Maybe I would take that.
I don't know. So I'm just saying, we'll get to there. Let's do this. We're going to go to our next one, which is uphill. This is important because, listen, a lot of us have looked at the upcoming matchups, and I'm sure a lot of you have done studies that are akin to one egghead. But the question is, who faces the biggest uphill battle today? Let's go ahead and start with you, Tim. Who faces the biggest journey to make it to that playoff?
Well, I think it's Max Hansen. If you look, he's got to fight Jet Thompson. We're not sure about Combs. I'm assuming that we're going to see Sam in there replacing him today, and he's got to fight Davis Asari, and then he's got to follow that up with Varela, Haddad, and Cam Hurd. So those guys are not easy to finish. You know, those are tricky scores to get. So I think that he probably has the biggest uphill battle in terms of staying near the playoffs and being able to get into the playoffs. Obviously, the lower guys that are kind of at the bottom right now, they're probably not going to be able to get in unless they have a real big day today. So I would say Hansen's that one guy that's got a real shot to either make it or break it.
Fair enough, Jake.
I think his Black Rifle teammate, PJ Barch, has a similarly difficult path to victory. He has battles ahead of him in Kevin Buring, AJ Agazarm, Elijah Carlton, Kevin Sherrill, David Evers, and Renato Canuto. Now, Kevin Sherrill, I believe, is the only person on that list to have been submitted even a single time. So PJ Barch being the number 1 seed and outside of that top 8, he's going to need to put together a string of victories that can really put him in contention for it. And I think he has a very tough road ahead of him. I mean, AJ Agazarm, it's like the guy's made of rubber. It's like the guy has no neck. He just does not get choked. He does not get tapped. And you've seen that throughout his entire career. PJ, of course, is capable. That is no mistake. There's a reason he is the number 1 seed, but he's going to need to have a borderline perfect next couple of days, I think, if he wants to make that top 8 and really make his name secure.
Here's the great thing, though. PJ has been at big pressure moments, and it just takes one good day of a Polaris sort of tournament to turn things around here. So,
absolutely,
it's an entirely possible thing. Speaking of possible thing, let's get now to our peanut gallery. Who knew that the peanut gallery was a whole thing that they wanted to do beforehand, too?
Yeah.
It's good to know. Our peanut gallery is, we're trying to figure out what people have been saying online. Yes, we have eyes, and we're definitely making sure that we keep them on those chat sections. So we're going to pull a few comments for you that you guys can go ahead and take a look at. Gentlemen, I think, Jake, this one is yours.
So John Mejia says, I wish they had different rash guards for each day, like home and away, and a third jersey, if you will. Now, this is actually a super cool idea. I really appreciate the good advice from the comment section. Man, as PGF World grows and we do get more of like the team aspect, as it gets closer and closer to the NFL of Jiu-Jitsu, I could definitely see this being a possibility. So I like that idea.
Cool. Let us see the next comment. Tim, this seems like yours.
This comes from Kevin, probably from the streets. Kevin says, here's my idea. We should drink every time someone says BMAC. The question is, what should we drink?
Well, there's only one choice there. Right there, baby. Once upon a coconut.
Hold on, wait. Have we cleared this with BMAC? Oh.
That's one.
That's so darn good, dude.
Oh, that is really good.
It's really.
I haven't had it yet.
Actually,
Are you
really
serious?
That was
good.
the actual live first taste test.
Yeah.
So,
That's I'm gonna
cheers.
have another one.
Once upon a coconut. Thank you so much. We appreciate all the beautiful sponsorship you are giving to the athletes, and now us. Thank you. Very nice of you. All right, let's move on to the next one. Post your account details, and I will wire you some money. Now, I didn't believe them at first, but then there was a smiley face at the end.
Oh.
So I guess now I should send them money?
It's a very trustworthy smiley face.
If they didn't put the smiley face, I wasn't going to do it. But now I'm in the mode where I'm going to send them my paycheck, guys. I think this is a solid investment. Let's roll on to the next one. Needs a pit. Okay. Let me get into this one. I see so many people in the comment section saying this needs to be a pit. You can have different events. You guys don't have to just watch one. This is what we're doing here, and it's not to say it's what we're always going to do. But just because you see one thing doesn't mean it solves everything. That's the beauty of competition. You want people to have variety. If you guys show up with just one thing, you're going to make things very boring, and then you're going to complain about that. So what I'm telling you is, enjoy the ride. If you had a pit, you would have gotten the whole let's go on out to the cheap seats over this way when they went and almost killed a dog, everybody. I'm just saying.
Almost.
No dogs was harmed in this. Let's make that very clear.
Yeah.
But ladies and gents, I believe that's pretty much going to round a third for us here on this show. You don't want to go anywhere. We're about to throw now to the actual telecast, but I want to remind you guys, as soon as the action is done here, you can catch the post show with us. That is myself, Rafa Esparza, Tim Freeman, and Jake Watson. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us all night. When we do the post show, anything can happen. I mean that because I planned a certain show and then it all kind of went out the air. So you want to tune in for that, but for right now, we're going to kick things back on over to the main broadcast crew. On behalf of us here at your post show, thank you so much. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
Martial gear is some of the best gear I've ever worn.
But wait, there's more. Fasten your Nogi shorts belts, because X Martial's Dojo Roadshow is hitting the road, and it's nothing short of epic. Imagine this, an X Martial team, an RV, and a mission to visit gyms far and wide. We're talking challenges that'll have you in splits, literally and figuratively. Meetings with the biggest personalities in the jiu-jitsu world, and a tour so wild, you'll wish your life had a rewind and watch again button. This isn't just a road trip, it's a rolling jiu-jitsu carnival, and it's all captured on our YouTube channel. Picture the funniest, most thrilling parts of jiu-jitsu, packed into an RV and sprinkled with that special X Martial flair. The Dojo Roadshow is where the mats meet the road, and every stop is a story waiting to be told. So, subscribe, like, and get your laugh on, because X Martial isn't just about changing the game, we're about making it hilarious. One dojo at a time. Don't miss out on the movement, the sponsorships, and the roadshow that's making history. One epic YouTube episode at a time.
It is Wednesday here in Las Vegas, and we are officially at the halfway point of PGF World Season 6. Hey, everybody, TJ DeSantis, along with the commish B-back, Brandon McCatherine, the man they call Egghead, and 50% of the way through.
Wow, what a whirlwind, man. We're halfway through, but I feel like we've done it 12 times already. None of us over here are getting any rest. We're busting our tails to make the best possible show that we can for you guys. And I think that day 3, traditionally in the PGF, is where the wheat really starts to separate from the chaff, and we start to find out who's on the bubble, and that's going to be the big narrative tonight, who's in the playoff hunt and who's out of here.
And if you're just joining us, midweek, do not worry. Smoothcomp.tv has put together a phenomenal platform for you to get caught up on everything. I was looking at it with you, Egg. It's basically on demand and an all-in-one DVR.
It's phenomenal. So you can go to smoothcomp.tv on your desktop or laptop, and you can watch all the matches you want. And you don't have to watch a whole stream and try to find out where it is. You could just pick whichever one you want. You want to look for Hinato Kanuto's amazing flying armbar? We did. Look up Kanuto. Bam, it's there. You want to slow it down to 0.25 and see how he set it up? you can do it. We did it many times. It's awesome.
We did, and also, BMAC, I'll have you know when you slow it down to 0.25% of the real time, you can hear you making the weirdest noises in the slowest motion. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. Want to thank everyone that makes this season possible. Once Upon a Coconut, of course, our presenting sponsor. New Hope Regeneration, they are helping athletes train for longer and, actually, they have groundbreaking stem cell treatments that the winning team this season is going to be privy to.
Yeah, all the athletes and the coach from the winning team are going to receive therapy from New Hope Regeneration stem cell therapy, and that's an incredible additional prize for our winning athletes. I've actually done that with New Hope myself and had tremendous success with it.
Yeah, so definitely check them out and support them, newhoperegeneration.com. Keeping up with the Jones podcast, the Lonnie Jones podcast. I know that's dear to your heart.
That's my guy. Lonnie Jones, one of my heroes, one of my mentors.
Yeah. Let's talk about one of the heroes here real quick of PGF Season 6 thus far. He's atop the leaderboard. It's Davis Asari. This kid has been an assassin.
He's incredible. You can see this match he had here against Karnal. He came out the gate firing, and he hasn't stopped firing the entire time he's been here. The real question is, how's his body holding up? He hasn't spent nearly as much time on the mat as some of these other athletes because some of his quick finishes that he's been able to get. But man, this kid is dynamic. He's action-packed. He's a finisher. And you know what is the coolest thing about him, TJ?
What's that?
He's a purple belt.
Purple belt. Man.
I love it. You just never know what you're going to get in the PGF. Purple belt leading the board after 2 days.
Speaking of the board, let's take a look at the top 12 and see who is in the playoff picture as of now. Ag, walk us through this.
All right, well, we just talked about him. Davis Asari, purple belt out of New Wave, has 20 points, alone atop the leaderboard. Then we have two people tied for second. Daniel Sattler had that phenomenal first day with 15 points. And Jet, the kid Thompson, the 17-year-old, tied for second with 15 points. And then after that, in fourth place, David Evers, PGF Season 3 champion, returning out there with 14 points. And then tied for fifth, we got a three-way tie. Andy Varela, highly ranked, coming in at 15 points. Elijah Carlton, the face of the PGF, Arhois Gracie, still right there in the hunt at 12 as well. And Ben Eddy gets that one triangle choke, and he's right up there with 12 points as well. And rounding out the top 8, if we stopped right now, would be that Nathan Haddad that had such a great showing. Even the first day without any submissions, just earned everyone's respect, taking on some of the top guys.
We got that bubble list as well, and that's where things really get exciting at this point of PGF. I mean, you're obviously watching the top 8, but 9 through 12 all the way down, it's really wide open still. And a lot of people projected a lower scoring season, BMAC. I think that actually makes for a lot more excitement when we get to this part where every point is even more pivotal.
Yeah, because one great performance can change the destiny of an athlete in the PGF. So it's going to be very interesting to see how, particularly with some of the matchups that we have for you guys tonight.
Absolutely. All right. We've already said it. Davis Asari sitting atop the leaderboard, not really worried about, breaking into the playoffs. He leads the way, and now we're going to lead our way over to Alex Wendling, who is standing by with Davis.
On the rise, New Wave Jiu-Jitsu, Davis Asari, and Jean-Jacques Machado just came over here and said this is the star of the show. How does that make you feel?
It feels good. I didn't have crazy expectation of being on the leaderboard number 1, but I wish for sure top 5 at least. I was just thinking let's just get our team through, but I'm stoked to be on top. Honestly, I'm going to try to keep it up until the last day as well.
And now we are halfway through this tournament. You are on the leaderboard, top guy. Is this kind of, I know you didn't expect this, but now that you're here and that you're on top, I asked you during the draft, you're a purple belt, there are 14 other black belts here. So what do you think you being at the top says about New Wave Jiu-Jitsu?
Obviously, before moving and before training with them, nobody knew who I was, and now they know, so obviously it's done a lot. It shows, I think stylistically, the reason why I'm on top is not only that I can stand, but I'm pretty well-rounded, so I can be on top. And my submission variation, I have a variety of submission that also helps. I prioritize chokes, and I can play bottom. I think that's one of the main reasons why I'm on the top right now.
And we were talking off camera about how New Wave Jiu-Jitsu brought you some new opportunities. Gordon Ryan posted about you that one time where he says, this is the first guy that ever put me to sleep in practice. So what was the trajectory of your career after he posted something like that?
It definitely changed a lot. The day after, I just suddenly got a lot of messages and requests on my Instagram and stuff. So it did a big impact on my career in general. I'm grateful, obviously. I didn't expect him to do it. I didn't think he would actually post or talk about it happening, but that just shows how genuine, cool the guy is. So yeah, it helped a lot.
And what would you say New Wave Jiu-Jitsu's thoughts are on the PGF format?
So when I mentioned John that I wanted to do this and I talked about the format, he was really excited. He was like, that's pretty new. And then he said it would be really good for me as well because I'm an up-and-comer, I'm a purple belt. So right now it's just a matter of time, how much experience I can gather until I become a black belt. So 12 matches at least within a week is a very good experience-wise and going against the best people in the world. So I think they are really rooting for this type of format, and especially for me to be in it because it's going to be very impactful for my career.
Yes, you are definitely a star on the rise, really showing out for New Wave Jiu-Jitsu. We wish you the best of luck in day 3, and PGF Season 6 has much more action coming, so we cannot wait to show you what's up.
Thanks so much, Alex. We appreciate you catching up with Davis Asari. Again, he is the leader, but, still a lot to be had here. We're only at the halfway point, so things could change very quickly and very often. So we'll see what happens. Let's take a look at tonight's schedule. Anything that you're looking forward to in particular tonight, B-Mac?
I'm looking forward to every time Jet Thompson steps on the mats, and you can see right there, he's going to get a piece of Max Hansen right off the bat. Sadler's coming up again, and I thought that Renato Canuto yesterday played the game of the PGF so perfectly with just the perfect balance of getting out there and giving us exciting action and finding scoring opportunities. And today, he's going to have an opportunity to put some more points on the board. This is going to be a big day for Canuto. I'm very interested to see how it shakes out for him.
Yeah, he was extremely confident after picking up his first submission of the season last night. We'll see what he has for us later tonight here in Las Vegas. Speaking of score, we should talk about how to score here at PGF. It's all about the submission, and it gets even more granular than that. You rate submissions by 2 categories: one a kill, the other a break. Explain that.
So any kind of choke, we consider that a kill here. Anything that would finish the fight in the street in a definitive way, that's a kill. Anything that just sends you to the hospital, that's a break. That's worth 4. Anything that you can finish in under a minute, whether it's a choke, a joint lock, you go kill or break, you finish it under a minute, that's an extra point. And if you go to a draw, 0 points towards the playoff. Top 8 guys advance to the playoff, and the top scoring team at the end of Thursday night wins $100,000.
That's basically everything you need to know thus far about PGF. There's some other things we're going to get to about stalling. You'll see that unfold tonight if you're new here on day 3, and also an adjustment to some scores, or at least one score in particular. We'll get to that a little bit later. Let's save it. Let's,
I was about to get excited there.
No, it's what they call a tease in the business.
Oh, that's very good, TJ.
Yeah. All right. So we'll leave you hanging. PGF Season 6, Match Day 3 starts next from Las Vegas.
Welcome to night 3 of the Professional Grappling Federation, brought to you by Once Upon a Coconut. We're ready for our first match. Representing Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hansen.
Here comes Max Hansen. Hey, where does he stand as far as points are concerned?
Right now, he's on the outside looking in. He has 4 points, and he's tied for 11th place. So he really needs a submission if he wants to start getting that playoff hunt.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Jet Thompson.
Well, he needs a submission, but he's going to have a tough day at the office facing off against the rocket ship of an athlete, Jet Thompson. This kid is electric. If you've been watching the PGF at all this week, you've absolutely fallen in love with Jet Thompson.
It's too bad we don't have jiu-jitsu programs in colleges, because Jet Thompson right now, still in high school, this would be his, sort of breakout situation here. If he could be recruited for, a school.
It'd be amazing to get a jiu-jitsu scholarship. So Jet Thompson's a brown belt out of the Watkins Wrecking Crew.
Hansen takes a seat. The kid follows him to the floor. Butterflies here. Think that was wise, Egg, for Thompson to follow him right down like that?
To be very honest, I'm a blue belt, and that 17-year-old's a brown belt. So he's also tied for second in the PGF. I think.
My goodness.
Flirting with that buggy.
Man, Thompson passing the guard. Sliding the knee to the belly. Got to be careful. Don't want to get greedy here. End up back in the guard of Max Hansen. He needs to take his time. You're already past that 1 minute mark anyway. Take your time, get it right. You have to have action, but you can't make a mistake when you got such an advantageous position. You're not going to see a position like this against Max Hansen very often.
Back to that knee on belly for Thompson. We talk about his purple belt. P-Mac, is it time to change the rules on when one can become a blue belt and change the
Thompson's a brown
timeline?
belt, right? Thompson's a brown belt.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe. There's a lot of blue and purple belts have been training since they were 3 that are 16 years old now, just ripping through adult black belts. It's crazy. Things have changed so much in the last couple of years.
2 minutes of elapsed time. Hansen here in top position.
We've talked about the kid, but Max Hansen is a black belt out of Team Adama. That's Dante Leon's team.
And he's a winner too, man. He's not just a black belt. He's the kind of black belt that wakes up and eats other black belts for breakfast.
So he's a cannibal?
Yeah. When he's out there on the mats, he might as well be. He's a murderer, man.
He's won the last 2 Enigma Invitationals.
And the last one came after that heartbreaking loss against Sadler at WNO. He goes out the next weekend. I think he moved up 2 weight classes at the last second. Goes through just a murderer's row at Enigma. Enigma, another rising promotion that we have a lot of respect for here.
His athletes exchanging top and bottom positions. Now Thompson back on top.
Hansen keeps, now they're going to start grinding at each other's face. Hansen returning the favor a little bit. Hansen kicks off. Thompson pushes off.
Ooh.
Going for this body lock. Got to be careful, though. Max very good with his butterflies, very good with his shoulder crunch. Holding on to that body lock. If you're too aggressive with it, this is exactly what can happen. But what a great recovery.
Do we know if Thompson has done anything as far as like wrestling is concerned? Has he been solely focused on jiu-jitsu?
he just trains jiu-jitsu. He has some wrestlers go in there. I mean, obviously, Oklahoma is known for some pretty good wrestling, but just the guys that come to his gyms.
Inside the final 90 seconds of our opening bout here of this match day 3.
Max going for it.
That looked deep.
Knee line was just barely out of there.
Going to get a reset here in the center of the mat.
And we said before, Hansen really needs to get a submission to get in that playoff hunt, and it'd be a big statement if he could take out Thompson.
1 minute.
And going into the season, I would have never thought I would be saying those words, looking at these two in their resumes.
Right.
You're not alone. I don't think any of us really thought that. We all knew that Jet was going to come in and be exciting. He's here for a reason, right? It's not an accident that he's here. But to think that he was going to come out here and run game like this on some of the best athletes in the world in this weight class, I got to think he's even surprising himself a little bit. He says he's not, but you got to think maybe he's even surprising himself a little bit.
Maybe it's just surreal. Maybe it hasn't. Maybe after this week is over, he'll just look back and say, "Wow."
Oh, I'm sure he's got to feel that way at least a little bit. I feel that way from this seat, you know.
It's a feel-good story, and I said yesterday, as our clock strikes 0, I said, when's the clock going to strike midnight on young Jet Thompson, and it hasn't struck midnight yet by any means. This one goes the distance to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
Minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points awarded. Pressure gets ratcheted up a bit more for Max Hansen, and Jet Thompson goes out there and proves once again that he can hang with some of the best.
The kid's incredible. I just can't say enough good things about the performance that Jet Thompson has had here so far this week. He's right. He could be the guy who rises out. He could come out with $20,000, and then he could be the guy that wins the bracket. I can totally see it. How are you going to put him away? How are you going to put him away when it comes time in the bracket?
No one has. So
nobody's come close.
Yeah.
For the record, I think I was in my mid-20s before I made $20,000. So.
I'm still looking for my first 20,000, dude.
Shush. You got $1 million idea right here with PGF Season 6, and it continues now live in Las Vegas. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Black Rifle Coffee, Mike John.
PGF Season 6 qualifier, Mike John, steps onto the mat, ready to get his match day 3 started.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Daniel Sadler.
The black belt out of Atos, again, had that phenomenal first day and then had a pretty dang good second day as well. Tied for second place.
Yeah, historically, BMAC with 5 seasons already in the books now here at Season 6. Do you notice the athletes historically, do they slow on day 3?
No, the action increases on day 3 because, oh my gosh, Sadler passed the guard already. There's such a sense of urgency, especially to the guys who find themselves out of the playoff hunt. So the urgency just steps up more and more and more each time. Sadler getting busy early here. So
done.
And
went behind an injury.
Grimacing here is Mike John. Sadler showing concern. Hopefully John is all right. The break here goes for Sadler. Gets it in a minute as well, correct?
Yeah, correct. 30 seconds on the
All right,
running.
so 4 more points for Daniel Sadler to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break representing First Form, Daniel Sadler.
Daniel Sadler getting the break, 3 points for it. An additional point for the quick submission inside a minute. You can see the replay there. Mike John definitely.
Here he locks the heel and then jumps into position. So by the time he gets into position, he is. See that? Boom.
Yep.
Heel is already locked. Grip is already in place. Then he throws the leg around, sits back with all his weight. That was nasty. It's 4 big points for Sadler.
Great way to start his match day
Look at
number
that.
3.
Grip, then position.
Solid stuff for Daniel Sattler. Hopefully Mike John is all right. We'll keep an eye on that. But our first team match of this first block on match day 3 continues now. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Jamie Cardinal.
Jamie Cardinal ready to start his match day number 3, representing a Black Rifle Coffee Company. Stephen
And his
Aiken.
opponent, representing First Form, Hanato Carnudo.
A man who needs absolutely zero introduction, Hanato Kunuto, making the walk to the mat to start his day.
Charge it up. I love when he charges it up, dude.
And I think he charged everyone up yesterday with that flying armbar submission. He definitely was fired up last night, wanted to get his next match in almost right away, but now we are here at his match day 3. We'll see how he approaches it. Both guys on the floor early.
Cardinal's a dog, and he's a risk taker, so that's possibly going to play right into Canuto's hands. You know, Cardinal had a really, looked like he tried to charge it up. Oh, watch out for this steam a lot. Oh!
Unbelievable.
Steam a lot. Got him with that sock lock.
Again, expect the unexpected, and wow. Starting things very interesting here on match day 3 to make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing First Form, Hanato Carnudo.
That fast. Cardinal saying, do not apologize. The reason I was saying was interesting. I didn't know if he was hurt or not. I thought we might have had 2 back-to-back potential injuries.
Man, that can happen. That steam a lot can come on so fast. It's disgusting. Oh my gosh, one of my favorite submissions. And you can see him look on Canuto's face. He knows, like, oh, I'm so sorry.
I mean, I think the painful expression was more on the face of Canuto than it was Cardinal. But yeah, wow, solid stuff. More points.
Look
for
how he rolls
Canuto.
with it. Oh my gosh, that is so nasty.
Ugh.
Man, First Form coming out ripping right out the gate. 2 breaks in under a minute. They've racked up 8 points in the first 3 matches so far.
Charging hard here on match day 3. Wow, man. Let's just keep going.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
PJ Barch making the walk. He was able to score some points for the first time by submission on match day 2. He hopes to continue that here on match day 3.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Kevin Buring.
Kevin Buring back on the mat. Going to be rocking some headgear again. If you follow on Instagram, you can see him getting his ear drained. That's some gnarly stuff, seeing the ear get drained like that.
People were questioning whether headgear was allowed. I was like, yeah, protect this guy. Protect those pretty little ears.
His left ear is not very pretty right now.
True. I saw it. Looks pretty gross.
So here, a battle of people on the bubble. Currently, Kevin Buring is in 10th place with 5 points, and PJ Barch is tied for 11th with 4.
Barch, you can feel the sense of urgency on him already, coming out way more aggressive right here. He knows he's got to score this point. Buehring, though, I know for a fact he believes he can win this match. He believes he can submit PJ Barch.
And on a leg here is Buehring.
Using it to come up and try to take the back. Barch sniffs that out early. This is a great battle, the guard of Kevin Buehring versus the passing of PJ Barch.
Past the first minute of this one.
So Buehring's a purple belt, purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta.
Oh, this is a nice entry by Buehring. Hey, PJ's got to be really careful right here. Doesn't matter who he is. Oh, counter by Barch!
Wow! Just when you think that Barch is the one in trouble, he comes out and gets a break of his own, getting the win. Let's make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing Black Rifle Coffee, PJ Barch.
The Butter Panther getting it done over Kevin Buehring. The break. Phenomenal stuff. Looking at the replay here, Buehring was on the hunt.
Well, it was a counter leg lock. Buehring made a great entry right here. Nice entry. Good bite on the heel. That would have put a lot of people out of there. But PJ follows calmly, brings that leg across to the other side, locks up the inside heel, and gets a big extended inside heel hook against Buehring. Wow, leg locks coming out like crazy to open this block. This is nuts.
We're going to be done in like an hour with this.
Yo, I'm here for it.
Event. Absolutely.
I'm here for it, absolutely.
As am I. TJ DeSantis, B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, the man they call Egghead. Match day 3 here at PGF World Season 6, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Your next athlete coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Samson from about.
Samson, the black belt out of Sierra MMA, PGF Season 4 veteran.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Cam Hurd.
Cam Hurd making the walk to start his match day 3, and this was the man that I was alluding to last night. He left with 2 less points than he has right now. B-Mac, walk us through.
So during his match against Combs last night, Combs suffered an injury Combs had the back of Cam Hurd, and Combs unfortunately suffered an injury. And so he yelled out during that moment. And in that moment, we allowed it to continue. But when I went back, reviewed it, and sought wise counsel, we decided to retroactively award Cam Hurd 2 points for that. So Cam walks in today with 2 more than he had when the match ended when the night ended yesterday.
All right, we are underway.
Look at that throw by. Oh, but Samson trying to get active. He scooped in under a leg. Nice job by Cam. But Samson, though, trying to slip up and take the back. This is action-packed early.
That was impressive. Was unable to secure the back, but from about utilizing those long legs. Fast and furious pace here, just 30 seconds into this match.
Samson weaving this bottom leg through. You got to be careful, putting a lot of pressure on his own leg. Decides to bail out on that. That results in the guard pass, and Gam stepping through, pulling in on this arm in guillotine. Uses it to take the back. Nice work. Samson goes to the 2-on-1, tries to roll through, finds himself on the bottom of the mount now. Cam Hurd all over him early.
Both of these guys know the assignment here, and that is action, and Hurd in top position.
at that gift wrap. Cam going to try to use it to set in an arm triangle. He's got to be careful. He's going back into the guard if I'm about. Oh, look at this play. Cam Hurd stretching out the arm.
From about
Doesn't have the
hanging
elbow.
tough, and he gets his arm back.
And look at that, Sampson straight out of an attack, straight forward, finds himself in a front headlock. Cam with a very nasty guillotine, though. Sam's got to be careful here.
If Cam could get this kill, it'd be great for him, but also for first form because they were 6 points behind X Marshall in the team standings. They make him tied.
Again, that's exactly what BMAC was talking about. Everything gets more and more important as the season goes on. And as this match goes on, Hurd finds himself in a good position on the back.
Oh, we got to watch out for this arm triangle as he turns. Yeah, I think, okay, he's going to try to turn it into a back take. He's got that tight waist wrapped around underneath. Sampson staying up on his side, trying to survive this onslaught from Cam Hurd. Yes, this is what I thought we might see here, this arm triangle. Looks like he's going to try to use it to slide up to the back. Reaching through, trying to set up the gift wrap. Sampson sliding his left arm to the inside. It's going to have to be a back take now.
Just past the halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
Great survivability by Sampson Fumabout. Proving his toughness once again. Cam is just blitzing him though.
Hurd had a look at the back again of Fumabout, but unable to secure it. Trying to clear the legs again.
Oh, Kimura, he's very good here.
Oh.
Got it.
Nicely done. Cam Hurd gets the break. Fumabout tried to hang tough. Hurd showing some sportsmanship and concern for Sampson, but he does get the break. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
Your winner with a break representing first form, Cam Hurd.
3 points for the first form representative in Cam Hurd. Kimura submission. And he called it out, BMAC, as soon as he got that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Dude, let's get a look at Sampson's elbow there. Is there a...
It looked like it buckled a little
It
bit.
looked like it buckled. Yeah, it did to me too.
Yep.
That, man, you do not want Cam Hurd isolating a limb.
Our TV went out. I don't think the TV.
I lost it, yeah.
Here we go. Well, maybe we can get one more look at it. I don't even know if I have the stomach to look at it again.
Do. I want to see it, boy. I'm here for it.
You're a madman.
Rips it up. Good technique. Let's watch for a little shift or slide in Sampson's elbow joint. Right. No, I think he's okay.
You know, that's one of those, I think, in real time, it looks worse than it does in...
No, I mean, it looks pretty bad right
don't
there.
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, but I think you might see something that's not necessarily there in that real time. But huge break and victory for Cam Hurd, who's slowly but surely making his way up the leaderboard. We are slowly but surely making our way. Actually, not even slowly. It's been pretty darn quick. I can't even say that. So let's get back onto the mat, Stephen Aiken.
Match of the evening. Your next athlete coming to the mat representing X Marshall is Quadzilla David Evers.
The PGF Season 3 champion, black belt of Mushin Jiu-Jitsu and Flux MMA. Currently sitting at 4th place with 14 points.
And just like that, we're already to our second team matchup of this first block. David Evers getting ready to take on his first opponent of the day, representing X Marshall. X Marshall doing a phenomenal job leading the way thus far.
Yeah, I've actually got Elijah versus Sam as my next match that's coming up.
Okay, so
Yeah.
false start here.
Yeah.
It's all right.
We needed to make up some time because we too many submissions
It's
in the
true.
first round.
It's true. Gives us a moment to talk about Once Upon a Coconut, who's made this season possible. All right, now we're good. Back to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing ex-Marshall, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
Here comes Elijah Carlton.
Winner of PGF Season 1, regular season champ for Season 3, and overall champ for PGF Season 5.
Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, Sam Schwartzapfel.
Sam Schwartz started this season as an alternate. Due to the injury to Combs, he finds himself back on the mat. And now in front of the Jabroni Grappler. Referee Eddie Bravo getting us started. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF Season 6.
Elijah, I think we're going to see him come out very aggressive, just like that. Sam trying to work a double underpass. Elijah has a nice grip with his shin-to-shin play right here. Look at the way he's so sticky on that leg. Sam buries in, looking for this north-south pass, but he's got to be careful Elijah doesn't take his back in that moment.
So like a lot of our top-ranked competitors this season, Elijah had a rough day the first day. He had 0 points, but he came back in the second day and is now tied for 5th with 12 points.
Sam is very aggressive, and you need to be aggressive to score here in the PGF, particularly by day 3. But that aggression is exactly what opens you up to any potential being submitted yourself.
Schwartz now in the close guard here of Elijah Carlton.
He's going to have to be very careful right here. Elijah is incredibly good from this position. He's cutting a good angle. Wants to get that elbow out to the center line or further. Got to watch out. Shoots up that pop triangle. Super old school attack by Elijah Carlton. He can play the hits too.
Talked about Elijah being a Season 5 champion. Sam was on his team, so they were teammates, both of Team Epic Roll in Season 5.
Sam going to try this roll through from that butterfly guard. We've seen him do it. We saw him do it twice yesterday. We saw him do it in Season 5. He tried it at the beginning of this match off of one of Elijah's butterfly sweeps. Oh my, got to watch it. This is Elijah's best setup.
He's got the 2 hands on the tricep.
This is a setup that we've seen work for him over and over in the PGF. Transferring over to a front headlock now. Nice job by Sam rolling through. Sam really good at getting around. There's that same setup again. This ends up with him almost getting his guard passed, though.
3 minutes down,
There
3
it
to
is.
go.
Look, same setup again. Sam sniffing it out each time, though. He's seen it too many times now to fall for it. Oh, there's a nice inside heel hook entry by Elijah, and he got it.
Nicely done, Elijah Carlton able to get the break. 3 more points. And we will go ahead and make this one official with Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing ex-Marshall, Elijah Carlton.
Well, the trend continues here in our first matchup of the second team matchup in the first block. Elijah Carlton able to get the break here. BMAC, walk us through.
Well, it's that setup that he uses. He tries to hit his triangle off of, so he throws that foot to the inside, inverts, and he's looking to either get to a triangle or this inside heel hook. It depends on which part of yourself that you try to keep safe. If you pull your upper body away and hide the triangle from him, he jumps on the leg. If you get your legs away and your your upper body comes low, then he jumps on a triangle. That jabroni classic right there.
With that break, he is now tied for third with 15 points.
That was so cool the way Elijah kept his left hand gripped up behind the calf muscle like that to keep the knee line captured. That was really high level technique by Elijah. Really
Solid
good
stuff for the jabroni grappler. Impressive on the mat there with that break as he starts his match day 3. It continues now. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing X Marshall, it's Quadzilla, David Evers.
David Evers making the walk again.
They're giving a hug to his black belt instructor from Mushin BJJ.
And his epic roll opponent, Matt Elkins.
Matt Elkins, the 10th Planet Black Belt head of 10th Planet Birmingham, has been a part of every season of the PGF. 4 as a competitor, 2 as a coach.
Oh man, Evers getting active. This is the kind of game Matt Elkins likes, though. He likes when it's crazy. I think that's when he really does his best work, is that it gets an aggressive opponent. Evers has shown that he absolutely belongs out here with all of these high-level athletes, though.
Grabbing a hold of that neck of Elkins.
Right. Trying to connect the hands. Elkins reaching through. Oh my, this is a little more serious than you might think. When those kind of arms wrap around your neck and that kind of squeezing power wraps around your neck, it doesn't have to be perfect.
Ooh, really cranking that neck.
A nice work by Elkins, though, trying to transfer it over. Oh, he's trying to put that Von Flue pressure down on it. Both guys in precarious position here, and Elkins pops his head out.
It's gone by the wayside.
It gives him a little smile.
That Von Flue pressure you mentioned, B-Mac, can you do that from the close guard?
Can you? Yes. Will you? Almost certainly no. Now from the half guard, totally different story. Evers reaching through, trying to get a scoop grip on that far leg. And now Elkins passing around the guard, locking up a cradle. He's going to try to calm this guy down a little bit. He's got the knees of Evers turned away from him, so that really stops Evers' best guard recoveries, which is using his butterfly hook to get back to the inside. Evers a master of transitioning between his half guard and his butterfly guard.
And Matt Elkins, like all the Elkins brothers, was a state champion wrestler.
I think you told me once, Egg, that you have to have a state championship to sit at the adult table in the Elkins house on holidays.
That's true.
It was rough for Marcus until he got his championship.
Evers needs to be very disciplined with his left arm. Elkins definitely thinking about isolating that. Oh, look at him trying to throw around to a rear triangle. Maybe went a little bit early with it. Now Evers starting to explode out. Nice attack, though, by Elkins. Elkins really coming after him right here. It's just so scary to try to navigate the guard of Evers. Excuse you, you know as soon, this is a nice pass attempt here. Double underhooks, turns him away, and passes the guard again. Elkins really having the best success of anybody that we've seen against Evers so far.
Halfway point of the match now, 3 down, 3 to go. North-south position here for Elkins.
Tries to go mount. That's, anytime you move back towards the legs of Evers, he's gonna find a way to sneak back into his butterfly guard. Evers wants that scoop grip on his far side. Elkins brings the arm around, locks the body, and this is the David Evers game plan right here against this pressure passing, this half guard passing. Goes half guard, then he gets his left butterfly hook back in. It all starts with this frame under the chin here, frame on the hip with his right hand. Here's that butterfly guard now in. Got the outside heel, maybe doesn't quite have the heel. Elkins locking it up, trying to protect himself here. Reach through with the grip from Evers. He's got this DOA. Elkins thinking he might be able to sneak out towards the back here, but he's got to be super careful. Starts to free the knee line. Evers is still there. He's got a very powerful straight ankle lock. Knee line is now free, but it can be recaptured very easily here with any kind of mistake. And that's a lot of straight ankle lock pressure, believe me. Elkins locking up the upper body. Oh, Evers has to bail.
Can you get a reset here in the center of the mat?
With 1:20 to go. I don't think we've seen Evers in this kind of danger yet so far in the season.
No, he's definitely been the aggressor the whole time.
Body triangle, locked in. Not much time to work, though.
Max Hansen had his back like this.
Oh, you're right. He's threatening with that shoulder lock. I remember that.
Yeah.
Matt Elkins has a pretty good arm in choke right here, though. And there he goes, starting to sneak in for it. Locks up the body triangle. This could be a problem for Evers. Oh, this is a problem.
Staying calm.
In a good position as far as time is concerned for Elkins to really sell out on it. But
the best way to finish that rotullatine is to get the arm locked to the bottom side. It's harder to finish it when it's on top. Now, Elkins with a very good arm triangle, too. Evers bridging towards it. Keeps him out of this, but Elkins just putting the heat on him nonstop. Heavy with the mount, not much time.
20 seconds remain in the match. Time going to expire on this one as we go the full 6 minutes. No points, but a solid performance for Elkins. Really turned the pressure up, but ultimately no points earned. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Tough match there for David Evers. Not able to get the submission was Matt Elkins, but some points to be proud of, I think, in the match for Elkins. It doesn't necessarily, lead to points in the scoreboard.
Talking points,
yes, sir.
to be
yes,
proud
sir.
of, but no points to be accrued for Matt Elkins. And man, tough week for him so far, but I do think that's the best performance that we've seen out of him thus far.
And it's all about momentum, so hopefully he can carry some of that, moral victory momentum into another victory maybe later, and one that could get him some points. We'll find out.
Matt Elkins doesn't believe in moral victories, I can tell you that right now. He believes in victories, and that's it.
All right, let's go to our next match. Stephen Aiken standing by.
Next athlete coming to the mat representing ex-Marshall, Davis Asari.
Your point leader, the purple belt out of New Wave, taking the mat.
And his epic roll opponent, handsome Kevin Sherrill.
The runner-up from PGF Season 3 is a brown belt out of Atlanta Top Team and LHM.
Some last words from his epic role coach in Hodger Gracie. We are set to go. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, the man they call Egghead. We are in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6. Asari takes his seat to start this one.
Sorry. Scoops in underneath, gets the top position with it. He's going to come up looking to pass aggressively. Head down. Slaps that arm out of the way. Gets his knee through almost. Kevin does a good job of fighting him out of there. Sorry, not giving up the grips that Kevin needs to get his offense going.
Yeah, the D1 wrestler of University of Northern Iowa finding himself on the bottom position.
And here's a nice body lock put together now by Asari. Clears that first side. Kevin threatening a chin strap, but it's not quite there. Asari tries to bounce over. He's progressing this pass little by little. Sweeps that foot to the outside, now exposing the back of Kevin Sherrill. Let's see how handsome Kevin deals with this attack. Check out how he keeps that foot stapled down against the back of the knee. Kevin tries to slip back to the inside, does get that empty hook put back in. Sorry, crafty, pummels right back out, passes all the way around the guard. Kevin starting the recovery. Nice job blocking the hip to stop the recovery by Davis Asari. Very technical top work from the New Wave product. Excellent passing, excellent control in the top position.
Stepping over from Mount is Asari. Able to get half guard back is handsome Kevin.
You can hear some coaching from his teammate Elijah Carlton to Davis Asari. They need to put some points on the board because First Form put up 11 points already in this first block. X-Marshall only has 3. Of course, that's important because whichever team puts up the most points in the block gets a team point for every member of their team.
Nice pass by Asari. Masterful work. Watch out for this Darce choke. Thought about sneaking it through for just a second. Uses that threat to get the knee to the belly and then over to the mount for just a brief moment, but he's starting to expose the right arm of Kevin Sherrill. Kevin's got to be really careful. Davis steps back. He may be thinking about a figure 4 or maybe rolling through to attack the back.
Just past the halfway point of the match. Again, your league leader in points, David Asari, on top of handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Oh my God, that was gorgeous passing. As soon as Sherrill recovered back to his guard, I mean, it literally wasn't even 1 second before he was passed again. So, masterclass right now by Davis Asari. Here's the mount. I like the way he stepped over. So Kevin had recovered back to his quarter guard a couple of times, and he does again here, but Davis had a different approach stepping over into the mount that time. You can see he's studying Kevin's reactions. He's hitting him with these jabs, but time is winding down on him. There's not a lot of time for too many more jabs. Still 2 minutes of work left, though. Here's the back exposure. Kevin's elbow not quite out of position yet. Asari tries to step off.
A lot of action here on match day 3. Match day 2, we highlighted the stalling warnings and penalties. We haven't even heard one stalling warning today.
Not yet. No need for it just yet.
90 seconds remain.
Sounds like Elijah Carlton's trying to lobby for a stalling penalty.
Of course, Kevin Sherrill's on the mat.
Yeah.
What, there's beef there?
Egghead made a joke.
That's good.
It can happen.
Again, Davis just high stepping out of those potential leg entanglements.
1 minute.
Framing this chin away. Nice work by Kevin to pull Davis out of that body lock attempt. Davis going to try to attack this straight ankle lock, putting a lot of horsepower on this thing. Kevin has to just turn, run, and bail on that.
Just about 20 seconds left.
Inside the final 10. We go 6 full. Cheryl proves to be a survivor. To make this one official, we'll go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points able to be banked for Davis Asari, but he was the leader of that dance against handsome Kevin Cheryl. And again, another guy to really keep your eye out on. He's really proven that this is his platform thus far this season, and the purple belt from New Wave, unable to get points, but again, showing very much why he's in the driver's seat in this one.
Absolutely one-way traffic right there by Asari. That kid, he's not a regular purple belt. Do not get it twisted. This kid is technical, he's skilled, he's athletic, and he's got the right mindset to be sitting in first place.
All right. I don't know if that was meant for me or somebody else, but
Well,
someone said hang tight, we're coming to you in a second. I think that means to
Throw it
Stephen
Steve.
Aiken, but I don't know if that second is now. Where are we at? How many more matches we got in this second team meeting in the first block?
We still got 2 more right here.
2 more.
two
All right.
more, and X Marshall needs at least 8 points to tie for this block. 9 if they want to win the block.
And that's within their reach. Nathan Haddad versus AJ Agazarm. Ben Eddy versus Andy Varela. Still a lot of jiu-jitsu left just in this bracket, just in this first block.
All right.
It's going to be a real challenge for Haddon. No one has been able to get a submission on AJ Agazarm. I mean, obviously, he's silver medalist from ADCC. He's super tough.
All right. Now we're set. Let's go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing X Marshall, Nathan Haddad.
Helios Danica black belt is currently right on that 8th spot. The last person in for the playoffs currently.
And his epic roll opponent, AJ Agazarm.
AJ Agazarm making the walk to start his day 3. B-Mac, assess his performance thus far here in PGF Season 6.
Nathan?
No, Agazarm.
Oh, Agazarm. You know, I've had a fun time watching all of AJ's matches. I don't feel like he's not going to be able to score with the strategy that he's played so far, but he's been phenomenal as far as keeping action, being entertaining. I've enjoyed AJ's matches, and I've loved having AJ around the atmosphere in the event.
I feel like he's been having fun too.
He's taking his time right now, I'll tell you that. He's got to get his rash guard all situated. He's got a reputation to uphold here.
AJ just had a masterclass in getting out of submission attempts.
Yes. And listen, nobody is a better survivor in all of jiu-jitsu than AJ Agazarm, but surviving doesn't put points on the board in this format. And passing the guard or getting a takedown doesn't put points on the board in this format. If you want to find yourself playing for the money at the end of the week, you got to find ways to put people away. Nathan, an expert at that. And I think if anybody here can put him away, I think Nathan has shown that he's capable of doing that.
Now, Haddad usually looks for a slide by, but it's going to be really tough against a D1 wrestler like AJ Agazarm.
Yeah, there's nothing you're going to be able to do on the feet that AJ hasn't seen or felt before at a very high level. Or on the ground, for that matter.
Through the first minute of this match.
Agazarm, a world champion and a silver medalist at the ADCC, has yet to put up any points on the board. And you have to think that's starting to put some pressure on him.
Warning! Get it to the ground!
Warning. I'm not sure who it was directed to, though. Be a minute.
We'll find out. Oh, there's that slide by. All the way around to the back. And AJ finds himself in survival mode again. Oh, man, he has got his hands full here. 4 minutes to work. The length of the legs of Nathan is going to be a big factor in how well this body triangle stays put together.
We mentioned Agazarm has been a bit of a Houdini throughout this season and getting free.
And listen to that masterful advice coming from the corner from Elijah Carlton. Oh my.
Uh-oh.
AJ getting in bigger trouble. Now that hand is trapped. Now if he can isolate this hand, oh my, AJ's in big trouble.
What a statement would that be? For Haddad to take out AJ Agazarm.
Now covering the mouth is Haddad.
Oh my, AJ's in big trouble. He's only got one hand to defend with. Nathan needs to take control there. Needs to take control of that cross-side hand once again. Now he starts to really put the pressure down with the hips.
Corner of Haddad telling him to take his time, be patient. He has time on his side.
Oh, I would like to see him keep control of that cross-side hand. AJ is too crafty to open up that much movement for him.
Trying to flatten Agazarm out a little bit here. Pulls up on the head, makes a space. Can Agazarm survive again?
Oh my God, he
looks like
away.
it. Wow.
Just a master at surviving horrible positions that anybody else would quit to.
He's been a Houdini here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, he should start his own magic show out here at one of the casinos.
Alakazam Agazarm?
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
not that.
No.
Let's just cancel that idea, actually.
Okay, all right, sorry.
I liked it.
They can't all be home runs. Egg liked it, which probably goes to your point.
It's
That was a
probably
bad
an
idea.
indication that you shouldn't do it again.
Very well.
90 seconds left in the match.
Oh my.
Ooh, squeeze again. And Agazarm able to get free again.
And Nathan said, I'm not giving it up. Look at that.
A little bit of
AJ.
a
Oh, no,
backstroke.
AJ. I was going to say AJ making him do all the work, but he was using his left foot to scoot back just a little bit. Okay.
Ooh.
A lot more pressure. The pressure and discomfort, not going to work. Not against AJ Agazarm. That'll work against a lot of people, but it's not going to work against AJ.
1 minute!
He's had AJ's back for quite a while. At some point, does he need to switch off?
I mean, what do you switch off to?
I'm asking the master over there. I have no idea.
You can't ask for a better spot. It's just how do you put him away? You gotta find Oh, this is what I would be looking to do for sure. Just belly him down into the mat. Start lifting that forward. This is the strategy here. It's got to be this. Time is not his friend here.
10 seconds left.
I cannot believe he survived that again.
I mean, Haddad's been in a dominant position for the better part of 4 minutes.
Incredible, man. AJ's survivability is just second to none.
Impressive performance there by Haddad, unable to get the submission. All right, we go 6 full. No points to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Wow. I mean, AJ Agazarm is a man that will quit for no one. And Haddad gave him everything he could, and ultimately we go the distance.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, he had him in a terrible position for 4 minutes. It was almost exactly 4 minutes of pressure, arm trapped, digging across the face, hips driving into him, bellying him out onto the mat. Agazarm just, I mean, he's a hero in terms of, does he have any quit in him? He has none, 0% quit in AJ Agazarm. But man, again, Nathan Haddad walks out without the points in that match, but he walks out with a tremendous amount of respect. He puts heat on another one of our top guys. He puts the heat on Barch, puts the heat on Agazarm, puts the heat on Sadler. This kid's a star, and I think that we're starting to see that he's absolutely going to be one of the top seeds leading into the playoff.
Is that the next match right there?
That's it.
That's an exciting one.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to it. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing ex-Marshall, Ben Eddy.
Ben Eddy getting the first submission of his season yesterday at match day 2. Not a lot of people have really engaged his guard game, and for good reason, but we'll see how this man approaches it. Stephen Aiken.
And his epic roll opponent, the Ninja, Andy Varela.
Here he comes, Andy Varela. Living right here in Las Vegas, training with Casey Halstead. So 2 10th Planet products on the mat here. This is our final head-to-head matchup in our second team matchup in our first block.
And they are currently tied for 6th place with 12 points apiece.
Yeah, Andy came out hot on day 1, and he looked great and produced one of our most viral moments yesterday, but he did not put any points on the board. Ben pulling into his guard early. He's got the start of a grip that he likes over here on Andy's right arm. Ben wants that underhook on Andy's right arm. Just, that's the thing to watch out for. If Ben can find that from any position, he's not far away from his most dangerous offensive weapons.
Varela gets the takedown.
Look at this, though. Andy right through his guard.
Neon belly for the Ninja.
All the way into the mount. Starting to isolate the arm early. Andy's gonna keep him in a bad spot, keep the weight down on him, make him uncomfortable, and try to force Ben Eddy to make a mistake. Ben recovers back to his quarter guard. Andy looking to dig the second underhook.
Warning, Eddie.
Warning comes in for Ben Eddy. They want more action. This is something we talked about in the rules meeting yesterday, and we went back to it even harder in the rules meeting today. The onus is on the defensive player. You are in the bad position. You have to take the risk to get out. We're always going to favor the offense in these situations. Ben tried his recovery. Does get out of the mount. Beautiful little piece of technical instruction from Casey Halstead over there in Andy's corner. Just gave him a subtle cue to circle to his right to free the trap that Ben had on the leg. Worked perfectly. Ben Eddy gets his guard passed again.
Varela, advance.
I don't think Varela agreed with that stalling warning. All right, now back on the feet.
Ben takes a shot. Varela blocks him out of there very easily. Ben pulls again. There's the overhook. But nice job by Andy getting his hips in a good position, making it very difficult for Ben to utilize that overhook. So he got that right knee cut to the inside. So even if Ben gets what he wants, if Andy's right knee, no, look at that. Another great pass.
Just past the halfway point of the match.
Varela all the way into north-south. Ben trying to work his knees to the inside space, get a recovery going. Ben very good with these inverted recoveries off of these north-south positions. Andy, got to stay vigilant.
It was like Varela caught a knee to the nose there. Just a couple weeks ago, Varela got the bronze medal at the West Coast Trials.
In comes the flag. And it's going to be Ben Eddy that is going to be put on bottom here of this referee position restart. I think we got a quick restart there. They jumped the gun a little bit.
Referee's got to keep his hands on him in that position.
No, come on.
Eddy able to get free, and now Varela stands. 90 seconds left.
So you see by Ben Eddy's name, he has a dot there saying that he's gotten that stalling penalty. If he gets 2 more and it goes to a draw, Andy Varela would get 2 points.
Knee on belly here for Varela.
Eddy recovers that knee back to the inside. Heavy hips by Varela.
Varela passes again, 20 seconds left.
So some people in the chat are asking if you have to take that referee position if you have a dominant position on the guy that's stalling.
No, no, no. In fact, we're not going to ask you to. We're just going to issue the penalty and keep it moving.
And we saw that yesterday.
There we go, 6 full. No submissions. Stephen Aiken will go ahead and make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And that means First Form wins that first block today. They had 11 points for their team.
And X Marshall only walks away with 3, so that closes the gap pretty substantially right there. That's a very interesting development. First Form, all of a sudden, they're right back in the game for that $100,000. Starting until the last block yesterday, it was starting to look like X Marshall was going to run away with this thing.
Right.
But it's still anybody's game now. Still anybody's game.
Absolutely, and a big way to start match day 3 for the First Form team. All right, 1 block is done, 2 to go. I'm TJ DeSantis, he's B-Mac, Brandon McCaffrey, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. We are going to take a quick break and come back with more action. You're watching PGF World Season 6.
It is Jet Thompson, and he is currently tied for 3rd place with 15 points. Now, Jet, you've had the Aoki lock, you've had the arm lock in under a minute, and you also had a rear naked choke with the arm in, a Rotolotine, if you will. So of those 3, which one is your favorite?
My favorite is probably the Aoki lock. It's because it was against Drunk Holmes. That was probably my first win against like an elite level black belt that's been on the scene for a while. But they were all really nice submissions.
Yes, they were all definitely very well earned as well. And now you were very feisty with PJ Barge with the hand to the mouth, and then you give a smile after. So what is the strategy with that?
I just really like using that to defend a pass because it's really hard to pass when you only have one arm. And when you're covering that mouth, you're forced to take one of your arms to rip it off. So that's why I like using it. It's because you have to like let go of something to pull the hand off your mouth, and it's really hard to pass with one arm.
I love that strategy. It is definitely very entertaining to watch. Now, you're only 17 years old. You told me off camera that this is the first time you ever experienced a tournament like this. So what are your thoughts? We're halfway through. You're in 3rd place, so how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great right now. I mean, there's not a lot of tournaments that are doing what PGF is doing. Brandon McCaffrey's doing a great job. But, yeah, it's a really cool format just to be able to go and compete over, like, a week and having, like a ton of matches, like even like brackets like ACC trials, you don't have 12 matches. But yeah, it's really fun just to be out here, and I really like the format, just the submission only. And I feel that's really good for me, and it gives me an edge over these really high-level competitors like PJ Barge and Andy Varela.
How confident are you that you're going to make it to the playoffs?
I'm very confident. I'm definitely going to be in the playoffs.
We cannot wait to see it. Jet, congratulations on everything so far. TJ, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, Alex. We appreciate you catching up with the 17-year-old Jet Thompson. You know, I'm thinking about it. He said that he's never really done a tournament like this. I don't care if you're 17 years old or if you've been doing jiu-jitsu for 17 years. Not a lot of tournaments like this.
There are none. This is not even a tournament.
Right.
This is a league.
It's true. It's a season. The tournament comes on Friday, and you got to earn your way to get there.
That's right. So you have that 4 days of the regular season. Then if the top 8 make that finale tournament, that the playoffs.
Yeah, and Thompson obviously feeling good about his opportunity in getting into that tournament. And again, the question is this a Cinderella story, or is this exactly what Jet Thompson should be doing. Should we expect this, more and more from him each time we see him, because he hasn't really looked outmatched in any of his matches thus far.
He's been as exciting as you could ever want a competitor to be, and you have to know he is already a fan favorite, and with his age, he could be a PGF star for the next 10 years. But something I'm really excited about in this next block is...
10 years from now, he's going to be 27. He could be a PGF star for the next 20 years.
Fair enough.
Just want to throw that out there.
It's true.
Yeah,
I got finished with what I was doing. I was like, I got to say something. This kid's too young. Oh my God, 20 years from now, I'll still almost be 10 years older than he is. I'm going to shut up. All right. I'm finished with my bracketing now.
Okay.
Just so, Keelan, if you can hear me, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Okay, but we're ready to go back to Alex Wendling, who's standing by with John Combs.
There is some dubstep going on. John is just telling me right now that he loves the vibes in here. So what are you liking about this PGF format right now and the energy of the building?
Oh, that's definitely one of the classiest events I've ever been to. I mean, between the couches, the well-dressed folks, really appreciate that. And then we've got more coconut water than we know what to do with. So, I mean, I've had like 12 every night. Yeah, it's been really awesome. Once Upon a Coconut's really some good stuff. But yeah, really great atmosphere in here. Never been in anything like this. And, I'm loving every minute of it.
Yes, Once Upon a Coconut is definitely keeping us all hydrated. And it's keeping your morale high because we know you went through a little bit of an injury yesterday. We saw some doctors today, so what's the news?
So it's definitely in the joint. I was worried it might have been a hernia, but the gentleman that I saw didn't think that was the case. So he did 3 hours of pretty painful PT this morning and moving a lot better. I'm going to see him again tomorrow, and then hopefully things are moving along right. I'll be able to hop in the bracket. But, today I got called by BMAC and had to make a call at like 2 p.m. and just decided probably not worth it to go out there against the level of competition that's out here at this arena. Like, these are top-level guys. Like, it would have been Elijah, Max Hansen, and Burring. Those are, like, top 20 guys right there, so... yeah.
And Sam Schwartz is your alternate for now, so he's been able to step it up. What is the message when you're being replaced? So how can you be a positive energy to the team for Epic Roll right now, who's down by a little bit, but hoping to make that comeback?
Yeah, absolutely. Just cheering loudly for the guys. Letting them know that I'm here for them in any way that I can help. And definitely showing up to practice tomorrow. I missed practice today, so I could be with that PT, but definitely tomorrow I'll be in the practice room and do my best to help these guys, crush it tomorrow.
Well, we hope you get well soon because no one likes a torn groin or anything like that. So, John Combs, we can't wait to see you back in action, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Great. Thank you.
So I appreciate you catching up with John Combs. Unfortunately, he's battling a bit of that injury bug, but he did say that this is one of the classiest events he's ever been to, and that is true. And I'm looking around, and it just keeps getting classier. BMAC, I'm worried that come finale time on Friday, they're just going to tell me I'm too ugly to get in the door.
I'm worried about that for you as well, TJ. It's something that I just want you to know, though, as the commissioner of the league, I'm trying to address it. I'm told at this time there's nothing we can do, but I am working on it, and I pledge to do my best for you.
Well, I mean, Cam Hurd got the answer he wanted. He just had to wait for it a little bit longer. I guess I'll be waiting as well.
You may be waiting a long time.
Dang it. All right, let's take a look at something. I'll prove my use while I'm here. Let's take a look at what we got still headed your way here tonight and get a look at some of our points. But we got the schedule here. Egghead, anything sticking out as far as matchups you're most excited for?
We saw Jet Thompson just a few minutes ago. I'm really excited to see him versus David Evers. Two people, unexpected, really shining in this season. And it might just tell us, okay, who truly is the Cinderella story of PGF World 6? Also kind of interesting, Elijah Carlton goes up against another former teammate from last season against Cam Hurd. Both were on Team Epic Roll in the last season. Could be interesting there. But it's one of the ones I'm really excited about is Hanato Kanuto versus Nathan Haddad. You would have thought this was a guaranteed win for Hanato coming into this season, but Haddad could take Kanuto out. He's shown, look how he got AJ's back with so much time.
Kanuto's on fire right now, though, and his confidence is soaring.
Very fair.
You at home can be playing with the PGF Season 6 Fantasy Group. Check them out at fantasizer.com/sport/PGF6 and prove that you're as smart as Egghead. Good luck. Go check it out right now over at Fantasizer. All right, our action continues here in Las Vegas. Time for our first matchup of our second block here on match day 3. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing X-Marshall, it's Quadzilla, David Evers.
The man they call Quadzilla, David Evers, set to take the mat here in our second block. He represents X-Marshall.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Jet Thompson.
And here is the aforementioned 17-year-old wonder kid of this season, Jet Thompson.
Brown belt out of Watkins Wrecking Crew, currently tied for third, just 1 point ahead of David Evers.
Playoff battle potentially right here. This could be a little preview of something we could see in the playoffs.
Also interesting, head-to-head matchup here between the two teams. Both First Form and X-Marshall have been very aggressive in accumulating points. They want to win each and every block, and they go head-to-head here in our first team matchup of the second block of match day 3.
Evers in his classic game here. Half guard to butterfly. Oh, look, tries to get a big sweep on the kid. Great balance, though. Evers now working a potential shoulder crunch. See how he has the butterfly hook on one side. He's got the underhook on the opposite side arm. Thompson sniffs it out, gets rid of it. I feel like this PGF season has been a story of the quote-unquote unknowns more than maybe any season we've ever had. And I think it's because we have so many high-level guys in here, and it's given these athletes that are lesser known an opportunity to shine. And Thompson's aggression may end up backfiring on him right here. Once David Evers gets a grip on those legs, it's very hard to shake him off of there. He's a little bulldog. Thompson, they were asking him about it. Alex was asking him about it earlier, why he frames off on the face. He said, I'm looking for a reaction. Evers staying latched on to the heel, trying to drag Thompson down into the game, and Thompson going for the counter leg lock himself. We've already seen that. Oh!
Wow. Another one for the kid, Jet Thompson.
Get out of here. This kid is unreal.
Does he know that he's the 17-year-old kid among a bunch of killers out there? Because it looks like he's the killer out there.
Amazing.
All right. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner with a break, Jet Thompson.
If you're not a fan of Jet Thompson, I mean, do you even like jiu-jitsu?
I believe that was another Aoki lock. I think it's the same thing he did to Combs early on. So Evers, okay, so let's see this reaction is here. Turns with it. Yeah, Aoki lock. Wow. Same thing that happened with him and Combs. He's put out two very good leg lockers with this counter leg lock. Evers got a little bit distracted, left his foot hanging out, and you can't let the kid have any kind of grip at all. It doesn't matter if you think it's a good position or not. Look, that wasn't a great position. Grabbed it early, rolled through with it. When he came up on the other side, he was twisting. Oh my, turned it basically into an inside heel hook with that Aoki lock. See how he's weaving that right foot through as a butterfly hook through the back. That was masterful. That kid is so good.
Yeah, he is.
I might be the biggest Jet Thompson fan on the planet.
How can you not be? Like I said, if you're not a Jet Thompson fan, like why are you watching the PGF right now?
Look, his
You have
dad
to
is
be a
here.
fan. Believe it.
I mean, his dad is here. We would hope it'd be one person might be a bigger fan.
Oh, that's true.
And First Form gains a little ground on X-Marshall
That's
right.
right.
There. And the plot thickens.
They're only behind by 3.
Wow.
X-Marshall had almost double their points yesterday.
$100,000. $100,000.
Let's get back to it. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing X Marshall, it's Davis Asari.
Points leader Davis Asari, hoping to get some back here in this meeting with First Form. He takes the mat, ready to go for the second time tonight. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Daniel Sadler.
Whoa. The Atos black belt racing onto the mat. And here we have a battle of number 1 and number 2 in the standings. Again, another preview of the playoffs.
Asari takes a seat here to start this match.
Asari goes scoreless in his first match. You got to think if you're going to score, it's going to be really hard to do it against Daniel Sadler. And Sadler's dangerous. He snaps on things quickly. Asari tends to, he's gotten the job done quickly a couple of times, but he tends to have a more methodical setup. A lot of times Sadler just flies in out of nowhere. Oh, this is big trouble though. Outside heel hook attempt. Sadler very good at countering this. Oh, this is bad. Oh my God, I can't believe he survived that, but he's not out of the woods yet. Inside heel hook, he's gonna pull him in and turn it. Ooh, oh my gosh, how did Sadler slip the knee line twice on those deep grips by Asari? A lot of that was just grit.
Yeah.
Just willing to eat it a little bit. Oh, Asari just staying on the leg entanglements, believes he.
Oh, there's the tap.
Under a minute. 4-pointer.
4-point in the break. Hopefully Sadler's okay as he's slow to get back to his feet. Definitely don't want to see an injury to a top-ranked guy according to the overall points. Sadler taking a little bit of a lap, but all right, let's go ahead and make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a break, Davis Asari.
Davis Asari getting it done.
Asari, this has to be his game plan coming in. He knew he was going to get an opportunity. Oh my God, that was so nasty. He knew he was going to get an opportunity at the legs. Missed his first 2 shots and just smelled blood in the water. Comes back in. Man, that's a huge win for Davis Asari, and it cements him into that #1 position right now.
And Davis Asari is standing by for an interview with Stephen Aiken.
Davis Asari, your points leader coming into today. Starting the week off, did you expect that you'd be #1 here today?
So initially when I got here, I wasn't sure I was going to be #1, at least top 5. But the further I got into the week, I'm like, okay, I can definitely keep that #1 spot. And it was good to get Daniel, who also had this #2.
Nice. Is there any other matches that are on your schedule this week that you're really looking forward to?
Obviously, Max against Max is going to be pretty fun, and Hinato, because both of them are really good, so I'm really looking forward to facing them.
Well, Davis, you're really setting the pace this week, man. We appreciate it so much. Thank you.
There he is, the leading point gainer in our season thus far, Davis Asari, and really cementing that, as you mentioned, 4 points a break inside a minute, and he gets it over the #2 seed thus far in Southland. Man, just onward and upward. The kid, he continues to impress here throughout a regular season.
He's doing amazing, and he gives Team X Marshall just a little bit of breathing room with those 4 points, and now they're 7 points ahead of Isoform. I mean, that's still within 1 quick kill of them being tied, but a little more breathing room.
This team block totally up for grabs right here too. 4-3 after 2 matches.
All right, we shall continue on and see what happens next. Back to the mat and Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
So the black belt out 10th Planet Atlanta, PGF Season 1, Season 3 regular season, and Season 5 champion.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Cam Hurd.
Former D1 wrestler out of Virginia Tech, Elijah and Cam were teammates last season.
We are good.
I was gonna say I gotta think Elijah feels like he can score in this match, and that's the game. And Elijah's laid out the game himself in interviews. Like, the game is the guys that you can score on. You have to go out there and make it happen. You can't wait around. You got to go out here and try to get these points where you can. Now, the problem is Cam Hurd is so hard to put away, and he's so aggressive. It's going to be hard for Elijah to just get a free one here in this first minute. So I think we're going to ultimately see Elijah try to make a move towards the legs of Cam Hurd and try to put 3 on the board. Where does Elijah sit in the point standing so far? Oh, nice pass by Hurd.
Right now, he is tied. I apologize. That's changed. He is now currently in 4th place with 15 points.
So right there in the hunt. Passes the 1 minute mark, so that elbow genie bonus point is no longer a factor. Cam circling, just looking for any kind of opening or weakness that he can sense in the guard of Elijah Carlton. It's going to be very hard to find. And you're hesitant to jump in there against Elijah because you know he can snap into position so quickly. He did it twice last night where he came in and got a break under a minute. It just can come out of nowhere.
Just past 2 minutes of elapsed time.
So we mentioned Cam Hurd was a D1 wrestler out of Virginia Tech, grappling since he was 5 with wrestling, but really only been in jiu-jitsu about 4 years. Currently a purple belt out of Silverback Academy Ascend Nova.
Cam throwing the legs past. Setting up a good opportunity here to get a clean pass against Elijah. Let's see if he can control this position and finalize the pass and maybe expose an opportunity. We saw how dangerous Cam can be in his last match against Sampson. If he gets past the guard and puts you behind, he has submissions. He can put you away. Very powerful, very athletic, and very hungry to get a W.
Carlton goes inverted.
Oh, gotta watch out. There's that triangle setup. Oh, Cam almost found himself in some hot water. Circles around, turns, gets through the guard of Carlton.
Nicely done by the former D1 wrestler, Cam Hurd.
Elijah gotta protect his arms right here. Cam definitely thinking about setting up this Kimura.
Warning, ex-marshal!
Warning for Carlton, causing the jabroni to ask, why? What?
I think he meant to say warning on Carlton, but he gave a warning to the entire team.
That's true.
They're all in trouble, dude.
It's 140 left. Elijah needs these points, as you said. If you have somebody that you possibly get them against, you have to take them when you can. Out of Elijah's remaining 4 matches after this, 3 of them are in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a match that he has to find points in. Cam just making it no chance for him to score. Cam very hard to hold on to and very crafty. He's actually passed the guard of Carlton already in this match.
Hurd did look up and take a look at the clock a brief moment ago, but I don't think he's gassed out too much or anything. Staying active, trying to clear those legs of Carlton.
Oh,
there he goes.
Holy, oh my God, he's got it. That's a wrap.
Elijah Carlton secures the triangle and huge points with the kill. You guys said he needed points, and points he got.
That was unbelievable. That's why Elijah Carlton has found himself on the top over and over again in this format. He can strike out of nowhere, and he almost always does.
Living up to the hype, the Jabroni getting it done. We're going to go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
And your winner with a kill, representing X Marshall, the Jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
What a win, a kill going the way of X-Marshals Elijah Carlton. And he's going to welcome Stephen Aiken to the mat for a post-fight interview.
Let's see what we can do here. You make it on down. Let's try this. How about this? Just a little bit. I'm buttoning my shirt here a little bit for you. Cool, man. Dude, that was really, really intense. Getting close to the end, I wasn't sure you were going to be able to put Cam away. How do you feel after getting that 6?
Feels fucking good. Cam's tough. I thought I might have gotten should have gotten a stolen call there in the beginning. So I was getting a little frustrated, but I just kept hearing Jean-Jacques tell me to go, get it done. That's all I heard. So we went and got it done.
What's it like having a legend like Jean-Jacques in your quarter?
He's been fucking amazing all week. He's just been there and said the right things, and he's the shit. He's a fucking legend for a reason. He's why all this is possible. Our whole system came from him, you know. So, thank you guys.
Hey, we appreciate it, Elijah. Let's get it, man. More work to come.
My cardio fucking sucks.
Elijah Carlton on brand and on the board with some more points here. Looking at this, B-Mac, just
I
awesome.
could watch it a million times. I just want to see the snap on the setup. Just give me that snap. Watch this. Inverted. Boom! Like a snake
Absolutely.
strike.
I was just going to say, it looks like a cobra coming up.
Give it to me again, dude. I mean, this is one of the baddest triangle highlights you're ever going to see, especially with so much on the line. To be able to do it under pressure. Oh, man. And he already had the angle cut as soon as... That's a masterclass on the triangle choke. Once again, triangle by Elijah Carlton, proven to be the most dangerous weapon in the history of the PGF. He's hit that technique more than anybody has hit any technique in PGF history. Incredible.
And with that kill, Elijah moves into second place.
Wow.
The Jabroni.
Wow.
He just finds a way. He just finds a way.
Well, so much for the reality check for the previous poster child of the PGF. He's living up to the hype. Elijah Carlton, you know, one of the most historical figures in PGF history, and again, living up to the hype. And, you know, that's going to be on the short list for submission of the night, submission of the season. Not aerial like Hanato Canuto's flying armbar, but just as impressive when you consider all the stakes on the line.
And it scored twice as many points as that arm lock.
It's true.
That's a huge factor, too.
Absolutely. All right, our night continues here in Las Vegas. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing X Marshall, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad making the walk. He would love to keep the momentum on the side of X Marshall.
The Helio Senega black belt is currently in 8th place. He needs to start putting up points if he wants to stay in the playoffs.
It's going to be hard to put him up right now. Canuto's motivated.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Hanato Canuto.
Here he comes, Hanato Canuto. Victorious via submission in his last 2 matches. So now he tries to make it 3 in a row. You can tell he is fired up to do just that. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, along with the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. Appreciate you joining us for PGF World Season 6. Got Renato Canuto taking on Nathan Haddad.
This is a true bubble match. As we said, Haddad is currently in 8th spot. Canuto is in 9th. The first person out, only 1 point behind.
Warning, Renato.
Warning here early for Canuto.
Well, it had to go against somebody. Got to get them active. We talked about it with the referees. He takes a shot. And look at that. Just the threat of that warning forces him to take a shot. He follows it through, ends up on the top position, and he's in a great position to get something going here against Nathan. Got this body lock put together. Starting to progress this pass just a little bit. Nathan framing away, trying to create some space against Canuto. Canuto on the hunt. Trying to come forward. Nathan making it very hard. Nice save by Haddad. Man, Canuto all over him. I love this super aggressive version of Canuto. Takes a nice grip on the upper body, and he's just progressing his way up the guard. Check out how Nathan keeps his right foot planted against the top of Canuto's thigh to try to push him out of here. Rather than utilizing the butterfly hook, he's using it as a frame. Trying to set his frames in against the face here as well. Canuto driving forward, a lot of pressure. Nathan gets that foot up into the hip. But Canuto has the inside space one over on his right side. Together with this body lock, it's creating a lot of pressure for Nathan. Both of these guys definitely feel that they need to score right here. And I got to think there's extra pressure on Canuto. Okay, watch out. Nathan setting up a Kimura on the far side. Nothing going. Excellent work by Canuto. High level awareness. He may have an opportunity for his pass here. Let's watch what happens with his left foot. If he's able to pummel it over to the inside. Watch it, here it comes.
Canuto now covering up the mouth.
There's that pummel. But Nathan doing a good job framing out. Canuto gonna switch his feet top to bottom. Boom. Stepping around the guard now. Nathan saving it at the last second, pulls him back into the half. That was a nice guard recovery by Nathan against a very high level, good pass attempt by Canuto. But now into the leg drag, trying to push through this thing. Sense of urgency from both athletes.
As you said, the pressure has to be on Canuto. One, he's the first person out. And two, he's a world champion.
And his team's behind. And they're behind to X-Marshall. So if he can score here, he's going to help him close that gap, especially after what Elijah Carlton just did.
If we also think about it, Renato Canuto was the first round pick of Isoform, whereas Nathan Haddad was picked up last by X-Marshall.
First form.
First form. Pardon me.
4 minutes of elapsed time.
Get into this leg drag, and now here's a nice grip for Canuto. He does not have the underhook here on his left side. If he had that, he could really put something strong together. He may be able to do it anyway, especially if he can flatten that shoulder to the mat from Nathan. Oh, there we go. Stepping over towards the mount now. Now the pressure is on. Putting a lot of pressure on the jawline and the face of Nathan Haddad. Nathan keeping calm. Nathan under a lot of pressure here from Canuto. Nathan showing up. He's got to be careful he doesn't get a stalling call here, at least a warning.
Messing with the breathing of Haddad is Canuto, rather, sorry. Inside the final minute.
The warning has been issued to Haddad from the referee's table. There's enough time here for Canuto to get something going. Nathan's gonna have to take a risk or he's gonna end up on the back of this referee position.
30 seconds.
Canuto
left.
now working an arm triangle. 20 seconds to go. Nathan starting his recovery. Canuto's gonna sit on this Kimura here. He's gonna take a run at it. Nathan escapes.
Canuto going hard on the feet.
Nathan better be careful. Canuto can strike in his flash.
We've seen that. We go 6 full. Definitely disappointing for Canuto, who was in the driver's seat, had it able to hang tough and not get submitted. No points for either man.
I think that's both guys are going to feel disappointed because they both felt like they needed to score right there.
Absolutely. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Canuto on the hunt the whole time, man. Canuto, he's having a tough time scoring in that match, but he really looked good. His jiu-jitsu looked phenomenal. Just not able to put him away when the time came.
And that breaks the consecutive submission streak for Canuto. We'll see him again later on tonight. But, you know, Egg, that was the battle of the bubble, and that's something we're going to pay more and more attention to as our night progresses and obviously into tomorrow.
Yes, and here we go. Currently we have Davis Asari still up at the top spot with 24 points. Elijah Carlton with that kill, the patented Carlton triangle, moves up to number 2 with 21 points. Daniel Sattler, Day 1 star, coming in third with 19 points. Jet Thompson, the kid, in fourth with 18 points. David Evers, PGF Season 3 champ with 14 points, and in that 5 position, Andy Varela.
Slipping down the leaderboard.
All those 12 points came in that first day. He hasn't put any points up since, so he's got to start feeling pressure himself. Ben Eddy with 12 points in that 7th spot, and as we talked about, Nathan Haddad, that last one in with 11 points. But you have to think that PJ Barch right there at the 10th spot, he's going to have a chance here in this block. He's at 7 points.
We're about to see Ben Eddy, the number 7 player right here. He's tied with Varela with 12. But we're about to see Ben Eddy right here, and if he can, man, imagine he gets a 6 right here, Ben Eddy just starts skyrocketing up the leaderboard.
Absolutely, and of course, it all leads up to our playoff coming up this Friday, live and exclusive on UFC Fight Pass. All right, more action to be had here tonight. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Representing ex-Marshall, it's Ben Eddy.
Ex-Marshall representative, Ben Eddy.
10th Planet Black Belt, currently out of 10th Planet Austin. Getting a little advice from ex-Marshall coach, Jean-Jacques.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Kevin Bury.
PGF Season 3 veteran, Kevin Buring, purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta. Kevin Buring currently in 12th place.
Mentioned Buring wearing that headgear. Got a pretty nasty left ear that had to be drained yesterday. Does that benefit Ben Eddy for his game if he gets that rubber guard going?
You know what? That's a great point. Yes, I think it does. I think it does. It's just going to be way harder for Buring to slip his head out of a position or to find extra space. Ben tried to pull him into the closed guard. I was talking to Jean-Jacques earlier today. We got to spend some time together. And he was, hey, Ben Eddy, got to be real careful. Kevin Buring, a leg lock specialist. But I was talking to Jean-Jacques a little earlier, and he was saying, look, if Ben Eddy gets to his guard, he can absolutely beat anybody in the world. He said, look at the one time that he did finally get it to his guard. He'd been trying for 2 days. Finally gets to his guard one time and gets an instant win.
Going to get a reset here in the center of the mat.
And Brendan, you were talking about Kevin Buring's leg locks. Season 3, he was leg locking a black belt a day.
It was insane to watch. He was a brand new blue belt. That was the craziest part about it. Like, you almost, it's not that big a surprise a purple belt comes out and gets a couple of wins every now and then. But when a brand new blue belt is tapping black belts in competition, it's just, it almost feels shocking.
And he was a white belt when he subbed everyone in that Jacksonville qualifier to make that roster spot.
Ben Eddy on the top position. I wonder if we might see Ben utilize the top position to get the overhook grip that he wants and then maybe roll to his back. Oh, look at that high stop. And that was a nice play by Kevin Buring. That was really good work by Kevin Buring. Very, very good.
Running out of real estate, so we're going to get a reset here.
Buring wants to fall back on a leg. He's at least going to threaten it. Maybe the threat of the leg will open up the pass a little bit more for him. Ben trying to turn back and expose this quarter. He believes if he can just build up to the position that he wants, that he can put away anybody. Ben Eddy moving into almost into an X guard position, gets the scoop on this far side leg. Got to watch for the leg lock counters of Buring.
Elijah Carlton said that Kevin Buring is the most dangerous person in the 10th Planet Atlanta room right now. And there's some killers there.
Including Elijah Carlton.
And Ryan Aiken.
Going to get a reset here as we are just past the halfway point of the match.
Buring pummels the left foot back to the inside.
During the PGF Season 5 finale, Kevin Buring actually took out a whole quintet team himself. He was set to go against the second team, but you stopped him, Commish.
Yeah. Oh, got to be careful there if you're Ben Eddy. Buring jumps over that knee. Good retention by Ben Eddy. Scoops under the leg now. Buring moves his hip away, ends up on bottom position. Ben Eddy trying to pass again.
Another reset here in the center of the mat. .90 seconds remain in the bout.
Buring tries to grab the head, come up with it. Ben desperately trying to get into the position that he feels most comfortable in and most dangerous from. Kevin has kept him shut out, just like most of the matches against Ben Eddy so far. Ben now past the guard of Kevin Buring. Ben's have got very good head and arm chokes as well.
Working that knee on belly.
Buehring, big aggressive bump, takes Ben Eddy off position.
Buehring back to his feet.
Ben tries again to pull into his guard, but Buehring just not giving him any of the grips that he wants.
Time will expire in this one. We go 6 full, no points. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
6 full minutes in the books, no points awarded. As we continue through this second block here in Las Vegas. B-Mac, where are we at in matches in this team matchup still?
That's it for the first team
That's it for
matchup
the
in
first
this
team
block.
matchup. Okay, that's
so
what I
the
thought.
first 5 matches are over. We still have 5 more matches in this block.
So we're moving on to the second team match, what you're telling me.
That's right.
All right.
Going to see Epic Roll and Team Black Rifle Coffee Company coming up next.
All right, we'll see what happens here in the second team matchup of our second block. Stephen Aiken getting into position.
Got some interesting things to share with you about this team matchup here. I'm going to let Steven do his thing right here, but as soon as that happens, I'm going to break some news to you guys.
Breaking news just around the way. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
For our next match of the evening, representing Epic Roll, Sam Schwartzapfel.
Sam Schwartzapfel started as an alternate, now in the midst of a full season run.
Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hansen.
And here comes Max Hansen, representing Black Rifle Coffee Company, his coach, Dean Lister.
Hansen currently in 13th place with 4 points. The black belt out of Adama Jiu-Jitsu.
Hansen takes a seat immediately to start the match. Getting airborne to pass those legs a moment ago was Sam.
The gauntlet continues, boys. Lot of shakeups coming your way. I'm going to hang on to it here so we can call this match, but some very interesting stuff coming down the pipeline.
I teach you what a tease is, and now you're just implementing it on us. Thanks.
Broadcast tricks, TJ. I learned from the best in the biz. His name's TJ DeSantis.
Thank you. I'll give you that $50.
Nice. I could use it. So Max Hansen versus Sam Schwartz. Sam tries a little grip on the toe hold. Thing about Sam, he will come out here and take some risk. And that could open him up to some potential trouble against Max Hansen. Oh, watch out for this Choi bar. Max very good at this. Sam pulls out, leaves his leg behind. Got to be careful. And I can feel the referee table getting a little tension on them over here. They want more action.
There was.
I can feel it. I have a sense for these things, TJ. Choi bar set up again. Sam turning back towards the toe hold. He makes that same play again. Didn't work out for him, but it does get him back to the feet. He rips out of there. Sam, so good at that play.
There comes a flag. Going to get a restart here in the referee position. Sam on bottom of that.
They just didn't feel that he was doing enough to progress his guard.
Schwartzville, the NJCAA All-American and D1 wrestler eventually.
Man, you do not want Max Hansen in this position. Ooh, putting a little pressure on the neck already. Here comes the body. No, there's the body triangle. It's locked up on the foot, but it's still very tight. This could be big for Max Hansen. He needs these points. Starting to stretch Sam out.
Seen before where he'll threaten the neck, then go for the shoulder lock, and then, you know, lather, rinse, repeat between the two of them.
Uh-oh, this could be trouble. Not quite there. Sam surviving so far, but he's got a long way to go right now. Sam trying to drag him back into position, keep his chest connection. We could see Max start to attack that shoulder lock position as well. We saw him make a run at that against Evers, I believe.
Correct.
And I thought he was gaining some good ground with that attack. That could be something that pays dividends for him here. Arm starting to slip into position. He's going to give it a run here. Let's see what kind of squeezing power he's got. It's close. He's got it.
Points racked up there for the Black Rifle Coffee Company team. Max Hansen going to get his hand raised. We're going to go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
And your winner with a kill, Max Hansen.
Solid stuff for Max Hansen, getting the kill. Big points for him and his team here in our second block. And yeah, I mean, a lot of that came from the stalling penalty. The referee position, the restart, got the back.
Yeah, and the referees just felt that Sam wasn't doing enough to progress the pass, that he was just framing out, staying on the knees, not enough activity, and it ended up costing him big time.
All right, we're going to go back to the mat. Stephen Aiken with Max Hansen.
I'm here with Max Hansen. Max, big win there. You're up in the top of the standings, man. How are you feeling so far this week?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think there's a reason that all my opponents are getting flags thrown on them. I think I got one of the best guards in the world. Not a lot of people want to engage. So if it comes to them having to go to referees position, so be it. But yeah, big thank you to Brandon McCaffrey and PGF for throwing this. I love having so many matches. I'm very used to competing very often, so it's very cool to continuously fight every day. I'm really enjoying it.
What's your favorite part about the PGF so far?
Honestly, chatting shit in the group chat was pretty awesome last night. The drama was pretty cool. And then also just, bro, getting to fight so many high-level guys. I'm getting to like really test and experiment and see a lot of different styles. I'm going to keep in mind for like when I fight these guys at the Worlds and Pan Ams and trials. I'm getting a taste of all their games. I don't have to really go in surprised, because when you fight, like, these top-level guys all have very specific games. I've now got to experiment with a lot of them and know where their weaknesses may lie, so when I fight them in the future, it'll be a huge help.
Cool, Max. Man, you're making this week a lot of fun for us, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Max Hansen, he likes the drama, B-Man.
You know, I don't think he likes the drama, but he doesn't shy away from it. He doesn't shy away from a squeeze like a diesel right there either. Check this out. Never even got close to getting under the chin. Doesn't matter. Runs that jaw right back into the throat. Horsepower from Max Hansen. Look at that look on his face, just driving that ferocious squeeze right through the face of Sam Schwartzfeld. Power play.
All right, you got more breaking news now for us? Or is it now the time?
Now's the time. So we've got a couple of alternates that are going to be coming in for Team Black Rifle. And we've actually got 3 alternates that are going to see some action tonight besides Sam.
Really?
So the Shark Week, the gauntlet of the PGF, starting to take its toll here on day 3, and this is what starts to happen. And all of these matches are going to have playoff implications, particularly this next one. It was going to be Matt Elkins versus Mike John. Mike John is out. Evan DeWitt, PGF veteran, stepping onto the mat to replace Mike John. So it's going to be Evan DeWitt versus Matt Elkins. Black Rifle has to dig down into their alternates. Now, we don't know if Mike John is out or if he's just out for today.
Right.
Maybe at the break I'll be able to get some more information on what exactly is going on. But we do know that it's about to be Evan DeWitt versus Matt Elkins right now.
Is that all you're going to give us?
That's all I'm giving you right now.
Fair enough.
Tease.
Right, got it.
You got to leave the people wanting
Understood.
more.
I should have taught you about the tease responsibly. It's irresponsible what you're doing to me. Once upon a coconut. Go drink it. Go back to Stephen A.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Epic Roll, Matt Elkins.
The black belt leader of 10th Planet Birmingham. Again, the only person that's been in every season of the PGF. 4 as a competitor, 2 as a coach.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Evan DeWitt.
He's so funny, dude.
Coming in right out the crowd.
Evan DeWitt's a black belt out of Derby City MMA, Jiu-Jitsu's gym.
He's taking advantage of this opportunity to get as much screen time as possible.
I mean, you told the athletes to make the most of the walk. I mean, he had time to think about how he's going to make the most of his walk.
Hey, with the yellow hankies, you guys get 5.
Telling the judges table that they can go take a break.
Evan DeWitt, a PGF veteran from Season 3 and Season 4.
DeWitt coming in fresh off the bench. Has not accumulated the toll on his body that Matt Elkins has so far this week. Elkins working a deep double unders pass early. DeWitt, a black belt, again coming out of Louisville, Kentucky, trains with Jiu-Jitsu. If you guys are YouTube subscribers to one of my dear friends, Chewy, Nick Alvin, Evan DeWitt is a black belt training out of that camp. Same camp that Brandon Reed trains out of, who just had a really nice run at the West Coast Trials. Shout out to Brandon Reed.
Evan DeWitt coming in as an alternate in this season. In Season 3, he was on the main roster and got hurt that first night and gave Joshua Gibbs the opportunity to become full-time Josh Gibbs.
Yeah, I believe DeWitt got hurt in his very first match in Season 3. Got injured and then came back and participated in Season 4.
Correct, and the gentleman that injured him was one David Evers.
Elkins completes the pass. DeWitt trying to sneak those knees back to the inside, does for just a brief moment. Now Elkins settles into a firm side control position.
90 seconds of elapsed time.
Elkins moving around towards the north-south. DeWitt trying to turn up onto his side. Oh, he's got to be careful here. Matt has a very mean Darce choke. Nice play by DeWitt to retreat back flat to the mat. Matt using a nice sequence of attacks there to find himself on the mount, and I got to think that we're going to see him go after his patented arm triangle here. Matt also has a really, really strong high-level punch choke as well. Finished that at the East Coast Trials. Was able to finish one of his opponents with that. Flatten him out, get him into the mount, cook him. Ooh, weaving that hand through, gonna try to create some pressure against the shoulder. Elkins very hard to deal with when he has that punch choke. That's more of a threat right there to try to get those arms to move. He'll throw that combination back and forth. Arm triangle, punch choke. Back and forth until he's able to gain a little bit of ground. But DeWitt's stuck right now on the bottom of mount.
Here we are at the halfway point of the match. Elkins in this top mount position.
Elkins again threatening the punch choke to try to get an exposure onto the arm. DeWitt staying pretty disciplined with his elbows.
Oh, now on the
There's
back here.
take. Body triangle. Elkins putting the heat on him now. A lot of squeezing. Oh, this is trouble here for DeWitt. Closer and closer to put. Oh, he survived it.
Still not out of danger though. Elkins has that full body triangle and a good amount of time to work.
Matt able to save. DeWitt almost forced them out, forced him out of position. Matt reaching across with his right arm to try to pull DeWitt's head back into position.
DeWitt hanging tough. Just 1 minute remains.
Elkins putting pressure on. Very interesting attack there, creating some tension against the spine.
Now just 30 seconds remain.
Matt trading off, gonna try to go for this arm triangle now. It's a very good arm triangle, but not a lot of time to work with it. Arm triangle, a move that typically takes a long time to work. DeWitt survives, coming in fresh off the bench. Stays alive.
6-4, Elkins unable to capitalize on the dominant position. Credit to DeWitt for surviving, as you mentioned, coming literally out the crowd there a moment ago. Stephen Aiken will make this one official. Draw, no points. As we continue here in our second block. All right, you want to tell us more?
Not yet.
No?
The time cometh.
When?
It draws nigh.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. It draws nigh?
What I'm trying to say is Carnal versus Cheryl right now.
Okay. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Epic Roll, handsome Kevin Sherrill.
The PGF Season 3 runner-up, handsome Kevin Sherrill, brown belt out of Atlanta Top Team and LHM.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Jamie Carnal.
Ooh, I like how Steven rolled his arm a little bit right there.
That's
I don't know
a
if that
skill.
was appropriate, but I did like it. I like the flair.
Lenny Hart did it for every R she ever said in Pride, pretty much.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, he was from England. Not quite sure this pronunciation is right.
Carnal takes a seat.
Cheryl attacking like he's like he's got a shot to get out here and score some points. Leg drag already sneaking around towards the back. Carnal sort of ends up on top position out of this. Now, nice save there by Kev. Uh-oh, this could be trouble. Handsome Kev looking for 7. He's got a nice grip with his right arm. If he can punch that hand out of there, he's going to go for it right here. And he's got time to get his 7. He might get that. Oh, it's all about the squeeze right here.
3, 2, 1.
Last through the minute. Oh my God, he survived that one, but he's right back in on the same attack.
Relieving that pressure is Carnal, and
holy cow.
Cheryl forced to bail. Wow.
Carnal just tough.
He's going to escape this position, guys. Forces Cheryl to mount.
Listen to that passionate coaching from Dean Lister over there.
Dean Lister wants to win, dude. Look at this, Carnal escapes. Oh, gets into a straight ankle lock attack. Oh, that's a nasty one. Oh my gosh,
Nicely
now
done.
Kevin survives a strong attack from Carnal and finds himself on top position. Carnal settling in to a guard pass, attacking the head now. Cheryl steps all the way over into the mount with it. Kevin got to be real careful he doesn't end up in a triangle right here. Oh, very nice job by Kev.
Able to get free, running out of real estate. We're going to get a reset here in the center of the mat.
That was a good look for Carnal right there. Very good look. You're not going to get a better look than that.
Yeah, both gentlemen enjoying a look at some offense here. And now Cheryl standing over the top of Carnal.
Carnal pushing his way towards the top position. Leaves the leg behind. 50-50 now. Carnal almost in position to make a good attack here. Cheryl trying to free this knee line. Backside 50-50. Carnal putting the heat on Cheryl now. Well, who would you rather have instructing you on heel hooks than Dean Lister in your corner? Switches it off to the outside, Ashi. Gotta watch this counter lock from Cheryl, though. Passes him across again. 50-50 again. And we're gonna get a reset back to the middle here. Our referee, Drew Merlot, making sure that he gets this reset exactly correct.
What an ebb and flow in this match. It was Cheryl early, and Carnal was able to survive, going offense himself, and he's been the one sort of leading the dance since getting free and getting in control.
Carnal reaching through with his opposite hand, trying to grip. He makes the roll, exposes the, oh, just a brief exposure of the heel. Every time he makes a roll right there. Switching back to the other side now.
.90 seconds left in the match.
Carnall's had a couple of pretty good looks at this thing. Sherrill able to defend his legs pretty well so far.
You have to think both competitors are really going to sell out this last minute. Neither have put any points on the board this season, and this match might be their best shot.
Just 1 minute remains here in the match as we get a reset.
Kevin just has not been able to free his knee line. As soon as I say that, frees his knee line, comes up on top with the guard pass. Now Kevin sits back and he's going to try a leg attack. Got to be careful here. Carnall might jump to his back. Kevin putting some heat on a straight ankle lock here. Got his belly down. Oh my God, he was ready to tap.
Oh, wow.
He was ready to tap, and Kevin adjusted his pressure. Now Carnall comes up attacking the back. What a match.
It'll be interesting if Sherrill has any idea how close he was to winning that match. I don't know.
I don't think he knew how close that he was to tapping right there.
All right, we go the distance. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Well, we know that handsome Kevin Sherrill can go on smoothcomp.tv and easily rewatch that match and see just how close he was.
Absolutely.
Great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
If you haven't checked that out, do so. It's on demand. All of our matches here from PGF Season 6. You can watch them very nice and tidy. You can hit the slow-mo and watch it double
Put
speed,
up 4
slow speed.
screens at a time.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Absolutely. Here, BMAC.
Smoothcomp.tv.
Sound like almost like it's auto-tune at times because you slow it down. You're like,
Can you
make weird
speed it up
noise.
too?
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Yeah,
didn't
you
know
make some
about
strange noises, very strange noises.
Yeah, that's with
So-
no processing whatsoever.
Yeah, we are adjusting some things here as we continue our match day 3 in Las Vegas. And we're talking a little bit about the coaches, and one narrative that we haven't really talked too much about are the Machados. Jean-Jacques, Hegan, any rivalry there? They're the front-running teams thus far.
You got to think there's at least a little rivalry,
Right, there has to be, yeah.
Anytime we have brothers coming up in the PGF, famously Matt Elkins and his brother Jake Elkins were on the card they were on the roster at the same time during season 2, and it was this highly anticipated matchup because we knew they were going to match up in block 12. So all week we were talking about block 12 and who's going to get a seat at the table for Thanksgiving. It ended up Matt Elkins gets the win over his older brother and got all those beatings back from his childhood. But you know, there's another Machado here. Carlos Machado here as well with us at PGF this week. Carlos, absolutely one of my favorite humans, one of my mentors as well. There he is right there. There's Jean-Jacques. Just an absolute legend.
And he's got his game face on 24/7. And I like when he said, you know, first I want to win, and then second, want to win some more. And I mean, he's had words of advice for every single one of his athletes when they come out. They go straight to him before they even start the match. And I think that's pretty special and cool. And, you know, Hegan taking it in. He's doing things with his first form team. You know, it's going to come down to the wire, too. And the drama just keeps building and building and building. And it keeps building for whatever you're going to tell us soon, hopefully, because I'm
Not
pins and
this
needles.
match.
Really?
Not this match. But I'll tell you what I will tell you about this upcoming match.
Okay.
Rematch. PJ Barch versus AJ Agazarm. They met at the trials before the last ADCC, and PJ actually, we've talked all week about how hard AJ is to put away. PJ took the back of AJ, finished him with a rear naked choke.
Well, lightning
Am I
strike twice.
recalling that correctly?
You are. I think he had 4 rear naked chokes in a row during that trials.
All right, so that is coming up. Take a look at the rest of the schedule for our match day 3. We're going to see the kid again, Jet Thompson.
And you got to think he's been going to be looking for some serious points against Kevin Sherrill.
Here's your current leaderboard here. Davis Asari still on top. Carlton coming in number 2. Sadler at number 3. I will give you guys a little hint. Next news involves Sadler.
Oh, interesting.
It looked like he had a real bad pop there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sitting in that number 3 spot, too. All right.
Let's take it to old Stephen
Okay,
Aiken
we
out there.
are ready to go. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Epic Roll, AJ Agazarm.
The black belt out of Gracie Baja, ADC silver medalist and a world champion.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
Top seed in the power rankings coming into season 6, PJ Barch. Some last minute words from his coach, Dean Lister. And he takes the mat representing Black Rifle Coffee Company.
Barch currently on the outside looking in the 11th place with 7 points.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Egg. The magic number to get into that 8th spot would be 11 or higher.
For now.
For now.
At 11, he would tie with Haddad. Really, to make sure he gets in, he needs at least 12.
If there is a tie, it comes down to head-to-head. Then it goes down to most total wins.
So if it was a tie, currently it would go for Barch if he could tie Haddad, because Haddad had that one awesome rear naked choke, whereas Barch has 2 breaks.
Barch decides to pull guard. Familiar foes here. Somebody's J has got to go. Whoever loses this match got to drop the J from their name.
You don't want to be P Barch, do you?
No.
No.
Or A Agazarm.
That's not so bad. At least you'll be first in the phone book.
That's true.
So Agazarm was issued a warning from the table. PJ decides to pull and then back to the feet again. He's tried that tactic a couple of times. AJ working into an underhook.
You know, I don't know if I'm sitting in the first row here at PGF. I might go third.
That's the best
third row.
seat.
I just don't want to get hurt.
That's
you know?
courtside seats, man.
That's true.
Sometimes Shaq just goes flying into the front row. That's why you pay the big money for those seats.
These gentlemen are both great wrestlers, but we were...
AJ decides to pull guard. Some kind of rip in the fabric of the universe right here. PJ wants to drag him into a leg entanglement or use the threat of it to come up and start his passing. That's what he does. PJ now creating the pass. Agazarm saves himself briefly. Knee back to the inside, dog barking, looking for action. That dog not satisfied with the pace of the match so far.
I'm just going to no-sell that. I'm just going to let it lie. Barch having some words with the referee. Here comes the flag.
Let's see what's going to happen here. They're putting AJ on the bottom.
Agazarm looks at the judges' table and goes, really?
AJ taking his time.
Yeah,
he might get another penalty. For fans at home, if you get 3 penalties and it goes to a draw, your opponent gets 2 points.
And help me out here, B-Mac. Is he entitled to another warning before another stalling call?
No, it's all stalling calls moving forward.
Past the halfway point of this match.
BJ overhooking that ankle. AJ scoops the leg, but allows Barch to progress on the pass. AJ just holding on for dear life. That
Ooh,
foot.
to hold.
Ooh, man, a lot of pressure on that. Forces a reaction from AJ.
Another look at that toe hold, maybe.
AJ would rather die. I think he'll let it break. I think he might let it break. Dueling toe holds.
Anything you can twist, I can twist better.
BJ got to be careful he doesn't let his own leg get bent, even though that wasn't perfect positioning from Aga's arm. Doesn't have to be perfect if you got a great grip, good finishing mechanics, and a bend in the leg.
Under 90 seconds remaining in the match.
PJ trying to pass. AJ didn't even check the shoulder, just like he just reached up and palm strike him. He thought this was combat jiu-jitsu. Ooh, up kick there from AJ.
Inside the final 30 seconds.
AJ almost able to create a pass here.
Ten seconds remain. Aga's arm back to his feet. We go 6-fold. All right, to make this one official, we will go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Ends in a draw. No points awarded.
I'd like to hear from both of these guys actually. Just because I like to hear AJ talk on the mic a little bit, and because I want to see how PJ is feeling. Can we talk to him, Stephen? Stephen, can we talk to these guys?
Stephen Aiken gonna. They have exited the arena. Stephen Aiken gonna.
AJ's right there.
AJ's there. I think PJ's gone to the back.
Yeah, I want to hear from Barch. Somebody go grab him.
All right, we'll send somebody on it, but AJ's now with Stephen Aiken.
A lot of action in that match. They threw the flag on you, man. What do you want to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, learn some wrestling, Brandon. What's going on over there? You got 10 Planet guys calling stalling on the feet? Come on. No offense, Eddie. No offense.
So I think what they're looking for is for you guys to really be pushing the pace and to really be selling out more for submissions.
Did you guys think we were pushing the pace in that match? Yeah. Let the audience decide the stall call. You have to get a boo-o-meter for the stall before you guys decide. PJ is how many times you ADCC? Once? All right, I got him beat. I went 4. And I have a medal. But he got me. but he got me on the last one.
We know AJ's a little bit old, so he had to back up and run a lot. But he had his best match of the week for sure. So we're proud of him.
You're still breathing heavy. He's still breathing heavy. Listen, it's high class, high caliber athletes. The roster is very deep. I know you guys aren't seeing the sub out here, but I'll tell you what, I'm working for it. I know PJ's working for it. You have how many now?
What, subs?
Yeah.
Just 2.
It's 2 more than me, so.
Nobody's taking my back yet.
Hey, great job, guys. One more last question for each of you. How hard is it to get a submission in 6 minutes against this high level of opposition?
I mean, it's tough, man. And you can see that guys play different games based on who they're going against and stuff. Like, it's a sprint for 6 minutes to try to get there.
What do you think about that? Is 6 minutes enough time to get a submission?
6 minutes is plenty of time. I think we gotta decide, maybe penalize the guard pulling a little bit, or encapsulate the mats with like a pit or something, so we can't have anywhere to go. Because there's a few times even PJ got it, and then we're going out, and it's just like it's a chaos, you know. And I think the cage aspect is tough because you have the body up against the cage, and that's kind of uncomfortable, and we're not really fighting brawls. But the pit, maybe we can start to look at that for the future. But hey, more than anything, I appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate being out competing in front of you, going against world-class athlete, my PJ and all the other guys on the roster. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, we appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you, PJ.
All right, back here, Matt's side in Las Vegas. You're getting called out a little bit by AJ Agazarm.
The time approacheth, and now is.
That's time.
For me to reveal that news to you.
Okay.
Okay. We got another alternate coming in here. So Samson Fumabout looks like he injured his elbow in that match against Cam Hurd. Moose Fritz is in the game, so we get to do it. We get to do the Moose horns. When Moose comes out, everybody got to go Moose and put your horns up.
That's right.
Season 5 veteran Cody Moose Fritz.
It was one of my favorite parts of Season 5 every time we walked out.
But I tell you what, he's taking on Andy Varela. And now listen, Fritz, very game upon, and he cut the most weight to be here. So he really cut a lot of weight to be here. Very big, very long, very lanky. But he's going up against Varela right here. And Varela gotta be thinking 6. He might be thinking 7.
Yeah.
And if this matchup has a huge impact on the playoff picture.
So to your point, they were talking, I was here during the practice, and Moose is already back up to 195.
Big boy. Let's do this.
All right, without further delay, we're going to go back to the mat and Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Epic Roll, the Ninja, Andy Varela.
Andy Varela making the walk representing Team Epic Roll.
Varela currently tied for 6th place with 12 points for the black belt out of 10th Planet Las Vegas.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Cody Moose Fritz.
Moose. Cody Fritz ready to go to work here in Las Vegas. He has been waiting for this opportunity as an alternate, and the opportunity has come now.
You don't want to see anybody get hurt, but I'm glad to see some of these guys get their shot. Oh, Andy's coming out hot. He wants that 7. Uh-oh. He's putting the heat down on Moose. He smells an opportunity.
You said Varela hasn't put any points on the board since day 1. He needs to start doing it.
Potential gift from the universe right here. And, you know, I hate to, downplay Moose's skill, Moose's ability, because obviously he wouldn't be here if he wasn't very skilled, very good. But, man, you're taking on Andy Varela right now. A hungry, desperate Andy Varela as well. Oh, my gosh. Looking for a buggy choke. That's going to be hard to do against Andy Varela. Moose just fighting for his life right now. And he's keeping the action moving. Uh-oh.
That extra point going to go by the wayside here as 1 minute of elapsed time. But Varela in a great position to try to go for 6.
Oh, he's going to.
There it is. Andy Varela getting it done. The kill over Cody Moose Fritz. We mentioned Varela on a mission. Mission accomplished. Getting it done. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner with a kill, Andy Varela.
Andy Varela getting it done quickly. He'll now speak with our Stephen Aiken.
Great work in that match, Andy, man. You're putting in a lot of work this week. How you feel after getting those 6 points?
I mean, it feels good. I've literally not had one submission put on me, not one sweep, not one takedown. And I'm still getting draws, so that hurts my heart. But I'm glad I got a choke finally. And yeah.
How different is it to put in that much work and be dominating somebody for a whole match like that and then still get 0 points just like they did?
It fucking hurts my soul. But that's what I was here to do, is fucking figure it out, 5 days of competition, just trying to learn and grow. And yeah, put on a show for all these people here.
Man, you're putting in a lot of work and we really appreciate it. Thank you, Andy.
Andy Varela getting it done, the kill over Cody Moose Fritz. And yeah, I mean, that's what you need to do if you want to go far in this season and, change up in the game as far as opponents concerned. And Andy Varela, a big favorite in that match. He looked like it and gets the kill, B-Mac.
And that is a big factor in the scoreboard. Give me an update right there. I want to hear how that shakes it out.
With that kill, Andy Varela now moves up to tie for 4th place with the kid, Jet Thompson, both with 18 points. That also means that X-Marshall wins the block with 10 points. And Team Epic Roll moves up to 18 points for their team. X-Marshall still has 62, the lead there. They're up by 13 over First Form.
Okay. We have got a couple of other changes that had just come in. Day 3 taking its toll on the PGF regular roster right now. The next one has major playoff implications. Actually, the next 2. There's 2 more.
There's 2 more.
Major playoff. They just got delivered to me just a second ago. Major playoff implications.
Do we have enough alternates?
We got enough.
Okay, good.
We were teasing the idea of if we started running out of people that I was going to throw my suit off and run out there. But it would be awkward for me to win my own show.
Okay.
So I'm going to let them slide.
I like your bravado and confidence.
Well, listen, I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was, which is like good enough to like win a Naga or something like that.
All right. Are we ready for the next one?
No, we're not ready for the next one. I think what we're going to do is we're going to move over here. I want to talk to a couple of these athletes. I want to hear about the sub of the night last night. So I think I want to go over to Alex and talk to her over there just a little bit.
All right, we are going to go over to Alex Wendling, who will be standing by here with Max Hansen. And she's all set, so we go to Alex now.
I am standing by with Adamus black belt Max Hansen, and you were the lone scorer in that last block for your team, and you got the kill. So how do you feel?
I'm feeling pretty good. Like I said on the mat, like I've had the most of my opponents have had flags thrown against them. I think there's a reason for that. I have one of the most adept guards in the game. I don't think there's many people who can deal with it. There's a few people on the show who I know can definitely deal with it, but as we're seeing, it's becoming hard for me to like score just because I feel like people are always backing away from my guard. So I'm just grateful I could get the kill there. Yeah.
And so now you are tied in the 9th spot. The top 8 will make it to the playoffs. So how confident are you that you will be in the top 8 come Friday?
I don't think it's a confidence thing. I just want to take this one match at a time. I don't want to force anything or put any expectation on myself to score. When it comes to submissions, you can't force these things, right? Like otherwise, it's just like you feel like you're just spazzing out for 6 minutes and you end up doing nothing at all. So I just want to continue to stay calm, continue to have a good time, and continue to experience high-level rolls for sure.
Staying calm, cool, and collected is always very important. But yesterday we did see things get a little bit chippy between you and Daniel Slather. And I know things kind of got heated once he started talking trash to you mid-match. So what did he say and what escalated after that?
So for 5.5 minutes, he basically does nothing at all. Gets a flag thrown on him, backing away the entire match. The last 30 seconds, he's like, "I want your soul, bitch." And to me, it's like, my G, you had 5.5 minutes to do that. And so I basically just said, "You're a fucking bitch," something along those lines. He didn't take too kindly to that. He came backstage. He tried to start a scuffle. As soon as I was ready to step up, he literally makes a 180 and goes and sits in the corner while he lets everyone break it up. So kind of some pussy shit from the dude, but it is what it is. I heard today that he actually left the building. He looked a little emotional, which is very unlike him to be so emotional and be throwing tantrums, very unlike him. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's pulling out, if he got hurt against Davis, but, yeah, he won't be fighting his last match today. Hopefully he's all right. I know I'll be fighting my last match, so I'm just focused on that. I got a tough opponent ahead of me, yeah.
So does this animosity tie back to WNO 22? Like, were you guys already coming in with a bit of a chip on your shoulder and bad blood from that fight, or were you guys cool before and then things escalated again yesterday?
No, honestly, I've always shown the guy respect. We fought in IBJJF, had a very close match. We fought in Who's Number One. Obviously, he caught me with an armbar. I showed him respect after the match. And even during the match, we were respectful. But this guy's a head case. You know, he's known for throwing these tantrums. He's known for crying on the mats. He's kind of known for just spazzing out mentally. So maybe he needs a therapist or something. Hopefully he finds the help he needs.
Have you ever had someone continue to fight after the bell was rung and continue to try to fight for a submission like he did yesterday?
No, actually, I don't think that. No, actually, I don't think that's ever happened. That was kind of. I think he was just frustrated when he realized he couldn't get anything off on me. He was literally waiting for me to reach to try to replicate what he did at Who's Number One. But I know for a fact I never make the same mistake twice in jiu-jitsu. I'm continuously improving. So again, I wish the guy the best. I hope he's improving too, and I hope he fixes his issues. I hope he's doing all right.
Well, you two are both very, very talented, but we cannot wait to see what you do for the rest of this tournament and obviously hope he's doing okay with his injury. Thank you so much for the time, Max. You are a class act, and we can't wait to see you in action. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. B-Mac, there's a lot said there.
Yeah, you know, I don't really have much to say about that.
Yeah.
You know, I want the guys to get along.
Right.
I want there to be. I don't want any animosity out here amongst these guys, but there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of heat. There's a lot of emotions. I don't want these guys feeling that way with each other. And more importantly, I really hope Daniel Sadler's okay. But we will not see Daniel Sadler for the rest of the evening. Sadler is out. John Chandler is in his spot. John Chandler, last man in as an alternate, and David Evers is out. Dane Leake coming into his spot. The people wanted Dane Leake. Dane Leake, his people really got after us on social media. We want Dane. We want Dane. You're going to get a chance to see him. Dane Leake is in. David Evers is out. Again, I do not have an update on whether these guys are out for the rest of the, tomorrow, but they're done for tonight.
All right, good to know. All right, we've got another interview standing by with Alex, and she's going to crown the submission of the night from last night.
I am standing by with Renato Canuto, and you are currently tied in the 9th spot. How confident are you feeling that you're going to be in the top 8 come for the playoffs?
I think it's very doable, 100% doable. I feel like the last match I went against what I said I was going to do because I watched what Haddad did. And other guys, he was like in a row and in a tear. So I was like, you know what? I don't want to be fucking getting thrown by this kid and having him on my back and shit. So I feel like I ended up playing a good game where I was controlling him, but that was a hard way to get a submission. I feel like my game matches better when I'm like speeding and moving and catching them off the scramble. But it is what it is, you know. Like, you see, it was a good match. Going to get the sub. With Andy, at least, I feel like we're going to scrap pretty hard. We used to train a lot together for about like almost 3 years at least. And we haven't trained for like almost 2 years now. So he has gotten a lot better, has a lot of experience. I'm going up with him right now. I have PJ tomorrow. I have Davies Asari tomorrow. And I have Cam. Cam? Cam Hurt, yeah. No, not Cam Hurt. No. I forgot his name. Sam. I have Sam tomorrow. That's what I meant. Yes. So have 4 more matches. Definitely feel like I will get into the playoffs. I'm hoping so. Got to get a choke, help my team up. You know, I don't know how far we are from X Marshall at this point, but hoping for some chokes now.
Well, you definitely had an amazing submission yesterday, and the internet went crazy for it. Flying armbar, again, as Canuto as it gets. So in honor of that, we have a special prize for you. It is the G-Shock. It is the unbreakable G-Shock, and it provides absolute toughness, which is also what you provide, the action. How are you feeling about that?
So sick. I'm so excited. What color is this?
It looks like a nice little dark black for you.
Wow, this is so sick. I'm colorblind. I don't want to say the wrong color, so I appreciate you guys very much. Hell yeah. Hey, G-Shock, if you're watching this, sponsor PGF, sponsor Renato Canuto, you know. You see me doing fly armbars on the G-Shock, never getting hurt. You know why.
Yeah, your next flying armbar is going to have to be with you wearing that. Yes. Congratulations, Renato. We cannot wait to see the action that you have coming up next. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Alex. Appreciate you catching up with Renato Canuto, who, as Alex said, really set the internet on fire with that flying armbar, a highlight that you're going to see for years to come. So clean, so smooth, and like Alex said, so Canuto.
So perfect. Just that clip I've seen it. I bet I've seen it reposted 500 times. I mean, unbelievable. Made me, I lost my mind when I started. I just started screaming. I didn't even have more. I just went primal.
Yeah, I think about, my first exposure to jiu-jitsu. You remember Ramita Sato? Remember the old highlights? I mean,
flying armbar master.
Exactly.
Dude.
That's
one of the first guys that really made me fall in love with grappling was watching Sato.
Yeah.
He was amazing.
All right. Phenomenal stuff last night. Of course, we should tell everyone how they can watch it. Smoothcomp.tv.
Smoothcomp.tv. You can watch the matches live, or you can go back and watch any of the matches that have taken place as well. And you can skip all the boring talk from these nerds over here. Not me.
Us nerds.
These nerds
Us
over
nerds.
here.
Proud nerd.
Skip all this boring talk and get right to the action. Pull up 4 matches at a time and watch them if you want. You got the live match going. You got three previous matches going. Tell them a little bit about New Hope Regeneration, dude.
Let's do it. New Hope Regeneration Stem Cell Therapy actually sponsoring PGF, and the winning team are going to be treated to some stem cell therapies. And I don't care how long you've been in jiu-jitsu. If you're competing at this high level, everyone could use some New Hope Regeneration.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kevin Lucas. Appreciate him coming through on that. All the sponsors, Once Upon a Coconut, all these team sponsors, X Marshall, Black Rifle, First Form, Epic Roll. Just feeling really proud to have these guys here supporting and being a part of it. Thank you to everybody that's come. And a big shout out to everybody that's watching at home. The numbers, the analytics have been, I mean, my mind's been blown. I really feel overwhelmed with love and support to everybody that's reaching out to us and telling us how much you're enjoying the show. And there's still a lot more to come.
Absolutely. Time for our third and final block of match day 3. We're going to go back to the mat in Stephen Aiken.
Representing X Marshall, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
There he is, the jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton. Representing X Marshall, his coach, Jean-Jacques Machado.
And with a kill in his last match, moving himself into that number 2 position with 21 points.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
Random schedule doing PJ no favors right here. Not a lot of time to rest. So we're seeing him again really quickly. Elijah versus PJ right here. Very high level match.
Carlton to the floor early.
Oh, Elijah with a very nice entry early. But I'll tell you something, PJ is a very dangerous counter leg locker against this 50-50 position. Elijah cannot slip up and make a mistake. Elijah digging through. Wouldn't this be crazy?
PJ entered the season as the #1 power seed.
And currently finds himself on the outside looking in for the playoffs. This now, PJ moves into the more offensive position. PJ has his foot unprotected back there. He's got to be careful. They're staring each other down. Inside heel hook, PJ Barch.
I didn't see it. All right. The break and the points. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
Your winner with a break, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
Submission goes the way of PJ Barch. 3 points. Gets past the Jabroni grappler, PJ Barch. Going to now speak with our Stephen Aiken.
All right, I'm here with the Butter Panther, PJ Barch. Big win against Elijah Carlton just there. I think that was 3 points for you. How are you feeling about where you stand in the playoffs right now?
I mean, I'm a little closer. I mean, I might be in it. I don't know. I'd have to look at the numbers. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not really 100% sure. I know that you were on the outside looking in as the day started. We've had a couple guys that are taking a couple injuries. How are you feeling body-wise?
I feel great. Yeah, I'm just getting started.
All right, man. We're looking forward to you get some more kills tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
So with that break, it takes him to a tie, a three-way tie with Renato Canuto, Max Hansen, those two gentlemen, all three at the 9th position. But the team points haven't been awarded yet for today.
That's
so
right.
that might change things.
Good insight, Egghead. And we can take a look at that 50-50 counter heel hook. I told you guys, man, PJ is dangerous. You put PJ in 50-50, he's so good at defending his leg and then digging himself into an offensive position. That was dangerous right there. But because he already had such a good grip and good bite on the heel, he was able to leave his leg unprotected for just a split second, move himself into a more offensive and breaking position, and gets a much-needed win against the #2 athlete on the leaderboard right now in Elijah Carlton.
Is that our next match?
Yeah, this is it. David Evers out, Dane Leake is in. And we got Sampson is out, Moose is in. So we're gonna see Dane Leake versus Cody Fritz right here.
All right, let's get back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing ex-Marshall, the great Dane Leake.
Dane Leake coming in as an alternate.
A PGF Season 3 veteran and PGF Season 4 runner-up.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Cody Moose Fritz.
Here comes the Moose. Cody Fritz, second match of the day. Had a bit of a rude welcome to Season 6, getting paired up with Andy Varela right away, but now he takes on Dane Leake. And here we go. We are underway. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF Season 6, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
Dane creating a good situation for himself early. Jump to the head, use that to pass the guard.
Just gotta watch out. Moose Fritz is a purple belt out of the 10th Planet Santa Barbara, Jeremiah Vance's school. He hit a fly trap in that LA qualifier for Season 4.
And he's a master of the weird. He's a rubber guard player, buggy chokes, fly trap, all kinds of crazy submissions. But those are not going to help him right here. Dane Leak, very experienced black belt. This guy's a winner. Like you mentioned, he was the runner-up at Season 4 of the PGF. And he was just dying to get out here on the mats this week. Moving towards the back. Very good back player. Oh, is he moving to it? I thought he was going to make the move to the twister. He's under the neck. This is big trouble for Moose. Oh, Dane Leak coming in off the bench, getting it done.
Huge kill for Dane Leak, an ex-marshal, as he submits Cody Moose Fritz. Nicely done with the kill to make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a kill, Dane Leak.
Dane Leak with a huge statement, his first match in, coming in as an alternate. And
putting points on the board for the squad. That's
yeah.
huge for his team.
Points that matter a great deal. BMAC, walk us through the end.
Well, once he got to the back position, I really thought he was going to try to make a move to the twister, but he already had his left hand under the chin. And so then it just became a matter of freeing this protecting hand here of Moose. And you see how he punches that away and slides in. Very nice move on his choking mechanics by Dane Leak. Very experienced black belt. And you see why Jean-Jacques made the move so quick to try to get Dane Leak when it came his time during the draft.
Huge statement. Dane Leak living up to the hype thus far, 1 for 1 in terms of his PGF Season 6 run. And we're going to run back to the mat, chat with, or go to Stephen Aiken for our next match.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing ex-marshal, Davis Asari.
Davis Asari, your front runner as far as individual points are concerned. He represents Jean-Jacques Machado, an ex-marshal.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hansen.
Okay, Max had a lot to say. A lot of controversial things to say over there with Alex.
Hansen takes a seat to start the early match.
Sorry, getting into a body lock early. Creating a lot of pressure against Max's guard. Max very calm, cool, composed when he's out there on the mats, though.
As mentioned, Asari at the top of the leaderboard with 24 points. Max Hansen tied for 9th with 10 on the outside looking in.
Sorry, getting into his body lock. Almost into the body lock. Does have Max flattened out. Doesn't exactly have the grips he wants. Max now getting the scoop grip on the far side, but a good crossface from Asari. Oh, throwing by. Asari with a nice attack. Put the fear of God in Max Hansen right there.
Sorry, back to his feet.
Ooh.
Nice pass there by Asari.
We've seen a couple of different times people trying to throw up buggy chokes, but nobody has gotten very deep into it at all. All it's really done has allowed the top guy to settle into a better position. Sorry, getting heavy down onto this north-south position. That goes to both knees. Maybe trying to expose this Kimura opportunity. They're going to try to get Hansen moving here. Oh my goodness. Hansen framing out. Has to turn up to his side. Now the knee to the belly for Asari. Hansen kicks away. They'll reset back to the middle.
2.5 minutes remain in the match.
Sorry, putting pressure. Here comes the body lock now by Davis. Excellent work. What a pass by Asari. Used that butterfly hook, the push that Max gave him with that butterfly hook, just a little too much extension. And as soon as Davis felt that, floated those hips. Very supple passing by Davis.
Back to this north-south for Asari.
Davis wants to isolate an arm. Finding it very hard to do against Max. Max staying. All right, so they've issued a warning to, Max just kind of threw his hands like, I don't know, man. They've issued a warning to both guys from that north-south position, both the top and the bottom.
Now we are inside the final minute. Hansen to a knee, likes to stay grounded. Final seconds of the match. We go the distance. All right, Steven, make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points gained for your leader, Davis Asari, and no points for Max Hansen either, who everybody needs more points at this point of PGF. So obviously both of those guys, I think, you know, not feeling great about what happened there, but Still another day yet to go for them as we are just on match day 3. Again, match day 4 headed your way tomorrow. But your thoughts on the bout?
Both guys neutralized one another. You know, Davis got around to that north-south position a couple of times. Hansen got called for a warning once, and then they kind of evened it out and called a sorry for a warning once. I thought that was at least fair.
Right.
But neither guy able to score. Hansen still just right on the outside looking in on the playoffs. Asari still sitting at number 1, but look who's coming up right here. Nathan Haddad. And he's going to be taking, he would be taking on Mike John, but it's going to be Evan DeWitt coming in off the bench to face him. Had got to be looking at this thinking this is an opportunity for 7 for me.
Our first team matchup continues in this third block. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing ex-Marshall, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad. Hey, can you give me an update on Haddad's points?
Currently, he is the last person in, ranked 8th with 11 points.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Evan DeWitt.
Evan DeWitt, the PGF Season 3 and Season 4 veteran. Black belt out of Derby City MMA, that's Jiu-Jitsu's gym. He faced a tough challenge with Haddad.
I mean, that might be the understatement of the century. This kid's given everybody serious problems, even the guys who are quote-unquote better than him.
And he knows he needs the points because he's got Hanato Canuto, Max Hansen, and PJ Barch all just 1 point behind him.
If I'm Nathan, I'm trying to get busy right away. I want that 7. But, you know, Evan found himself in a bad position for a long time against Matt Elkins. Matt could not put him away. Nathan getting active right here.
Oh, hard collar tie.
Arm drag here by DeWitt. Haddad jumps past the guard as DeWitt tried to move forward. Haddad trying to move towards the back. Got that hand trapped up under the bottom. Locks up the body. Here comes the knee on belly. Steps all the way over into the mountain. This is bad news for DeWitt.
1 minute of elapsed time. Haddad in control here in top position on DeWitt.
DeWitt trying this kipping escape. Does manage to work it out. Very nice work by Evan DeWitt. Good hips by Haddad, but DeWitt maintains his guard, shuts him out. Jumping past the guard again. Evan doing a nice job with his guard retention and recovery so far. Nathan putting a lot of pressure on him, but Evan proving that he's game. Evan looking for anything to slow down this barrage. Comes the double underpass. Evan trying to reach through and maybe pull that arm through versus the double underpass. Boy, wouldn't that be crazy if he could isolate that arm and pull him into a triangle? Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Evan DeWitt trying to play offense, but that gets his guard passed. Uh-oh.
Now on the back.
Big trouble.
Body triangle here for Haddad.
Nathan has that cross grip. Got Evan's arm pretty far out of position. He may look to start trapping that arm with the leg.
Touch under 2.5 minutes remain here in the match.
Dean Lister with some impassioned coaching from the sideline, pulling for his guy, Evan DeWitt. There's that arm trap. Okay, man, just barely missed it. A lot of pressure, a lot of pressure.
Trying to push on the arm.
Oh, he survives.
He gets free. It's still in a tough spot. Body triangle still on display here for Haddad.
Look at the craftiness, switching that body triangle back and forth.
.90 seconds remain.
Oh, this could be trouble. Starting to belly him out. DeWitt starting to free his hips, though. Arm triangle transition here for Nathan. Switching off the Rotola team now. A lot of pressure. This is big trouble. This could be the end.
Putting all the pressure down here is Nathan Haddad. One minute remains.
Moves that Rotola team down to the bottom side. A lot of pressure. DeWitt's in big trouble. Ooh, he may be thinking about it.
45 seconds.
Oh my gosh, DeWitt survives again.
So tough.
The opportunity for a submission slipping away here for Haddad. Just under 30 seconds remain.
Shooting the triangle. Switching off the arm.
It's 10 seconds.
Final few moments of the match. He survived.
But too late.
My goodness.
Evan DeWitt saving the points. Holy cow, man. Nathan was bringing heat the entire time, but Evan DeWitt finds a way to survive and gets to the draw.
Yeah,
Incredible.
big drama late. We go the distance. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Man, Evan is a survivor, able to make it the distance. And now we're taking a look at our point totals. You see Haddad in that number 8 spot.
But right behind him in a three-way tie, Hanato Canuto, Max Hansen, and PJ Barch, three of the most highly touted competitors going into the season. They all have 10 points, just one behind Haddad. He is not safe.
And neither is Evers. Definitely not Evers. Neither is Ben Eddy. They're only at 12.
Fair enough.
So the top of the pack, as far as the leaderboard is concerned, starting to separate themselves a little bit now as time is of the essence.
All right, let's go back to Stephen Aiken for our next match.
To the mat, representing ex-Marshall, Ben Eddy.
Here comes Ben Eddy, firmly in that playoff picture, but everything is changing and can change in a minute. So Ben Eddy going to try to capture some points in his final appearance in this third block. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Jamie Carnal.
I love the roll of the R. It's just a nice touch.
I feel like he's flaunting it a little bit.
You think so?
Yeah, well, I can't do it, so I feel a little jealous.
I understand.
You know.
Dude, I knew the moment I met you that you couldn't roll your R's.
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, Ben Eddy right now in that 7th position, or at least tied for that position with 12 points. Really wants to get a kill here against Carnal. try to make a more firm position in the playoff, try to move himself up with a higher seed maybe. Carnal keeping him out of there. Carnal moves himself back to the center of the mat, and Benetti approaches standing. Now with the knee up the middle. Carnal locks the guard around with the knee trapped on the inside. Ben got to be careful he doesn't get off balance right there. Just like that. I say he's got to be careful that he doesn't get off balance, but you also got to think this is exactly where Benetti wants to be. Nice sweep, though, by Carnal. Oh, man,
Almost.
tried to shoot his closed guard.
Action moves back to the feet.
Yeah, Benetti coming back to the feet. Carnal sits. And I think he's safer here against Ben than if he were to try to come up and pass the guard. Carnal working that De La Hiva hook deep. He's going to try to get a back exposure. Ben keeping the grip on that foot, though. Here comes a Berimbolo attempt from Carnal. Benetti going to try to reverse the Berimbolo, but Carnal creeping towards the back of Benetti. Here he goes. Comes up with it. Great play. Couple of good reversals in this matchup so far for Carnal. Carnal.
Now you're flaunting it.
I just wanted to try it. I didn't know how that would turn out.
Not bad.
Thanks, man.
I mean, still highly unnecessary, I think, but not bad.
Carnal rolling through. Ooh. Leaves his leg behind. Knee bar
coming here for Benetti. Carnal in big trouble.
He's got a good extension. Carnal just chilling over there, not showing any signs that he's interested in tapping. Ben thinking about switching to a toe hold here. I think that's a mistake. And Carnal comes out on top of it.
Nicely done. Jamie Carnal able to navigate his way through some serious danger.
Good knee bar attempt by Eddie.
Two and a half minutes remain in the match. Carnal here in top position now.
Hey, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. He's so good at this. And if you haven't felt it before, it's just almost impossible to defend. Here he comes. Whoa. He's gonna switch to the triangle again. There it is.
There it is.
Hindulatine to triangle twice.
A lot of time here for Benetti to work. 2 minutes. Now hugging the legs.
He's gonna switch over to the normal side trot. Oh, he lifts him. He lifts him. He lifts him. Hey. He lifts him. He has to let it go.
And he has to let it go.
He has to let it go.
Wow.
That's the rule here in the PGF. If you get the guy elevated, so that's the rule. We don't allow slams, but we allow you to threaten the slam. Just don't finish it, and the guy has to let it go. That was a very heads-up veteran play by Jamie Carnal.
His grappling IQ on display for Carnal now. Eddie trying to isolate a leg again.
So yeah, we don't allow you to slam, but we do force you to respect the fact that you could get slammed.
Right.
So if you get him up, even with your waist or higher, we force the guard player to let go. But man, what a survival by Jamie Carnal. And what a great match against one of the top black belts out of the 10th Planet system, and Ben Eddy. Carnal showing that he belongs out here.
Inside the final 45.
Carnal trying to drag Ben Eddy in for one last attack. Ben very aware, freezes knee line pretty easily. Man, Ben had exactly what he wanted right there. The switch to the triangle, though, offered, I mean, it was an absolutely incredible play, but it offered Carnal a chance to lift him and survive.
Really exciting moments in that match between Ben Eddy and Jamie Carnal. And our Stephen Aiken will go ahead and make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
We will stick with Stephen, who's going to go out of the mat and catch an interview. I believe he's going to track down Ben Eddy. All right, he's just about in position, and we will go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Okay, I'm here with Ben Eddy. Ben, really tough match. Man, I thought you were going to be able to put him out with your triangle attacks. You had some other good looks at it. How do you feel about your standing right now in the playoffs?
I feel good because we're on the winning team. Our team's putting in the points. We're doing what we need to get the win. Yeah, it's tough out here. We're all working. None of us are stopping. We're all going the whole time. I think this is good jiu-jitsu. You know, I shouldn't have switched probably that time to the triangle. I should have just stayed in the Hindulatine and kept looking for that. But yeah, we're working.
What other matches on your schedule are you looking for?
I just take it one day at a time. So I have to go back, get some rest, look at tomorrow's work, and start processing it then.
All right, Ben, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, man. Thank you.
Back mat side here.
Jamie Carnal.
Just I was having nightmares about his close guard, so I'm very proud of myself right now because I got out. That is the biggest win for me so far this season. So give it up to Ben Eddy.
Jamie Carnal.
There we go. The grappling IQ on display of one Jamie Carnal. Ben Eddy admittedly said maybe he shouldn't have switched from the Hindulatine to the triangle attempt, and he'll probably think twice about it before doing it again. But again, the grappling IQ of Jamie Carnal, something to be proud of there.
Yeah, Ben Eddy's going to have nightmares about that. You know, I don't think he's the kind of guy who has nightmares, though. Like, I think he'll take that in stride. He'll just take it as a lesson, but that would haunt me. I felt like just exactly what he said. If he would have stayed with that Hindulatine, it was just a matter of time before he closed the deal. But man, when that triangle is right there, you just almost can't resist it.
Yeah, we saw it work for him, earlier this season. So,
yeah, same exact sequence.
Yeah.
Problem was he switched back to the regular triangle, and that's what allowed him a better lift. Whereas the first one, the Hindulatine, switched off to the reverse triangle, and didn't have Carnal willing to lift him and threaten, force him to respect the slam.
Right. All right, ready to go back to the mat?
Yep.
All right, let's go to Stephen Aiken.
Going into the next block.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing First Form, Jet Thompson.
Oh, boy.
There he is, one of the bright stars of PGF World Season 6. 17 years old, Jet Thompson, ready to take the mat for the final time tonight here on match day 3. He represents First Form.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Handsome Kevin, brown belt out of Top Team Atlanta and LHM, the Season 3 runner-up.
All right, our first matchup of the second half of our third block. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC Brandon McCatherine, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. We're here for PGF World Season 6, brought to you by Once Upon a Coconut. You know, we talk about the impressive offensive output here from Jet Thompson. No one's really forced the young man to be super defensive, or at least no one's really forced him to be uncomfortable at any point.
Yeah, well, his defense is his offense. You know, very, very offensive, aggressive player. Got that scoop, making a move around to the leg. Kevin, very aware of it. Man, you gotta think about this Aoki lock that he's got in the bag, though. Kevin tries to push his way forward.
And again, Thompson putting that hand on the face of Cheryl.
Kicks him away.
And just smiles at him.
Warning for handsome Kevin.
Yeah, just not enough forward movement.
I mean, that just looks so frustrating and annoying.
I mean, one of the things about Jet when he does it is like he puts that hand on the mouth and he starts smiling, you know, like. Kevin got to be careful. Jet is trying to set him up to reach with that right hand. You see him?
And here comes the stalling penalty. Again, should be noted, that's the first stalling penalty against Cheryl in a lot of time yet. 4 minutes, 8 seconds remain in the match. Oh my goodness, Thompson immediately on the back.
Boy, could you imagine having this Wolverine on your back right here? You know he don't care about putting his hands on your face. We know that already. He don't care about breaking your teeth out either. He wants you to feel the way he does. He said, I ain't got no teeth, you can't have no teeth.
I think that's why Kevin Cheryl might be wearing the mouthpiece, you know. Wants to keep that handsome bit about him.
Smart play. Jet being very aggressive, but I would say he's not being very strategic with his back attack here. And he needs to start thinking about how can he isolate those hands, get them off of the defensive positions. Maybe try to trap one, but he's just set up a cross grip here.
Putting the squeeze on the face of handsome Kev.
Oh my goodness. Is he pinching his, he went to pinch his nose?
I have never seen anything like that before.
He honked his nose, dude. Me and Matt Elkins always joke about that. Like, if you honk the guy's nose, then you are the alpha. Kevin's not going to like that. I said that, though. I didn't mean it, Kevin.
Putting the squeeze again across the face. Stalling penalty for Cheryl, who's locked in this body triangle. Now he's got two against him.
If he gets a third and goes to the draw, then Jet gets 2 points.
Minute 45, less than that.
Jet just digging that hand in.
Oh, man.
Looks like he's enjoying doing it. Yeah.
It looks like Kevin's almost enjoying it in a way as well. Oh, no. Cheryl lifting that elbow up. That's going to keep him alive. Oh, man, great survival by Cheryl.
Now inside the final 60 seconds. You wonder about that third penalty that could come here.
Could happen.
45 seconds left. Now 30. Final 10 seconds.
And you can hear the coaches and the teammates of Jet telling him that he needs to switch his attack. He's obviously not going to get anywhere.
We talked about that before. What do you switch to from that position with that little bit of time left?
Well, you have to make that decision earlier if that's what you're going to do. And they were calling for it for quite a while.
All right, to make it official, we'll go to Stephen Aiken.
This match finishes with a draw.
Well, it was interesting. I thought we were going to maybe potentially see 3 stalling penalties there. We do not get the third and final one, so no points awarded as this one goes to the full 6 minutes. But man, again, Jet Thompson, he's here playing a game that's very unique, and it's been fruitful for him thus far.
Yeah, it has. And I got to tell you guys, we got a replacement player coming in right here. Daniel Sadler is out, as we talked about just a little bit earlier. And another young man, not as young as Jet Thompson, but I believe this young man is 21 years old, might be 20. His name is John Chandler. He comes to me highly recommended. We put him here on our alternate list. Very excited to have him in. Go ahead and talk about him just a little bit here, Egg.
So you're right, he is a 21-year-old purple belt out of Orange County RTC. That's in Huntington Beach. They have jiu-jitsu, a very strong wrestling program. He got a gold medal at the ADCC Mexico City Invitational. Had a great run at both the West Coast and East Coast trials.
Yeah, I think he got to the second day of both of the trials, from what I understand.
At least the West Coast. But the East Coast, I'm not quite sure, but I know he had multiple wins.
Okay. And from what I understand, the kid is absolute fireworks. Just watching the footage that I've had the opportunity to see of him, I'm excited to see what he can do here against AJ.
And he draws AJ Agazarm, as you mentioned, and that man needs no introduction. But to give him
AJ's thinking dunk right here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he can dunk indeed. All right, back to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing First Form, John Chandler.
Here he comes, John Chandler, off the bench. Taking the mat for First Form. We await AJ Agazarm. Back to Bobby Buffalo.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, AJ Agazarm.
Gracie Baja black belt, world champion, and ADCC silver medalist. Has a bit of wrestling himself, being a D1 wrestler. But has yet to get on the board yet with the score.
Hey, I'll tell you this, nobody takes their time getting onto the mat like AJ Agazarm.
Yeah, he marches to the beat of his own drum.
What do you think he's better at? Surviving bad positions or taking his time to get on the mat? I think he's better at taking his time to get on the mat, me personally. He's going to take a little lap right here.
Can he get a stalling call before the match starts?
Not before,
no.
But he's testing my limits.
He's been announced, so
That's true.
He's on. I think he touched the mat.
There we go.
The crowd applauds the match starting.
I mean, you call that veteran moves right there. That's what that is, veteran moves.
What a giant opportunity for this young man, getting out here against one of the most credentialed athletes in our sport, AJ Agazarm. Whoa! Puts him down quick, making a move towards the arm lock. Oh, look at this, though. AJ crafty counters him, makes a move towards the back, but the kid ain't here to play no games.
Chandler heard you say dunk, and he went for a dunk of his own, but now it's Agazarm in business.
Chandler still finding himself in this entanglement. AJ working this Kimura. Might get dumped off the top or might make that play for the arm.
Referee allowing them to work here on the edge of the mat.
AJ turning it back and this switching it into an arm lock of his own.
Past the 1 minute mark here.
Our referee, PJ Montano, sacrificing himself. Ooh, here's, doesn't have it. Wow, what a great opening sequence from both guys.
Phenomenal bit of action here. Agazarm.
Yeah, I think AJ's wanting to take it back to the middle. He's like, help me up, dude, I'm old.
It's not the years, it's the mileage.
Action back underway here in the center of the mat.
Chandler's aggressive. Passes the guard. AJ going to try to turtle up to stop it and recovers. Very nice recovery. Chandler's pushing the pace. Chandler just gripping rip. It's anything he can find.
Well, he's coming in fresh, and AJ had to face PJ.
Here comes that Kimura grip from AJ again. PJ literally sacrificing his body. AJ makes a great play with this Kimura again. Oh,
good position here
play
for
by AJ, looking to get on the board for the very first time against the young man.
See if he can take that arm home with him. Chandler on the defensive. Oh, wow.
Man, our referee doing everything he can to keep him from hitting the concrete.
You know, we've been singing the praises of Agazarm's ability to escape. Got to sing some of the defensive praises of one John Chandler. Here we go, halfway point
Chandler
of the
with
round.
another takedown.
Oh! And you couldn't ask anything more of John Chandler coming in off the bench. He knows the assignment. That's aggression, and he's trying to bring all of it the way of AJ Agazarm. Working a single leg now is Chandler.
Puts him right back down. Nice work, man. Chandler's fun to watch. Tries to make a move to the back. He's on the attack at all times. Toe hold here from AJ. Or grip on the toe, I should say. Threaten the toe hold.
More grip again for Agazarm.
2 minutes.
Chandler using his knee to protect his arm and protect the Kimura. He may try to step around and move into this arm lock again.
John. 90 seconds left in the match.
We're gonna reset it back to the middle here. AJ making another good play towards the arm. Starting to get a little bit of extension now. Chandler holding on for dear life.
Trying to secure the first submission of the season is Agazarm, but Chandler shuts it down.
And Chandler going immediately into his guard passing sequences, trying to slide that knee up the middle. I like Chandler a lot. I like this match from AJ as well. Chandler trying to jump on the head, just anything he can do to keep the game moving. This pass versus Kimura.
Inside the final 10 seconds.
Turns him again. Hey,
that's a wrap. Great
man.
match.
You know,
Fun
I
action.
would love to hear from Chandler. I would love to hear from John Chandler right here. Great match from both guys. I loved that match. What a banger.
No, absolutely. All right, let's make it official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right, Stephen Aiken going to go out to the mat and see if he can catch a word with both of these gentlemen. A great match. Chandler coming in off the bench, Agazarm, one of the highly touted players of this season. And now Stephen Aiken is standing by. We'll go to the mat.
All right, AJ, give you a chance to say whatever you want to say.
Yeah, guys, give it up to John. John, come here. Guys, you guys don't know this about John. He's 20 years old, right? 21 years old, okay?
21.
He took the call on 2 days' notice to come here. Drove all the way over here, had the guys covering his classes for him. And then he's waiting around all 2 days to get a match. All he wanted is to get a match, just show his technique, show his skill, and then he has to go against me. We train together all the time. So he did all that here just to come and do a match with me. Look, I'm out of breath. Whew, please give it up for John.
John, hell of an opportunity to come out here, lock horns with someone like AJ Agazarm on a big stage like this, man. How you feeling?
I feel amazing. You know, I'm just happy I got the opportunity to come out here. All thanks to God for giving me the opportunity. And, you know, I'm just blessed to be here. 15 pounds underweight, short notice, but I wanted my opportunity. And, you know, I think I proved myself a little bit. AJ's really good. He's been doing this a lot longer than I have, and I'm just happy I didn't get hurt.
Hey, yeah, man, we're looking for a lot more from you tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Phenomenal stuff there. Nice words from AJ Agazarm towards John Chandler. You know, AJ said there was going to be a face turn. I mean, he's putting over the kid.
He made it.
Yeah.
He did it. He put the kid over.
Yeah.
Are you in love with John Chandler?
Absolutely.
All of a
How
sudden?
could
He
you not
might be
be?
the sweetest little fella I've ever seen in my life.
15 pounds underweight.
Yeah.
Killer.
He just wanted his opportunity, and he definitely made the most of it despite not getting the win. Valiant effort, said at least can't wait to see him moving forward here inside the PGF.
TJ, I hate to butt in on you like that, but guess what's about to happen?
What?
Varela Canuto, right now.
Right now?
Right now.
Do I have to give you an extra $50 for it? Or
Nope.
No?
Nope. It's free on YouTube. You can just watch it right there.
All right. It's my great honor to send it back to the mat with Stephen Aiken for our next match.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing First Form, Hanato Canuto.
Here he comes, Hanato Canuto. The BMAC's favorite part of the PGF, I think, maybe, with the walkouts, the big stomp. Canuto ready to go here for his final match of match day 3.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, the Ninja, Andy Varela.
The Ninja, Andy Varela. Goes airborne right there. He went airborne yesterday into the second, third, fourth, and fifth row with PJ Barch.
Yeah.
And
He
as did
jumped
Canuto.
into one couch and was like, you know what? Let's just go on to the next one.
And Canuto knows a thing about going aerial, and they both go to the floor. That was almost coordinated.
This is going to be insane.
So in interviews, Andy Varela said that when he got to Las Vegas, Hinato helped show him that there was another level of jiu-jitsu. They used to train a lot together.
Hard collar ties. These guys are friends, but they will try to kill each other. And that's how you know you're good friends.
Warning, Canuto!
Warning for Canuto. We are through our first minute of elapsed time.
Canuto gets a push on Varela, sends him backwards for just a second.
Varela out of 10th Planet, Las Vegas. Canuto runs hybrid jiu-jitsu also here in Las Vegas.
Oh, caught an eye poke there. Did Canuto.
Got a contact situation there. Oh, that's the worst.
Oh, wow. Puts
He's
it
like,
back
just
in.
toss it.
There you go.
Took them both out.
We saw this kind of happen with the PJ Barch versus Andy Varela match. Do you think at some point one of them will just pull guard?
I don't know. I mean, if I'm Canuto, I might consider that because he has to score. He's got to get some points on the board. He's got to take a risk right here.
Yeah. Varela in the playoff picture as it stands now.
There it is. Shot attempt. Varela pulls it out.
Warning, Varela!
So one to each side now. No room for error from either guy anymore. There's the slide by. Now they're starting to get busy.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
This isn't an easy match, but Hinata does not have a good day tomorrow either.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not an easy match. Foot sweep, arm drag combo.
Canado with another shot. And here comes a stalling penalty.
Okay, let's see which way they're going to go. Let's see which way they're going to go. Okay, they're going to put Varela to the bottom.
It makes sense to me. Canado just shot.
Yeah, he had the most recent attempt.
Canuto in top position, Varela rolling through.
Varela working the shoulder crunch on that far side. Andy wrestling up, gets caught in the front head though. Back to the feet they go with 1.5 minutes. Canuto takes the shot. Varela decides to kind of go with it right there.
Final 60 seconds in the match. Canuto in top position. Varela.
The shot.
15 seconds left in the match.
Ooh, a Darce attempt here by Canuto. 10 seconds to go. He's fighting into the Mars. Putting the squeeze down on it. Varela got good posture here, though. Going to be hard to put him out from this spot.
Time's going to expire. That's a wrap. Wasn't for lack of effort. All right, Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Two highly respected players here in Season 6 of the PGF, unable to get any points off one another. Stephen Aiken taking the mat. He's going to speak with Andy Varela.
All right, I'm here with Andy Varela. Andy, you and Hanato obviously trained together. You guys are really good friends. Did that affect any of the things you guys were doing out here on the mat tonight?
Not really. That was probably our most aggressive match.
For sure.
We were swinging on each other. But I owe a lot to Hanato. When I was a brown belt with no name, he was one of my favorite grapplers, and he let me start training with him, and he taught me a lot and helped me grow as an athlete. So I'm always grateful for him, and we're always going to scrap no matter what.
No, man, very true, very true. I think you guys were going at it pretty hard. Definitely could see a little bit of that on your nose, you know, from you guys getting a little handsy. Maybe we could see this in the playoffs coming up this weekend. How do you think about where you are in the standings?
I don't know. I haven't paid attention. I'm just trying to get kills out here, do what I can. And, yeah, that was the first guy to take me down this tournament, so props to him.
For sure. We're looking for a lot from you tomorrow, man. Thank you. Hanato. Great match, man. You guys scrapped it out again. Same thing. I know this is a friend of yours and a guy that you very familiar with. How do you feel after that match?
I feel good. I feel like it was a long time coming. We knew that was going to happen eventually. Like he said, he started training, coming by to train together. When I was a brown belt, we would go back and forth and train a lot together. He was my main training partner for years, so kind of miss him. You know, we knew we were going to fight, so I feel like we were not training as much together, but we're going to start training together probably on Monday. After this is done, we have to actually train together, so he's always a good scrap like that, you know. I knew it was going to be heavy-handed because I was like, bro, nobody want to be on bottom because we already trained a bunch. You know, that's going to be hard like to deal with. So I knew it was going to come down to wrestling, maybe attack his legs. But once he started smacking me too hard, I was like, fuck that, I'm smacking back. but like I said, you know, all respect to Andy. Andy has got a lot tougher than, you know, when the first man. I'm fucking super happy for everything he's doing. He's killing it today, so hope to make the playoffs.
What would you say to the people that say you guys shouldn't have been hand fighting and maybe somebody should have just pulled guard and started like getting the action going from the ground?
Yeah, they should become a man.
Thank you, Hanato, man. We appreciate it. Good job, Andy.
Hey, I like the answer to the criticisms, at least.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Great answer. And it was a good match, too. I mean,
it was a good match, yeah. And it's the problem is, that you have to score in the PGF. And so, yeah, nobody wants to be on bottom, but you gotta throw it out there and take risk. And look, honestly, the pressure not on Andy as much in that regard for this matchup because of the way that they stand in the points. Varela has, I believe, 18, is that right?
Yes, he has 18. He's tied for 4th, whereas Hinala Canuto's tied for 9th with Max Hansen and PJ Barch on the outside looking in.
Man, I can't believe the top 3 that are out of the playoff are Canuto, Hansen, and Barch. The PGF is a different beast, man.
And I mean, it just highlights how big tomorrow is, and we are inching closer and closer to match day 4. Still, though, some matches to get to tonight here at match day 3, and we will continue it now, going back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next match of the evening for first form, Kevin Buring.
The purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta, PGF Season 3 veteran.
No headgear for Buring.
And his opponent representing Epic Roll, Sam Schwartzapfel.
Purple belt out of 10PQ. Collegiate wrestler. Probably doesn't want to have that headgear helping Sam get his head.
I mean, it's just an ear. I guess everyone can sacrifice it. I'm being sarcastic. I would never do anything like that. It's crazy.
A lot of people really felt like Buring, a lot of people really felt like Buring was going to be a contender this season. And he's pretty far on the outside of the playoff picture right now, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct. He's currently at 14th place with 5 points.
Wow. Sam's got to be careful right here. He's going to end up with a warning. Oh, big elevation here from Buring.
Ooh. Action reset here in the center of the mat.
Close guard for Kevin Buring.
Warning, Schwarzenfeld.
There it is. He's just kind of framing away, playing cagey. Uh-oh, this could be big trouble. Aye, nice work by Sam to clear it. Sam tried to fly past him there. Ends up on bottom position. Oh, nice exposure by Kevin Buring. Really nice move.
No hooks in yet.
There's the first one. There's the body triangle.
A lot of time, just under 4 minutes remain in this match. Oh, that's a tap.
I thought they were just resetting.
Nope.
Nope, that's a tap.
Back to the center.
Okay.
All right. The kill for Kevin Buring. Huge points of making official with Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a kill, representing first form, Kevin Buring.
We're talking about Kevin Buring's, standings and where he was at. 6 points added to his cause, and much needed. We can see the end here.
And that's big for first form as well, because that now ties them with X Marshall. X Marshall picked up 6 in the last block. If Cam Hurd can come out here and get a score against Matt Elkins, Oh, look at there.
Is
DJ.
that Paulo Costa?
I think it is.
Borrachini?
Do you think he brought his secret juice with him?
I mean, one could hope.
He didn't bring his socks with him. I see that. He's too handsome for socks. I have a great story about that guy when I was in Brazil. I can't tell it on the air right now.
Well,
it's just too long, but...
Can I tell you a great story about him?
Yeah.
He's at PGF World Season 6.
That's the best story I ever heard.
I know.
Dude, check it out. BJ Ballman back over there. Off-road racing legend.
I want to know what the dog's name is.
That's his puppy.
It's a badass dog.
We're talking about the numbers there and how much everything can change so quickly in the PGF.
Yeah.
That kill takes Kevin Buehring into a tie for 8th place with Nathan Haddad.
Wow. So we just talked about how far he was outside of the playoff picture. Now tied for the last spot.
And technically, if you go by wins, as a tiebreaker, Kevin Buehring would have it because he has 2 submissions, whereas Haddad only has 1.
That is very interesting. That's super interesting because it doesn't feel that way because of the kind of the narrative that's been structuring itself around Nathan, but one kill can change things so quickly out here.
One final match yet to go here on our final block of match day 3. For the participants, we go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the stage for our final match of the evening, representing First Form, Cam Hurd.
Cam Hurd set to take the mat for the final time here at match day 3. He represents First Form.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, Matt Elkins.
Elkins, a tried and true PGF vet, veteran of all 6 seasons, 4 as a competitor, 2 as a coach. Cam Hurd coming in as a veteran of season 5. This is a rematch from the ADCC East Coast Trials, and it went everywhere. It went far into the stands, into the carpets, and maybe we get to the 3rd row of spectators today.
Elkins takes a seat.
Probably safer for everyone.
Well, I think Matt knows that if it turns into a wrestling battle, it's tough to beat Cam Hurd in a wrestling exchange. And even though Matt has great wrestling, it's very hard to get the better of Cam Hurd. Shows the kind of confidence that Matt has in his guard. Both guys getting aggressive out there. They've had, like you mentioned, 2 incredibly tough battles. A draw in the PGF, if I remember correctly, and then the win via points at ADCC East Coast Trials. Well, look at this. Cam sitting through and trying to get active with a leg lock. That puts Matt Elkins on top with his passing, though. Let's see how that strategy plays out. Elkins starting to try to step around the guard, now to the double unders. Gonna try to lift the hips of Cam Hurd. Cam does a nice job bringing his knee back to the inside. And they're gonna get a stop and a reset right there. I believe they'll see him in the close guard.
Here we go back underway.
Hurd stands, gonna try to run that knee up the middle. Elkins doing a good job keeping his guard put together so far. Wants to cut an angle. Hurd got to pay close attention to his left arm. Can't let it cross that center line. Cannot let that elbow get to the center. Hurd gets the hands on the hips, slides that knee up the middle. Nice guard break. Tries to fly through, hunting for that Darce.
Two men move back towards the center of the mat.
They exchange some kind of pleasantry out there.
There's a lot to talk about there as they roll off the mat.
Both guys smack their head on the concrete and flip into the couch.
Yeah.
Matt Elkin's gonna look for a buggy choke. Oh, this is the best buggy choke attempt we've seen so far.
Trying to make the connection here. Just about got it.
Oh my goodness. His head slipping out. Nice shot though by Matt Elkins. Showing the very unconventional game. Hurt almost makes it around the guard.
Inside the final 2 minutes as these athletes move back to the center.
Hurt currently in 13th place with 7 points and still within striking distance of the playoffs.
And look at this, Cam Hurd advancing into the half guard. Matt Elkins playing the lockdown. Framing up against the chin and digging the underhook on the far side. See if he's able to do anything with it here. All the way into the mount goes Cam Hurd.
Touch over a minute remains in this match.
Heavy pressure against the face of Matt Elkins. Trying to hit him with this mother's milk. It's a lot of pressure. Matt looking uncomfortable. Turns him back to the top position. Matt gonna make a run at it here with 20 seconds to go.
Hell yeah, dog, let's get it. Let's go.
Final 10 seconds of the match.
Matt sitting back on a straight ankle lock.
Solid effort turned in by both guys. Hard fought match goes 6 full. To make this one official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Valiant effort by both men. Stephen gonna grab an interview. All right, they want us to chat, and for good reason. They put in some work.
So with that draw, that means that First Form and X Marshall tie for that block.
Okay, so they both, every player on both of those teams will end up with an extra point then. So
Correct.
now that we're here at the end of the night, let's add back in those team points and see where we stand. How does that change the standings now that we are adding the team points in? I'll let you do a little math right there, and we're gonna talk to a couple of these guys, let them catch their breath a little bit. Without what you're looking at here, the standings on the screen, Asare in first, Carlton, Sadler, Thompson, all of that is without the team points from tonight added in. We're gonna make a little calculation here. We're gonna get those updated for you. And Then we're, man, looking to both sharing the coconut waters out there.
All right, let's go to Stephen Aiken. All right, Stephen, take it away.
I'm here with Cam Hurd. Man, that was a slobber knocker right there. You guys were slugging it out all over the place there. I know you and Matt have had a couple times like that y'all went at it. Lots of respect for each other, man. How you feeling after that?
Tired. He's a fucking dog. You know, we've had 3 matches now. Every single one of them's been like that. Not an ounce left off the mat. Everything's left right here in the middle. It's all in good fun, too. You know, a lot of respect, a lot of love for this guy. A lot of love for PGF, for the fans back home. It's a draw. It's not what you want to see, but I hope it was fun to watch anyway. We're trying our best to put on a fucking show.
No, man, you're definitely one of the most entertaining grapplers in our system, even without the points, man. Thank you very much. Sir. Pop this thing out behind my shoulder here. Mr. Elkins, how you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic, Bobby, both of them.
Is that Once Upon a Coconut helping you feel any refreshed?
Boy, I'm telling you right now, that chocolate one got a little gold in the bottom of it, I think. Y'all need to check that shit out, player.
So same question to you. I know you have 3 matches with Cam. You guys have been scrapping it out every time. How you feeling, locking horns with him one more time?
I mean, now that it's over, I feel great about it. You know what I'm saying? Beforehand, that mullet right there, boy, put a little fear in you if you ain't careful,
It's intense.
Yeah, oh yeah. That leg tattoo, y'all don't want that left side of his body. It's serious business.
Well, how you feeling about your situation in the playoffs right now?
Man, listen, your boy ain't got a point on the board, you know what I'm saying? But that's because I came here to entertain the folks. If y'all haven't noticed, your boy ain't backing up from none of these fools. World champs, PGF champs, they can all get it the same way this season, next season, every season. B-Mac, I'd love to come back, wrestle these boys for a little entertainment for you fine people.
Matt, we know you're always going to bring it, man. You're a PGF favorite, man. Thank you so much, dude. What you want to say?
I appreciate you letting me get my breath together so I can properly run my mouth on the microphone. I love you, Bobby.
Yes, sir. Good night.
All right, great post-fight interview with both of those men. Matt Elkins, did his part, wants to bring the entertainment. He did that. Cam Hurd, entertaining as ever. I mean, those guys basically stood on their head for everybody.
Yeah. How can you not love those guys, man? Dude, Matt Elkins, one of my favorite human beings of all time. And he's right, man. He said, I might not have a point on the board. Same thing, Cam doesn't have a ton of points on the board, but they don't take steps back for nobody. One of Matt Elkins' famous phrases is, find out fast. He's like, you may be better than me, but we're going to find out fast.
Yeah.
Out there to get it right away as soon as the bell rings.
And what we have found out thus far here after match day 3 of PGF Season 6 is the gauntlet. Guys, it's starting to take its toll.
Yeah, man, saw a lot of action from the bench tonight, and we got to fall in love with one of our alternates, John Chandler.
Oh, man.
Man, I love that kid. I can't wait to see if, in some ways you hope we don't see him again tomorrow,
yes.
right? Because you hope that everybody's okay. But don't you hope we see him again tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, me too, man. I can't wait to see what that kid does. I mean, he's out there against a guy. Nobody's tapping AJ, right?
No.
So what's going to happen if he gets his hands on one of these other athletes? Maybe one of these guys who's like on the outside of the playoffs looking in, or maybe even somebody who's in the playoffs. John Chandler could really be a problem for the rest of this season.
Definitely.
Can you do me a favor and just help me out, and let's talk about the athletes that did pull out thus far. Again, it's not confirmed that they're completely out. A lot of situations on, it's going to get updated and see if they can come back for match day 4, but a lot of movement here in match day 3.
So Mike John out, Evan DeWitt in his spot. Samson Fumabout out, Moose Fritz in his spot, which is cool because we get to say Moose.
Right.
Right. Get to do let's do it right now. Moose. All right. Daniel Sadler out, John Chandler in. David Evers out, Dane Leak in. Was that Carnal creeping up on me? Hey, I'll talk to you in just a second. What a sweet boy.
You might already be the most beloved commissioner in all of sports. The commissioner's usually the bad guy. People like you. Even when they disagree with you, they still like you.
I'm a nice boy.
Sometimes.
Not
Most of
to
the time.
you.
You're not good. It's true. Our Alex Wendling is tracking down some interviews here.
Do we have? Is this the updated score? This is not the updated. So read us off the updated score then.
All right, so with the points added back in for the First Form and X Marshall both secured 2 blocks today.
Okay.
So First Form got that first block, X Marshall got the second, and they tied for the third. That takes us to Davis Asari still first.
Well, hold on. Let's $100,000 on the line. Let's talk about the teams for just a second. I want to hear what the totals are for the teams and where they stand. Go ahead.
All right, so X Marshall still in the lead. They pulled away a little bit, but Isoform in that last block.
First Form.
I'm sorry, First Form, pardon me. First Form in that last block came back. So currently X Marshall up 13.
Okay.
And so there you have it, 68 points. First Form second with 55 points. And they both pulled away from the pack.
Yeah.
Because Black Rifle Coffee Company, they're in third place with 21 points, and Epic Roll with 18 points.
Epic Roll, last year's team champions.
They were.
Way on the outside of the pack this year.
Indeed.
So X Marshall has 68, First Form has 55. Only 13 points separate them. That can change quick tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But right now, can I see that X Marshall team graphic again? That's your squad right there. If it ended today, all of these boys walking out with $20,000 apiece. David Evers, Ben Eddy, Elijah Carlton, Davis Asari, Nathan Haddad. And with Evers having had to sit, and Dane Leake came in his spot, if they were to win, that they would split their part of the money, not by the amount of matches that they played. So you get paid per match in that case. But man, how cool would that be, dude?
Absolutely.
You're going to be the guy walking out of here with $20,000? That sounds awesome. All right, now let's go to the individual leaders.
All right, so individual leaders, we have Davis Asari still in that #1 spot, holding strong with 26 points. Elijah Carlton, his ex-Marshall teammate, pulled into #2 today with 23 points.
So how much separates them?
3 points, 1 break.
Paulo Costa again. God, that's so cool. Paulo Costa is at the PGF.
There we go.
Keegan Machado's at the, I mean, it just doesn't seem real to me sometimes.
Wasn't too long, we were just back in Decatur.
My friend, co-owner of the PGF right there, Grace Gracie. She's been so instrumental in helping put this together. I know I'm interrupting you. I'm good. Starstruck right now and just kind of thinking about how weird my life is. Keep going, sorry.
Sometimes you just sit back and be thankful. So nothing wrong with that. So again, first 2 spots are the ex-Marshall teammates. Davis Asari with 26, Elijah Carlton with 23. Prior to the PGF,
that can change fast.
Those are guys that go against each other. They split 1 apiece.
Oh my goodness! Imagine they've both tapped one another.
Yes.
In their matches. Imagine the rubber match happens because they're the 1-2 seed in the playoffs.
It'd be the finale.
Whoa.
That'd be cool.
That's cool. The PGF is the best.
So, coming in at 3 and 4, First Form teammates. So 3 currently, Daniel Sattler with 21 points. Let's hope we make it a comeback tomorrow and keep it going.
Yeah, man. I'm eager to find out if these guys are going to be able to go tomorrow. Imagine Sattler can't go.
That's crazy.
So coming in 4th spot, one of the fan favorites and one of the big stories of this season, Jet the Kid Thompson with 20 points. Coming in at #5, Andy Varela with 18 points. #6, David Evers, 16 points. Again, hopefully he can come back tomorrow. #7, another ex-Marshall, Ben Eddy with 14 points. And tied for 8th, Nathan Haddad with 13 points. And Kevin Buring also with 13 points. Right now, because the number of wins is the tiebreaker, Kevin Buring would be in.
That is fascinating,
and
the way that's shaken out.
That highlights how huge that kill of Sam Schwartz was for Buring.
Yeah, for sure. Man, that's best sub of the night for you guys. Carlton's triangle?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, easy call, right? That was just incredible.
The classic PGF submission, the most dangerous submission in PGF history, and we just saw it tonight.
Yeah, just like a snake strike, dude, and out of nowhere, right there at the end of the match, insane.
There was like 20 seconds left in the match.
Yeah, almost lulled him to sleep in a way. Who's on the outside looking in right now?
Outside looking in, right now it is Renato Canuto with 12 points. So if Daniel Sadler can't come back, or one of these guys can't come back.
Oh yeah, so like if Sadler, who's in the playoff picture right now, if Evers, who's in the playoff picture right now, either one of those guys can't continue, then he's out and we start bumping down to the next seed, and that would be Canuto.
That's right. And just 2 points.
And then he could come in as an 8 seed and win that tournament.
Oh yeah.
Because there's no draws in the tournament. These are 10-minute matches. And we will determine a winner with overtime if we have to, but somebody will win. It's win or go home on Friday night. That's very interesting.
And just 2 points behind him, still in the hunt, Max Hansen and PJ Barch.
Unreal. What a crazy season this has turned out to be. This has been wild. If you would have told me, hey man, Max Hansen and PJ Barch are going to be on the outside looking in, going into day 4. Like if you said, oh, they're going to have a tough night one. Okay, you're getting used to the way things go. They're on the outside looking in at the end of day 3. I would have thought you were totally insane, either one of those. I had both of those guys, like me personally, I would have put both of those guys in my top 4.
All right. I got to cut you guys off because I'm going to do something that's going to make you very happy.
Okay.
We need to take a moment and throw it to our Alex Wendling, who stands by ready to interview Paul Acosta.
I am currently standing by with Higan Machado, whose team is on the come up, and number 7 middleweight UFC fighter Paulo the Secret Juice Costa. How are you feeling after watching an event like this?
I just enjoy a lot. I love it. You know, I never see. I was talking to Regan and Carlos Machado. I never been in an event so cool like that. You know, I have competed in my early career some jiu-jitsu fight, but never in a nice place so cool like that. So I'm a kind of jealous, you know. But I love it. I love it to see the levels that the sport is getting. So I'm so happy.
And you're here supporting Higan Machado. What is the relationship that you have with him?
Oh, you know, Regan is a legend for martial arts and special jiu-jitsu, but he's Brazilian, and we connect like 4 years ago, you know, in LA, and now we are very good friends, like brothers.
I love that. And I know just 3 days ago it was your birthday, so happy belated birthday.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm getting old.
No, 33 years old. Your birthday's a day after 420. So did you have any special celebrations?
Yeah, you know, I just could not eat too much cake and stuff because I'm in diet for my next fight in 5 weeks. But I could celebrate, I could have fun, and thank you for remember that.
Yes, happy birthday, Paulo Costa. We are so happy to have you here for PGF Season 6, and we hope to see you at the playoffs because we're going to be giving away a lot of money. So thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
There he is, Paul Acosta, top-ranked middleweight. B-Mac, he's impressed.
That's got to be one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me. That's awesome. Dude, thank you for coming, Paulo. That's amazing. I'm gonna go grab him and hug him later. He's probably going to throw me on the ground, but I'm still going for it.
All right, fair enough. Let's make sure cameras are rolling, okay?
Yeah, okay.
All right, perfect. All right, we are going to take a quick break. We'll come back here live in Las Vegas. You're watching PGF World Season 6.
X-Martial gear is some of the best gear I've ever worn.
But wait, there's more.
fasten your Nogi shorts belts, because X Marshall's Dojo Roadshow is hitting the road, and it's nothing short of epic. Imagine this, an X Marshall team, an RV, and a mission to visit gyms far and wide. We're talking challenges that'll have you in splits, literally and figuratively. Meetings with the biggest personalities in the jiu-jitsu world, and a tour so wild, you'll wish your life had a rewind and watch again button. This isn't just a road trip, it's a rolling jiu-jitsu carnival, and it's all captured on our YouTube channel. Picture the funniest, most thrilling parts of jiu-jitsu, packed into an RV and sprinkled with that special X Marshall flair. The Dojo Roadshow is where the mats meet the road, and every stop is a story waiting to be told. So, subscribe, like, and get your laugh on, because X Marshall isn't just about changing the game, we're about making it hilarious. One dojo at a time. Don't miss out on the movement, the sponsorships, and the roadshow that's making history. One epic YouTube episode at a time.
We're back here in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6, and Match Day 3 officially behind us. Match Day 4 tomorrow. It's all about the playoffs from here on out. $100,000 prize hangs in the balance. BMAC, it's going to be a phenomenal Match Day 4.
I can't wait to see how it all shakes out, and I can't wait to give these athletes $100,000. It's going to be one of the happiest moments of my life to do that for these athletes and for jiu-jitsu. So thank you, everybody that's supporting it. It means the world to me.
Yeah, Egg, it's going to be a day where we are looking at the scoreboard almost after each and every match, I think.
We've seen it time and time again. One kill can change everything. Those people that are just barely on the outside looking in can be right in the thick of things with one submission. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be.
Yeah, you can't miss it. Match Day 4 headed your way tomorrow, live on all the outlets. And, of course, on Friday, we are headed your way exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. That does it for us here at Matt's side. For BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, Egghead, I'm TJ DeSantis. We now throw it to Rafa Esparza in our PGF post show here in Las Vegas. Raf, take it away.
Thank you so much, TJ. Guys, I guess what we're going to start off with tonight, the name of the game, the story of the day has to be the effect the replacements had on the way things were going. I was so intrigued to find out if we would get to replacements, and lo and behold, the action was so impactful. We had not one, not two, but several replacements who came in, and we're going to be asking the big questions like, did they make an impact? And more importantly, will they be blocking certain people from making the playoffs? All that and much, much more in just a second when you come back to see us on the official PGF pre-show. Post-show. What is up, everybody? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you live after all of a crazy day 3 here at the PGF. Brandon McCatherine told us earlier in the day, he said, Day 3 is where everything changes. It's the day he's most excited for, and I think if you were watching the action along with us today, you could understand why. Stories changed, lives changed, and yes, a few knee joints did change this evening. However, we're here to bring all the best analysis, and joining me today is one, Jake Watson. Jake, how are you doing, sir?
Oh my gosh, day 3 was absolutely intense, and there were a lot of great storylines. Just another day here at the PGF. This has been a marathon for us, and I'm so excited for what tomorrow
Absolutely, and I've been trying to hand the baton off to you, and you won't take it. But right now, we also look at our good friend one, Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. Someone needs to call Stitch because day 3 is cut day. We need the inswell. We need a frozen pack of Once Upon a Coconut. We got pops, drops, stops, strains, sprains. The big dogs came to play, and everyone else was relegated to the couch. Outstanding day today, Raph.
You know, sometimes there are things you can rehearse, but that's not one of them. Man. And I'm so glad there was no rehearsal on that. When I get surprised by something Tim's going to say, I'm like, wait, the what? Did he just quote DMX? Are we at now the Rough Riders?
Are here, man.
Hey, Let's get straight to our first topic of discussion before we start bringing out some guests. But first, the question that I have for the both of you is what we previewed in the cold open, which is, are the replacements impacting the team results? I'm going to start with you, Tim. What do you think about this?
Yeah, they are. I mean, there's a couple instances of it. We have John Combs has had a replacement here and there for Epic Roll with Sam Schwartzapfel kind of filling in for him, and he's given up some tough points. He's come in and fight some tough guys, and that's impacted the Epic Roll score. We've also seen Moose Cody Fritz come in, and he's lost a couple big matches, and it's impacted the score. Dane Leaks put some points on the board. So I would definitely say it's affected teams, but more in a negative way when they needed points to be put on the board and they couldn't quite get it. It is what it is. It's hard to step in on day 3 and really have a big impact because the intensity's so high here. It's hard to just jump in at that level. But yeah, I definitely think the replacements have had an impact on these teams, Raph.
Interesting. I'm going to come over to you and ask the exact same question, Jake Watson.
Yeah, the exclusion of some of the top-tier athletes coming into this tournament is definitely having a big impact on the teams. But Dane Leak went out there, put together a great victory, put 6 points on the board. He's now sitting at 14th on the seeding, but a good addition to his own score in the team. And I think that some of the athletes were unable to submit the replacements as well, and I think that could bode very well for them in the future too. So they kind of did their job in that sense where they didn't allow points to be accrued against them, but they weren't able to get a lot of submissions in their own.
I mean, it has been the story of the day, and I was so compelled by it because behind the scenes, we heard Brandon McCatherine telling us that this person was going to do this, or this person's in, this person's out. So I just felt on edge for most of the day. And I have to tell you this. It's hard not to get involved with so many of these athletes. We've become friends with them. Like, a lot of what's happening here is very much a family environment. So although we want great competition, we don't want really anybody to be injured. So we hope speedy recoveries to everybody who's injured. But here's the weird part. Nobody has officially said they're out. We got a lot of people who said, come back to me tomorrow. And tomorrow is the final day to get qualified and the final day to make that impact for your team to win. So with that in mind, I thought we'd actually take a second to look at where we stand on the scores. So if we could take a look on over to this shot right here, you're going to see popping up really nicely. We're going to go first to our team scores, and still in the lead is X Marshall, but anything can happen here because if you look close enough, you're going to see First Form within striking distance. However, if you are Epic Roll and you are Black Rifle, you are probably asking if you can combine scores and see if you can form an alliance, because that is a dangerously large margin. It is going to require your team to perform in multiple rounds, especially given what we saw here today. And if you're looking at the individual scores, let's take a quick look at that. You're going to notice toward the very bottom of things here, we have a lot of people in contention, and some of your top picks are way at the bottom of that top 10. So they're on the edge. They aren't assured making it to the playoffs, but yet if you know them and you're familiar with their work, it's incredibly likely that you could see them rally and come back tomorrow. So everybody, please, we say these things. Anything can happen. We do mean it. So we'll go to our second topic right now, and I think this is a good one for you guys in particular. You had eyes on so much of the action. You captured so much. What was the top moment of the night for you, Jake Watson?
You know, I really like that the ring announcer, Steve Aiken, is doing such a great job of bringing the athletes in the center for an interview at the end. AJ Agazarm and PJ Barch had a particularly interesting piece of banter in the center of the mat, and I think that it's nice to see AJ bring the frustration a little bit out of PJ. PJ, typically a very soft-spoken champion, doesn't have a lot to say, but if anybody's going to bring words out of the Butter Panther, it's AJ Agazarm. And AJ, man, he just grinds people's gears, and it's a heel character that he plays, and we are here for it. And, you know, he's very hard to put away. He has yet to be submitted in the PGF regular season. Everybody wants to be the person to submit the veteran, and he plays into that very, very well. It was a great piece of television.
Number one fan of our post-show and pre-show, AJ Agazarm, who I think is trying to apply to be a producer on the show. He came up and he was like, let's talk about your cold open. I was like, you mean the most viral moment from yesterday? Good try.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on over to Tim. What was your moment of the evening?
You know I told you Jet Thompson, and I really thought about picking him because he did come out and make a statement on day 3 with the quick win against Max Hansen. But the more I think about the overall composition of the 3 blocks today, Elijah Carlton put a bunch of points on the board and has actually moved up into second place. I know he stood us up. I know that he's not exactly being as cordial as we would like him to be, but I think that he's focusing in on trying to actually get to the number one spot. Inside BJJ did take a lot of heat by ranking him number one, but I think we're starting to see that maybe he is a number one ranked seed in the PGF. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Hold on. What is the look on your face, Jake Watson?
Shameless self-promotion is what I was getting the stank face
I'm
for.
just stating facts.
Shameless.
I did rank him number one.
No, I don't disagree with the take. I just think, Inside BJJ, follow, like, subscribe, by the way.
You said it, not me.
You're right.
Wow. Let it be known, Jake Watson had a moment where he didn't like that somebody was plugging something on a particular show.
So I've done 16 promos for Once Upon a Coconut.
He's about to cut a commercial when we don't get paid, but he might get paid on this program. Don't do it. If we don't get paid, do it. We've done it already today. Jake Watson, what's your moment? And it has nothing to do with product placement. Go.
I already said it. My moment is PJ Barnes and AJ Agazarm.
Well, I wanted to see if you were going to try and cut a promo, but you didn't take the bait.
But here's one thing that you can rest assured is that if you want a moment within your own household, you'll bust open a can of Once Upon a Coconut. Lukewarm, cold, or hot. It is delicious. I don't care how you prepare your coconut water.
What you're seeing right now is my soul leaving its body because I definitely tried to make it as subtle as possible. And Jake's like, I've already gone. Why would I do that again?
You can't blame me for not understanding.
I can blame you for a lot of stuff, but not currently because I want you guys to go and head on out. We're going to bring on some of our guests right now. Thank you, gentlemen, for your analysis. I appreciate it. We'll see you back in the show to go over some clips. But in the meantime, we want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to do this. It's a big, big, big effort, and it's a big team that we have here. So I want to give thanks to everybody who's been coming along. You know, we thought we'd lead off with our very first guest. And here's the thing about being the first guest. It's a big responsibility. And I thought, how do you bring on a first guest? Maybe you got to go with the top seated person in the entire event. So I'm going to look on over to my left, stage right. Davis Asari. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, thank you.
You seem so relaxed, and everybody else is on edge. And it's perhaps, I don't want to jinx anything, it looks like you're probably going to go to the playoffs, sir.
It seems like it. I think everything has to go horribly wrong for me to not make it.
Don't do that. We've seen things go. I want to see you there because you know what I want? I want you to get your opportunity that you've been punching. You've been so much fun to watch, man. And what has been the best part to you? Like, what has been your favorite memory of being at PGF thus far in?
I think just the whole experience in general where I'm like able to just compete literally every day, having multiple matches and just gather like all of this like experience. As I mentioned, like in the previous interviews, like this is like in the beginning of my career kind of, so like the experience I can gather is like gold for me. So just like being here and like becoming a better grappler, that's everything right now.
When you say the beginning of your career, how long have you been doing jiu-jitsu?
So I started with 17, so 6 years now.
So about 6 years. Incredibly impressive. You know, can I get you to move up just a little bit, my man? See, here's the thing. We're gonna make you a purple belt in interviewing by the end of the day. That is my goal. That's what we're gonna pull you up, my man, because you deserve so much credit for what you've been able to do. I know you're mentioning a lot of the atmosphere and all of that, but do you feel pressure being number one right now, or are you still in a place where you just go like, hey, now I feel free to go out there and just have good matches?
Exactly. So like when I came into this, I didn't have the expectation of being number one, at least like top 5 or one of the best ones. But now I'm actually here. I'm like, that's kind of cool, and it doesn't surprise me either, you know?
Yeah.
So just the fact of being number one doesn't give me that much pressure. I'm like just trying to do the best like I can and just stay on top.
Well, you also train with some pretty good individuals, so I think it's a different type of pressure.
Yeah.
But when you said you thought at least top 5, I thought that was one of the most honest moments on the mic because so many of these guys come in here and they're like, I'm number one.
Yeah.
I'm going to be number one. I am number one. You were like, hey, man, even I ranked myself. I'm not quite sure where I fall in. Maybe on a good day I'm 1, rough day I'm 5. And I just thought that endeared me to you so much. I was like, hey, man, I would do the same, except I'd be like, yo, I'm honored to be in the top 20.
Yeah.
But tell me about this. I wanted to ask you, as an observer, what has been your favorite match to watch? Because what's been happening around you is some people get so caught up in their own matches, but then exciting things happen around them. So
Yeah.
what has been exciting to you, sir?
So I've watched a couple of like the matchups I thought would be exciting for myself, just like entertainment wise for me.
Yeah.
I think the most entertaining was maybe I think Andy and Renato Canuto.
Yeah.
Like I know people don't like that type of like wrestling kind of exchanging like collar ties and like fainting, but I don't know why I think that's so entertaining to me. And both of them are really like intense, and you never know what's going to happen. So I feel like that was one of my like top favorite matches.
See,
for
this
sure.
tells me you're a technical student. It tells me that you're looking at them and the unknown with two commodities who are so good at explosive movement. You just sit there with tense.
It's crazy because, like, especially like even when I went against Andy, like it doesn't look like much is going on, but like just the hesitation of seeing him kind of flinch a little bit, like there's a little mind game going on, and you can tell when you watch it like from the outside as well. And I like to watch it. I think it's pretty fun sometimes.
Can you tell me this, because I know what I know, which is as an observer. Is there anything that's happening on the mats that has surprised you? Maybe that's not even your opponent's ability or agility. Has there been anything that's kind of made you go, oh, that's a little odd, or oh, I didn't know that would happen?
Like with the event?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, like there's a lot of top picks that's not even in the playoffs right now,
Yes.
so it's like kind of like surprising, but to be completely honest as well, it's not like crazy surprising as well, because some of these guys like excel very good at some specific promotions, like ADCC and EBI, but this is completely different. Like PGF is submission only, like you don't win if you do not get a submission. And some of these guys are not submission heavy, so it doesn't surprise me that well, but still they're like the biggest names, so you would think they'll at least make the playoffs. So.
Absolutely. Can I ask if there's been any reactions from your home gym? Have you received any text messages? Have you received any notes from anybody?
So, like, the guys back home in Austin, because I kind of have two homes right now. Like,
Sure, okay.
So, because I'm originally from Norway, so I have a lot of friends in Norway, like, not that deep in jiu-jitsu, but they're watching it, like, this is pretty cool. Like, they're giving me, like, cool feedback. They're following everything. Like, this guy from this other team is fell off, and this, like, no details that I don't even know. That's pretty cool. The guys back home in Austin and New Wave, they're more, like, invested in, like, just seeing how I perform. And
Understood.
And like, if I win and stuff, like, they don't get that surprised because they know my level, they know how good I am as well. So yeah, people are definitely invested.
I'm quite familiar with your friends, so I know that they don't like to celebrate. They have the Kobe Bryant job's not done mentality.
They do.
But I also know that sometimes when you don't submit somebody, you sometimes get a text like, what the hell happened there?
Yeah.
So that's what I was wondering, if you got any random texts.
No, not yet.
Okay.
They're more like
they're coming. Don't worry.
Yeah, there's
I know
a lot of matches to go still.
Fortunately, you have points because you've been doing pretty well in the submissions.
Yes.
So walk me through this, man. How do you see the rest of the week playing out for you?
So, like, realistically looking, I think this was probably the hardest day for me because I had Renato and Max.
Yep.
And both of them were seated pretty high. I had Max and Daniel. So tomorrow, my only like super hardest match with like the top three is Renato Canuto.
Yep.
So that's going to be a hard match, my first match. And after that, I have a little bit lower seated who was not done as well as him. So I feel like it's looking kind of good.
Okay.
And I feel confident against Renato. Like, I can submit him. I believe I can. It will be hard, but we'll see.
Well, we're very excited to watch that happen. I guess I have to say this to everybody. We're all Switzerland here. We're just happy to be witnesses to it. And I've been very impressed by your composure and your jiu-jitsu that you've been putting out here, man.
Thank you
it's
so
excellent work, and I look forward to seeing what you do for the rest of the week.
so much.
Congratulations so far, and keep it up, my man. Thank you so much. Sorry, everybody. Man, what a nice kid. I like this kid. We're going to talk with him more, I'm pretty sure. So, all right, we're going to bring on another guest. This man, when I said, hey, come on the show, he was like, you want to bring me on like this? And I said, what better way to bring you on? And my man, even though you're a little marked up, you still look like $1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show, one Cam Hurd. Cam, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Very well, my man. So I wanted to bring you on because here's what's happening. You have experience in this. Yes. You know how this goes. And yet, when you know you needed to turn it up right at the top of the day, you went guns a-blazing. So win, lose, draw, whatever's happening with you, I'm seeing you put it out there today, man. So
Absolutely.
how is it feeling from your side?
I mean, I feel like, I'm doing what I came here to do. I'm going toe-to-toe with the best guys in the world. I'm getting an opportunity to, show people what I'm all about. And, I would rather get caught going for something than sit around and stall. I know a bunch of people are watching back home. They're trying to make it, or, I want the PGF to be something that people look forward to. I want people to look forward to when I fight. So I'm trying to build that reputation of being, I don't care who it's against, I'm going to bring it 110% every single time until they make me stop.
You really do. And I mean, what's funny to me is I'm looking at the way you look right now, and it looks like you're in combat jiu-jitsu. So I feel like I'm at the wrong event interviewing you at the moment.
Yeah.
What has been your favorite part of the experience thus far in, sir?
I mean, honestly, just getting to know some of these guys that are at the top of their game and the top of the jiu-jitsu game, ADCC veterans, world champs. These guys have years of knowledge and experience that I'm just trying to rub elbows with and pick up a little bit off of.
Yeah.
So, the coaches, the competitors, just being around these guys and getting to spend some time with them has been really cool. The practices, getting to pick some of their brains and workshop some stuff and get their feedback on my matches has been awesome because, each day I feel like I'm getting just a little bit better. Even like the amount of points I gave up on the first day compared to the second day compared to today, it's going in the right direction. And I'm just trying to make small improvements each day, and eventually, I'll start turning these tough matches into victories.
Can I ask, as somebody who's had experience with this previously, what has been the biggest difference from what you knew it as to what you are seeing it as right now?
I mean, one, just the venue and the production it was great in season 5. For season 6, they've just taken it to a whole new level. And also the caliber of each match. It's like there are no dunk days, there's no easy days. Every day you're like, oh shit, I got an ADCC veteran, or I got a world champ. So each day is a challenge, and just the physicality and the level of competition is much higher than it's been.
We need to talk about your fit, because I went up and I made sure to compliment you. Now, yeah, David showed up in a suit, not the top stylish here. That
No.
was you, sir.
Thank you.
How do you feel
Thank
about
you.
being named my most stylish person here at the PGF on draft day?
It's an honor. I appreciate that. That's what when I had in mind. When I realized that I was going to be here, I got the invite. I'm like, well, I'm stunting at the draft. I'm coming out here. I'm gonna put a little something on, and I'm gonna make sure I look professional. It's our professional sport. This is the NFL of jiu-jitsu right now.
Exactly.
So you see these guys in the press conferences in the NFL, and they look professional. They take seriously their fashion, and I got to shout out one of my sponsors, Two Minds. It's one of the high-end boutiques up in New York City and down in Miami. They help me with my travel. They help me with some of my outfits. So I got to give them some credit. They helped me out for sure. But that was the goal, showing up to the draft and making sure I stand out and look good while I do it.
Mission accomplished, man. You did that with flying colors, and I was so impressed because I looked at you and I thought you're the most like somebody who's going to show part of your personality without even saying a word. And that's so important in terms of branding and getting people excited about this, because what people don't understand is they think that branding happens just from talking or from your actions on the mat. It's everything. It's from the start to finish. So when I went up to you, I was like, we've never really gotten to talk in person, but I'm obviously familiar with your work, but I felt like I knew you better from that. So it definitely opened up doors for me. Question for you. What has been the best match that you have witnessed here so far?
That's a tough one, because every day is, match after match, block after block is just bangers. I got to, I guess, say Andy and PJ, even though it was a draw. Just the whole couch jitsu was pretty viral.
So are you an off-the-mats person? Because you come from a wrestling background, and I have to, this is my whole contention. I'm going to give you my pitch here, okay? Wrestlers have it together. You're not going to see wrestlers going off into the popcorn stands for the Olympic trials. However, us, for our version of the Olympics, oh man, this dude's already at the bathroom.
Yep.
So, where do you stand on this, sir?
I love it. I love a good carpet sub, or a concrete sub in this case.
You know, are you worried about your head though? I'm worried about your head, and your body, and I'm already seeing you go off mats. And I thought to myself, is this man okay?
I just think about that after the fact. It might not be the smartest, but like I said, I'm trying to send it every match. I'm trying to bring it 110% until they grab me and say, hey, you got to stop. And if that includes going off the mat, that includes going off the mat. Doesn't affect me one way or the other.
Copy that. Not rolling with you. Understood now. All right. I'd like to ask this. What has been your favorite moment for you at this experience so far, sir?
Oh, man, that's tough. I mean, I guess since I got on the board today with my first kill or break, that's got to be the highlight of the week so far. You know, I've had some tough matches. The duck under on PJ probably is up there. It's a little bit of a feather in my cap. I know I ended up losing that heel hook there at the very end. But to be able to stand toe-to-toe with somebody like that I really respect a lot and look up to, also a college wrestler, it means a lot for me to be like, hey, you can stand in there and bang with these guys. So I'm
going to be honest, for wrestlers, it's bragging rights. You may not win, but you did win some bragging rights. And I'm pretty sure PJ's going to go, you know, I'm happy I got that heel hook. But I mean, every time he sees that, he's going to be like, yeah, I did get that. All right, yeah, I gotta give him props for that, you know?
Yeah, that duck under's probably going to be on my Instagram here soon.
As it should be. You earned that, sir. I want to say this, man. It's been a pleasure to get to know you. I'm very happy to see your work, and I want you to know that how I view this experience is not necessarily by points. It's more of the experience overall, and I feel like you definitely put a stamp of yourself, and you represent yourself and your style well, and especially, you know, I was trying to highlight you, especially from your ADCC performance. I thought that was very, very solid. So
Thank you.
I have a lot of respect for what you're doing, and I look forward to talking with you more in depth in the future as well, sir.
Absolutely.
But
thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course, man. Well, pleasure. Thank you so much, my man. Cam hurt, everybody. Don't. Again, you guys can't get injured on your way out. Like, I can't have Brandon come up to me and be like, who got injured on your stupid interviews, Raph? All right, bring it on over right now. A longtime friend of the show. Yeah, he unfortunately did take a bit of an injury. We wanted to hear from the man himself, so we thought we'd bring on our good friend, Mike John. Mike, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing really well, Raph. Thank you for having me.
Can I just say this real quick? Obviously, you know, we're going to put aside our normal feud, but I saw you put up an Instagram post where you were like, hey, man, obviously not a good day at the office, which is my expression as well.
Right.
But you were putting it on the bright side, which is I got to do this and I got to be here and I'm still here.
Yeah.
So why do you feel that way when so many other people could get dragged down on like, man, I'm out, I can't do this, I can't do that?
There's just no point in focusing on that kind of stuff, you know? Like, I'm here doing what I love with the top 1% of the world. I'm not going to have any easy days. And to be honest, I don't want any easy days. I want the tough days. I want to know I'm good. Obviously, I didn't get the result I wanted, blah, 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 blah. But I'm choosing to focus on the other brighter parts of being here. You know, I can focus on the leg break. I can focus on a bunch of things. But what I am going to focus on is PGF treats us really fucking nice. Really. I don't know if I can say that on the air.
You know, it's weird because everybody's used to being on my show and I go, no, do what you want. Here I'm kind of like, I mean, less is better, but you know, things slip out. You're a human.
I am a
but
human.
Explain it.
The Airbnb situation, meeting all these cool people, you know, like there's a moment yesterday where before I go get highlighted by Hanato, we're all on the mats just chilling in the back. It's like me, Andy, PJ, I think Davis is there, I think Elijah's there. We're all just chilling in the back, just talking, you know, which you don't really see that a lot in like MMA or other sports like that. But we're just having a good time, and I think that's a big part of not just like good for your mental, but a good thing for life. You know, just focus on the positive, really.
Absolutely.
And it sounds, you know, all hippie and all that, but like, you know, you can focus on the bad, you can focus on the good. I'm gonna focus on the good and try and feel good at all times.
I want to ask this because I don't know what the house dynamics have been like or who you've gotten to gel with or connect with. Is there anybody here that you've gotten to gel or connect with?
Honestly, a lot. Like, so you guys know Samson. He actually comes to my 11 a.m. class pretty likely, so I already know him. But I didn't really know Elijah Carlton too much. I only really know him as the heel on YouTube or PGF.
The character, if you were on TV.
Yeah. And he, like, not to spoil his character, sweetheart.
He's a sweetheart.
Huge sweetheart.
He is bad at showing up, though. Let's be very clear about this. We did say he was supposed to be here. For whatever reason, he wasn't. But you know who was watching? Elijah Carlton yesterday.
His attendance is not the best, but his character is superb.
We'll talk about that more later. I'm sure he and I will have words about that at a different time. But that's really cool. Yeah. That's very cool to see. And I want to ask actually about the Samson thing, because it's very rare that people are going to partner up to drive all the way out here. What was that drive like? Because you guys do train together, and you were both on this experience together.
Right. Once again, I think that, like, I was talking to Raquel Canuto, and she's like, this is jiu-jitsu, you know. You just see the same people over and over and over again in the same circuits. I saw Samson at the qualifier. I see Samson at Subversive. You know, I'm going to see him everywhere, kind of thing like that. Even if he's not on my team, I'm still going to do my best to help that guy. You know, I think that we can all help each other, so it doesn't really matter.
I also want to give you props, because I think you do what I would like to be if I got caught like you did with Canuto, which is, I have to be honest, that was cool.
It was dope.
It just sucks that it happened to me.
Yep.
And I like to tell people that regularly, where I'm like, I'm so angry that it happened to me, but I also show me the tape, because I'm very impressed by it.
I watched it a bunch last night. I tell you, I did. I was like, all right, there, you know. But you know, real recognize real. I respect it, you know. And Canuto's cool, you know. So it's just you as a martial artist, I think it was beautiful.
Yeah. What has been your best memory here thus far in, sir?
Man, I wish I could bring up some sick-ass submission, but it's literally just hanging out with all these cool motherfuckers in the back, talking. Once again, slipped up, I'm sorry. The Airbnb situation, it's all cool. I just feel like I'm being treated like such a rock star, you know, because if you think about it, most promotions, you're paying to go compete. Yeah. You're not getting anything back, and a lot of it's on your own dime. Here, you know, we're getting reimbursed for a lot of our stuff. We have Airbnb set for us. We do cool interviews like this. This feels like I'm on ESPN. Like, holy shit.
That's
what
we want, my man.
So it's just like...
You know, it's what you deserve. You have been grinding. I know how much you work with your school. I know how long you've been working. I've been there for the come up. I've been there for your ups and your downs. And for me, seeing a lot of my friends get what they want, it's like, isn't this what we should have every, like, year or a couple months or anything like that? Yeah. You get so mad when you see people at football being like, another game, basketball, another game. Yeah. You think about it, you go, oh my goodness, this is what you guys deserve.
This is the platform we need, you know. Even all like the backstage vlog or media stuff, that's kind of cool. You know, I got Dave Keel following me around the camera a little bit, and they're kind of catching all the heat of moments, like the Max and Daniel kind of, you know, fight. It's just, it's all been an amazing experience, personally.
Well, I want to tell you this. You deserve it. I wish you nothing more but continued success in that realm. I'm so happy you're okay, because what I like to do with my friends before I even say the words, come on the show, is I'm like, are you okay? Because if you're not, we're not doing the interview. But once I saw you were back out here coaching your team, and I thought, that was awesome, man. So it's true to the character I have known you to be for so long, and I'm hoping that other people will get to see further examples of your work in the near future, sir.
I'm not going anywhere. I know for the 55s, I'm coming right back here, so I'm not going anywhere. They're going to see a lot of me.
My man, Mike John, thank you for sticking around for us. It means the world to me. Love you, brother. Please enjoy the rest, and good luck to you and your team, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to be coaching. You'll see a lot of me.
I saw you at work. I was like, this man's not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right, my man. Thank you so much, brother. He was like, please, everybody, don't stop killing the athletes.
It's because he wore Crocs.
Oh, my, don't blame him. You're now victim blaming at this point. Oh, look at that. He wore Crocs like a slut. Whoa.
Wow. Jeez.
Hold on. Wait, Cody. I'm so sorry. You guys got... Hold on. Wait,
Raph,
hold on.
I think it's time to move to the next bit.
Hold on. That's what we're getting upset with.
And in other things, Jake.
Like, legitimately, Elijah Carlton exists in a world, and that's what we're going to go with?
Save Raph right
Get
here.
Get out of here.
He doesn't want to be saved,
We'll clip that.
Keep digging.
All right. Keep digging indeed. Yes, I'm sorry to make this more interesting. Hey, you guys had a great conversation. Who are you guys chatting with?
We're chatting with AJ Agazar.
And how is he doing?
He's AJ Agazar.
Did he have some feedback for the show? I'm really hoping he did.
He had some feedback, but it was pretty much the standard AJ villain feedback.
Yeah. Saboteur, and even tried to saboteur this show.
Absolutely.
Intriguing.
It's so interesting that you have like two portions of your left ear where you can both hear Mike John and you can hear the
conversation being happening. It's called being able to multitask and be present in two conversations while at the same time. All right, guys. Speaking of which, I want to give you guys some time to shine. Right now, we're going to put on some highlights from the day. Now, what I always love about these is that these two gentlemen actually made the packages themselves, and they actually made the package that I'm going to do a voiceover for. So we're going to go ahead and throw, I think, first on over to you, Tim. You took care of the first block of 10 matches.
Jake. Actually, that's going to be me.
My
Raph,
apologies.
That's all right.
Go right ahead, Jake.
This is what we saw in the first block. Out of the gate, so many submissions. Daniel Sadler, you just had Mike John in the chair probably explaining. I was listening to AJ Agazarm, so I didn't hear that part of the conversation, but he's likely out of the tournament. Hinata Canuto catches a quick Estima lock as well. And then as Kevin Buring is going for an outside heel hook, AJ so good at finding that leg drag heel hook. He's done that on multiple occasions. Also in the chair, your second interview of the night, Cam Hurd just ripping a Kimura. And you know what? That was kind of the tale of block one, Raph, is just submission after submission. And that man right there now seated second, or at least seated in the second place position in the standings, Elijah Carlton. Wow, block one was just rife with action.
You know, as somebody who's been in this place many times before, I think Elijah knew today was a make or break day.
Yeah.
So I think you're seeing a little bit more of the game face on. And even when he's cutting those promos on the floor like Iron Man, he's basically telling you, you know what? I wanted to give you guys the character, but I've also got to conjure the energy for these massive superstars I'm still going up against. So props to him for making a huge comeback today. Tim, now we'll go to you.
All right, let's go day three, block two. Jet Thompson popping off against David Evers, and he finishes Evers with a nice popping ankle lock, man. David Asari did not want to be outdone. He set up a leg lock of his own against Daniel Sadler, and Sadler actually kind of screamed out in pain and actually dropped out after that submission. Cam Hurd hits a bro hug in the beginning against Elijah Carlton, and you know, despite what people say about Elijah Carlton, he's finding a way to keep putting points up on the board with another kill, and he is stoked here, fired up for himself and his team. Max Hansen is staying right there in contention. He takes on the alternate Sam Schwarzenfeld and gets the back and finishes with a very tight squeeze. And Max, despite getting a little banged up, you guys, he's finding a way to stay in there, and he's finding a way to stay right in contention. Andy Varela takes on the alternate Cody Fritz, and Fritz kind of had a rough day today. He came out pretty tight against Varela, but Varela didn't like it. He didn't put him in the couch this time. No slaps, but he did take his back and choke him out under the watchful eye of Trauma, the PGF Season 6 mascot, hanging out right there on the sidelines. Varela continues to impress, putting points up on the board. It was a great day today at the PGF.
Man, you're not lying. And I feel like now you know the stakes. We kind of know some players. Are you willing to make any predictions before we go home and kind of debrief as to who you see could emerge tomorrow like Elijah might have today?
Man, I got to say, Max Hansen had a great day. If Max Hansen's able to use this as sort of a stepping stone to build some momentum, then he can definitely break into that top 8. And I think PJ Barch and Hinata Canuto are both motivated. You can tell they know their backs are against the wall. If they don't do well tomorrow, there is no Friday for them. So my prediction is we're going to see them come out guns blazing, and they might just make it into that top 8.
Yeah.
Tim.
I really think the battle's going to be the guys near the bottom of the top 8. That's where we're going to see the most variation. Guys like Cam Hurd, like you mentioned, Jake, PJ Barch, Hinata Canuto, all those guys are hanging out in contention, and they just need a score or two to kind of make the top 8. So I can see those guys really making a play. I think Barch is going to come out big tomorrow. I know I said that today. He did get the heel hook finish. I think he's going to come out big tomorrow. I think he's feeling it, and I'm looking for that.
I mean, I've just been looking at this, and it's so hard when you're talking with the guys to get into a space of, man, I don't want to tell you you're out of the picture because there's still so much that could happen. So, for example, you would have to get 3 kills in a row within the minute, and you could potentially get 21 points. So even though we think we know what we know, a lot could change tomorrow. And as a result of that, yeah, things could move around on that scoreboard, but we've had 3 days to see some evidence, and it moves just in little increments. So when we're looking at those people who are tied for 10th, that's where the margin of inches is going to be critical, brutal and surprising. And I think that's why I've been so excited to sit here and witness so much of it. We have one more day of 30 matches here tomorrow. Wow. And I don't know if you guys have been taking a look, but there are some very solid matches there tomorrow.
Yeah, there are.
They space these out incredibly well. So I am very excited about that. Gentlemen, one thing I did want to kind of try to segue into before we sign off here tonight is I don't know if people know where we go or where we belong to. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Tim Freeman, because maybe let the people know who you are.
Let the people know. Well, shameless self-promotion. I'm the host of the Inside BJJ podcast. I've been doing that for a long time, just like my buddy Rafa Sparza here. I think he's got me beat by a month or two on the podcast game, but we've been at it for a minute. I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I've been training since 2005. I absolutely love it. Trained in the gi for a lot of years. I run 2 10th Planet schools, one in Nashville and the other out in the 209 Stockton. That's where I get my street credential from. That's where I was street licensed. So I keep that with me everywhere I go. Big fan of jiu-jitsu, big fan of this kind of work. I've been around doing, like, I did Metamoris. I was there. I did the World Jiu-Jitsu Expo in 2012. It's amazing to still be around, still be on the mats, and still be in the jiu-jitsu community. I feel really blessed and grateful for that.
Jake Watson, tell the people about you, sir.
So in the last 4 years, I've grown to be one of the most consistent and busiest commentators, broadcasters, ring announcers in the entire Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu community. You guys have likely seen me on a number of different shows, ranging from small to very large. I'm a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, first degree, under Andre Maracaba from Maracaba BJJ down in Mesa, Arizona. I'm a 3-time Muay Thai national champion as an amateur, a junior Golden Gloves boxing champion. I have a 3-0 record in MMA, mostly on Indian reservations. And aside from that, I've competed in Pancration, went all the way out to Sparta, Greece at one point and competed there as well. So I am credentialed in the mixed martial arts scene, and it is my dream to be a full-time broadcaster. I want this talent to feed my family. So that's why I'm hard at work here, and I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the post-show here at PGF World Season 6.
Can I ask what the Indian reservation had to do with that?
When you're 15 years old, doing full contact MMA with no headgear on is kind of frowned upon. But on the Indian reservation, you can do a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Were your hands wrapped properly?
Oh my goodness!
Absolutely.
Look at this, man.
Did you wear a mouth guard?
Absolutely.
Top tier.
Nice.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You better be careful.
No, I just didn't.
I'll put it on
was
the lips,
dangerously
dude.
Close.
That's
why I went to the top of your head.
You know how I roll.
You didn't want to mess with my hairline, you see?
That just
That was scary. I honestly got a
What's
little.
the obsession with people grabbing my head today?
I don't know, bro.
It's good
but
luck.
It's
you
good
do
luck.
have 2 of the most beloved 10th Planeteers of all time.
Yeah,
Look how long
basically
my
coming
arm
on
looks.
over.
He's like, my arm is so
laying
long.
hands on me, man. I feel it. I can feel it. Feel
Goodness.
good.
It's so funny because I don't think people know, but we're like just on the verge. Like, this is me telling people your captain's made the announcement. You can return your trays upright. We're about to make a landing. And you don't know how the landing's going to go.
You never know.
It's almost like somebody goes, oh, don't worry about that. One of the engines caught fire. But we'll have a landing. It'll work. All right, let's get to me. My name is Rafa Sparza. I've been doing podcasting forever. You guys have seen me through my work on either Verbal Tap or on this, the Grappling Hour. And outside of this, my big kid job, I work in entertainment. I've worked scripted, late night, you name it, reality, game shows. I love it. I love bringing that passion to this. So a lot of what we try to do here is take a little bit of what we all do in our expert fields and loan it to here because we believe in this. We want to see it do better. And when I hear the athletes giving us compliments for making them feel like they're on ESPN or they feel like they're on some kind of major platform, well, guess what? You are. You're on UFC Fight Pass now. So as a result of that, we're making those incremental steps here. So all of us loan what we do to try and make this even better and bigger. And I think we are slowly inching that ball forward. So I'm very happy to be here. And yes, I train all the time. Not this week though.
No.
Very fat. Very fat this week.
Yeah.
Blood pressure very high.
Tacos and pizza.
So, yeah, man.
Whatever you can eat at 9 p.m.
At this
in Las
point,
Vegas.
we're one of these guys is going to get tasked with figure out where we are eating post-show.
Yeah.
But I do want to, before we sign off, thank everybody who's been working behind the scenes so diligently.
Yeah.
There are so many people you do not get to see, and I have such an appreciation for them, and we will continue to thank them. But I wanted to specifically do it before it is too late because they have been killing themselves, long hours, early mornings, you name it. lots of stuff with just pure love being made here. So big thanks to them, and big thanks to all of you who have been watching. And I got to say this, in the comment section, I know we're joking with you guys, but when I see that passion, it's making us more excited to come back and do it every single morning. And I guess we're saying this, tomorrow we come back, 30 more matches. You want to be here at 3:30 p.m. on whatever channel you're watching now, whether it's Brandon's channel, UFC Fight Pass, PGF World, wherever you're watching us on Caffeine. I don't care where it is. Come back tomorrow, 3:30. Watch the pre-show with us. Stay for the matches all the way through, all 30 of them, and find out who is going to make it to the playoffs on Friday. And then at the very end of our event, you will see us back here for another post show with more interviews, more analysis, and more nonsense. So I guess what I'm saying is, on behalf of my good friends, Jake Watson and Tim Freeman, who are two of the best in the business and two of the best varied talents in our business.
Well, thank
you so much for watching, guys. We appreciate you so much. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.